Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Scales of Destruction by J. Kearston. Narrated by Ash Beverly and Mia Madison. Chapter 1. Raiden. I survived 9 days of hell on Earth once, not sleeping, fighting day and night until my muscles gave out, then still found a way to push myself harder, to be better, to be the leader my soldiers needed, a solitary pillar of unyielding strength and determination standing between a squadron of men and their graves. And I lost them all anyway. That pain I barely survived, and will carry the guilt for the rest of my days. Yet it doesn't hold a candle to the misery that has me in a chokehold. Amara's visceral reaction to my fucking stupid slip of the tongue will be forever burned into my mind. Every time I blink, I see the light dulling in her golden eyes as I obliterated her trust in me, her skin paling before she ran out of the room to throw up. Hear her trembling voice as she tried to console me before shutting herself away in her room for the rest of the night, not even opening the door when Kodiak came tentatively knocking. All I've ever wanted was a mate, and I fucked up with her at every turn. It'd be one thing if I was the only one suffering, but with that single accursed word, darling, I might have also cost Kodiak and Stone their one chance at happiness. I can fix this. My haggard reflection stares back at me, not buying it for a second, but I have to believe it's possible. If Amara leaves, I'm not sure any of us are strong enough to survive it. I will fix this. Heading for her room, my steps falter at the sight of the tray of food Kodiak left outside her door last night, guilt twisting violently in my gut. She'd been hungry before getting sick thanks to my stupid fucking mouth. Without something to settle her stomach, she's got to be feeling even worse this morning. She's suffering again, but this time, it's at my hands. After I promised to take care of her, asked her to take a chance on me. No amount of apologizing will repair the damage I've done, but maybe groveling at her feet will slow her down enough when she tries to walk away that my brothers have a chance to pack their bags before following her. With a deep breath, I rap my knuckles against the door. Amara? A minute later, I try again, then wait, and wait, and wait. Of course she doesn't want to see me, but this will only get worse if we let it fester between us and turn into something more toxic than it already has, spreading to poison the entire Legion. Heart in my throat, I sink to the ground, back against the door. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to right now, so all I ask is that you listen, okay? Squeezing my eyes shut tight, I thump my head back. Sorry doesn't even begin to cut it, Dragonfly. I fucked up. Badly. I rake a hand through the tangles in my loose mass of dark hair in agitation. But I need you to understand what you mean to me. You're everything, Amara. Everything I didn't even know I needed, and now can't imagine living without. Last night threw a wrench in plans I'd already struggled to create in the first place. Add that bastard showing up, and on top of that, not having access to my abilities? Shaking my head with a horrified shudder at the remnants of vulnerability still clinging to me like an oily second skin, I sit a little straighter. I don't blame you if you want to take a step back in our relationship, But please, don't shut the others out. It's not Stone or Kodiak's fault. And they're going out of their minds knowing you're in there hurting and alone. Waiting for any sign of a response, I sit until my legs fall asleep, my ass not far behind. Slow, deep breaths. Patience. Grabbing the tray, I rise to my feet, wavering a bit as blood prickles painfully back into my numb leg. I knock, then again. More crickets, and I waver in my conviction. Finally, I squash all of my doubts and press my thumb to the scanner to allow me access into her sanctuary, gently pushing the door open. Amara, please. You don't have to suffer in silence anymore. If you want to send me away, fine. But at least let me see that you're okay after last night. Or I can get one of the others if you'd prefer not to see me right now. Just let me know what you need so I can... My voice cracks. So I can fix this. I can't stand knowing you're hurting because of me. Stepping into the dark room, I set the tray of crackers, individual baggies of carrots and apple slices, and bottled water onto the foot of the massive bed. My brow furrows as I look at the unmade, empty bed. Turning to the bathroom door, I find it open, and the room dead silent. Heart stuttering before plummeting into my stomach like a rock, I step inside the bathroom, but there isn't any steam in the air. The shower tiles dry, and the room is completely devoid of any trace of my mate. No matter how I've been spiraling, afraid she'd decide to leave, I never imagined she'd slip away in the dead of night without a word. My voice is a broken whisper. But she promised. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I'm sprinting out of the room and into Kodiak's. My Legion brother is draped sideways across his bed, head hanging over the side and looking so fucking dejected. It's another stab to my already bleeding heart. I vault over his listless form to the laptop on his desk, flip it open, and let my fingers fly across the keyboard, barely breathing. Cody sits up and rolls across the bed to look over my shoulder. What's going on? Did you get a security alert on your phone last night? I can feel his scowl on my back, but we've been brothers in arms long enough that he doesn't interrogate my every word, snatching up his phone and bringing up the app. Highlights. Amara's gone. His stuttering heartbeat can be heard in the dead silence following my declaration, heavy and ringing with a finality I refuse to accept. Barely more than a gravelly whisper, he manages, What do you mean she's gone? She said she wasn't going to leave. Did you check the kitchen already? And the game room to make sure she isn't with Stone? I stare at the security log on the screen, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. Scrolling back from the time-stamped entries of each of us retreating to our bedrooms late last night, I can't find anything showing Amara ever even entered her room. The front door opened when we came home last night, shortly after Avery returned, and she flew off again to hunt like usual. Nothing out of the ordinary. Except for the fact that Amara's bedroom door never opened last night. My heart skips a beat. Avery didn't come find me before heading out again. She always checks in first. Kodiak is faster analyzing the data than I am, his voice breaking. He took her. While we were in the other God's damned room arguing, he fucking took her. 5 seconds. It's all we allow ourselves to absorb the horrific realization before storming out of the room. Stone is entering the hallway as we burst into it, and his hackles go up instantly. What's wrong now? I can't speak. The words are ash in my throat, regret and guilt holding my vocal cords hostage. Kodiak snags Stone's upper arm and drags him with us to the end of the hall before delivering the news. Fuckface used Avery's anklet to gain access to the castle and grabbed Amara before she ever made it to her room last night. By the time the final word is out of his mouth, Stone's eyes have gone completely black. Not the vertical slits of his dragon taking over, but demonically devoid of any and all emotion. For several tense seconds, he's motionless, not even breathing. And then he explodes. Stone transforms in less than a blink, a mottled gray and opal dragon destroying the nearest wall and taking to the skies with an eardrum-shattering roar that nearly brings me to my knees. Amongst the rubble and debris, I fight my own shift, rushing towards my office instead. Caving in to the bloodlust and rage won't bring our mate back, but maybe, if I can keep my head on straight long enough to grab a list of all of the known packs that support this sick bastard, we'll be able to save Amara before she's forced to bear any more scars.
Chapter 2. Amara. Fucking hell, my head is killing me. Groggy as hell, I sit up in bed, feeling like I deep-throated the Sahara Desert. Wincing as I swallow, I fumble for the bottle of water on my nightstand and meet empty space, tumbling over the edge head first. Fingers scrambling against the bed frame, I save myself from face-planting on the floor, only for my breath to hitch as I catch sight of my surroundings. It all comes back to me in a sickening rush that makes my stomach churn. Malcolm pulling me into an air pocket where the guys couldn't see or hear me, knocking me out before the flight so, and I quote, I wouldn't feel bad being reminded of what I couldn't do. Plants surround me to the point the massive bedroom is better described as a circular underground greenhouse with a queen-sized bed in the center. The lower walls are cement, the glass panes starting 7 feet up and curving into a dome that breaches the surface to let in a steady stream of light, highlighting the explosion of color surrounding me. Flowers, fruits, and vegetables, budding trees. The air is humid, heavy and cloying with the sense of everything blooming, but the room is so open, it manages not to be stifling. Are you thirsty? A familiar voice asks from the other side of the bed, and my entire body freezes with painful awareness. You've survived him once. You can do it again. You're stronger now, have more to live for. Fighting the maelstrom rocking me to my core, I take a few seconds to ensure my voice will come out relatively steady before responding. No thanks. I'm okay. A crinkling of plastic and a small huff later, I'm reluctantly forced to look my tormentor in the eye, because it's better than having him at my back. Don't worry. Setting the brand-new package of plastic water bottles at the foot of the bed, he rips a hole in the top and pulls one out. Crawling across the mattress, he brings a bottle to my ear, a low rumble of discontent resonating around the room when I flinch away before I can stop myself. Letting me hear the snapping of the seal, he goes the extra mile and guzzles a hearty swig to prove it isn't laced with anything before offering it my way again. Not drugged, and you'll be pleased to know that Jack Mullins couldn't walk for a week after I found out what he did to you. That was, he growls in agitation, unacceptable. He doesn't give me another chance to protest, holding it to my lips and tilting the bottle up to force the water down my throat. It finally spurs my frozen muscles into action, taking the bottle from him to at least drink myself. Water dribbles onto my dress, the red color darkening like blood droplets staining the fabric, and I close my eyes to keep from spiraling. Breathe, Amara. You're no good to anyone in the throes of a panic attack, and Malcolm is the last person you want trying to help you through one. Deep inhale through your nose, slow exhale through your mouth. When it's safe enough to fall apart, you can have a meltdown. Until then, all of our lives are riding on you keeping a clear head and finding a way out of this mess. Still, an errant crackle of electricity jumps from my fingertips to his, a broad smile splitting his face as he crosses his legs and settles in beside me. Where he considers it a sign of our connection, though, all I can think of is that I need to clear my scattered thoughts long enough to build up enough of a charge to bring a lightning bolt down on his face. Dark blonde hair falls into his face as he shakes his head with an irritated huff. You hate dresses. They kept you away from me for months, yet couldn't be bothered to learn even that much about you. Sliding one hand up my wrist, his fingertips trace over one of his scarred designs beneath the sheer fabric of my sleeve. But they wouldn't have allowed you to show off our mate marks in public like this, would they? Earnest emerald eyes meet mine. No, you chose this dress, didn't you, hoping someone would see you weren't theirs and save you. My skin crawls under his touch, and I jerk my hand away, wrapping my arms tightly around my middle. Mentally bracing myself for his anger, I'm thrown off balance when he only stares at me with pity I don't want or need. The people in that place were cowards, but you knew that too, were waiting for me to rescue you again, just like old times. The corner of his lips twist into a warped smile. Even I needed a little help breaching that monstrosity's defenses, though, and you were clever enough to sneak me the key. You're perfect, Amara. I couldn't have asked the fates for a better mate. Stone's coaching filters through the panic clawing at my throat. Find something to focus on in the midst of chaos, and it'll become the eye of the storm. Then you can breathe while studying everything happening around you so it's not so overwhelming. Disassociate if you have to. It's better than a panic attack when you're in a hostile environment. Gradually, I feel the invisible noose around my throat loosening. Sunlight. Glass. There's a way out if I can keep a clear head. Malcolm requires a specific hand to keep him level, or at least the version of him I knew a decade ago. If last night was any indicator, he's become more calculating over the years, but there are two facts that still hold true. He thinks we're fated to be together, and he believes my actual mates were keeping me away from him. I have to fight back a disgusted heave, even considering playing along. But what choice do I have? Malcolm's moods can turn volatile in the blink of an eye, and the only thing I have going in my favor right now is his obsession with me. Even all of the mutilation he put me through was out of a twisted sense of trying to help me unearth my dragon, and ensuring that everyone could see I belonged to him so they wouldn't try to steal me away. Raiden, Stone, and Kodiak have burrowed further under my skin than I realized, because, for the first time, I'm looking at the man that's terrorized me for years and actually feeling kind of sorry for him. Those sneaky sons of bitches grinched me, tricked me into giving a shit about other people with their stupidly endearing city at the base of the mountain. I don't want to feel empathy for the man that ruined my life. I want to watch him bleed out so I know without a shadow of a doubt he can't hurt me ever again, and finally be free. Some of the coiled tension in my chest unfurls, making it a little easier to breathe. With a wry smile, I admit the bitter truth. A part of me always knew that you'd find me again. He beams at the misinterpreted praise, rolling out of bed and circling it to help me up. It took me longer than I care to admit to pick up on your clues, but after I set my initial rage aside, I caught on. Why else would you hurt yourself, if not to draw my attention back to you? And then you started stroking the falcon, marking her feathers with your blood like you wanted my attention on her. Oh, gods, no. Fear threatens to paralyze my vocal cords, but I have to know. Is she... did you... I trail off, afraid to put it into words, like saying it will make it real. Kill it? He snorts. I should have. Such a noisy little thing. Waving his hand in the direction of a door off to our right, there's a barely perceptible ripple in the air. A moment later, whatever barrier he had in place falls, the sounds of Avery's furious cries and a huge clatter sending relief slamming into me. Before I've even taken 2 steps, he adds, but the timing wasn't right. I needed to get you settled in first before sending its body back to Raiden. He hurt something I loved, so it's only fair that I reciprocate. Poetic justice, really. Leaving me with my heartbeat thundering in my ears, he casually strides over to the door and pushes it open to reveal a destroyed bathroom. The shower curtain is shredded, lying in tatters across the floor, while the rod has been knocked into the bathtub. The mirror that once hung above the sink is nothing more than a scratched medicine cabinet now, shards of glass and feathers strewn everywhere. With a flick of his wrist, Avery's body slams into the wall. Wait! Pausing mid-step, he looks at me over his shoulder, genuine confusion on his face. Don't worry, darling. I won't be gone long. Nothing can get in or out of this place without my permission, and I've made sure anyone that worked on the construction didn't live long enough to tell another soul about it. You're safe here. Turning to inspect the closest plant so he doesn't notice the flash of panic in my eyes, I use my trembling hand to rub a waxy leaf between 2 fingers. Maybe instead I could keep her, like a welcome home present. She was the only good thing about being locked away in that place, and I'd be so sad if she had to suffer because of them, too. I swallow roughly. I might be safe here, but you still have to leave sometimes, right? She could keep me company while I wait for you to come home. He turns back to Avery, wrapping his hands around her to pin her wings against her body and angle her beak and talons away from him. When he turns his attention back to me, there's an unreadable expression on his blank face, and I frantically grasp at straws. You did say in one of your notes that if I needed anything, all I had to do was ask, right? So, can I keep her? Please? His entire face lights up at the sound of me begging for something only he can provide. If it truly means that much to you, of course you can keep the bird, darling. Not knowing what happened to his little pet and letting the theories drive Raiden crazy is still a satisfying form of revenge, I suppose. Slowly passing her over to me with a satisfied grin, you'd think he was handing me a wedding ring instead of a pissed-off bird. Knowing damn well her intentions based on the murderous glint in her eyes, I'm careful to replace Malcolm's firm grip with my own so Avery doesn't launch another attack and make him change his mind. While I arrange her more comfortably, Malcolm tucks a lock of hair behind my ear, and it takes everything I have not to flinch away now that Avery's neck is on the chopping block too. Although I enjoy the thought of you missing me while I'm away, I want you to be happy in our new home. My breath hitches in my chest, but I manage not to puke or collapse into a sobbing heap. Don't react. Pretend there's nowhere else you'd rather be. Can't be much happier than with my very own pet falcon. People pay good money for that kind of flex. With a chuckle, he shakes his head. And here I'd already had a housewarming gift picked out for you. Such a greedy little thing. But I can't deny you anything. Except leaving me the hell alone. Wait here, he commands, suddenly serious. With clipped steps, he crosses to the only other door in the room, leaving it open behind him. The temptation to make a break for it is strong, but I know better than to cave into it. Without any idea of the layout or what type of security he has in place, the best I'm going to manage to do is piss him off. A few minutes later, he returns with a clear storage tote in hand, several holes poked into the white lid. Setting it on the floor beside me, he withdraws a small bundle from inside and sets it on the edge of the bed. Ignoring my protests, he takes Avery out of my hands and quickly traps her inside the makeshift cage. There. He finishes latching the lid in place. That should keep her from destroying the place until I can pick up a cage. Giving me his full attention again, my heart leaps into my throat as he takes a step closer, and the back of my knees hit the mattress, making me painfully aware he has me completely at his mercy. I messed up last time. Badly. It's no wonder you left me. I wasn't... His jaw ticks, fists clenching at his sides. I wasn't good enough for you back then. I needed to prove myself, show that I was willing to follow you to the ends of the earth, and do whatever it took to ensure you could be free and happy. In a blur of motion, he grips my upper arms, the wild glint I remember so vividly reappearing in his eyes. Everything I've done for you. Played the shifter's damp politics, built this place so you wouldn't feel trapped in your own home. You see that, right? See how sorry I am? There's something morbidly comforting in Malcolm's carefully constructed facade slipping. Calculated, cunning Malcolm, too attentive to details and an unknown enemy. Emotionally unstable Malcolm. That version is familiar, predictable, despite the mood swing whiplash. Escape is inevitable, so long as I play my cards right. Of course I do. When my voice comes out as a rough whisper, I swallow. Steadier, I say. No matter where I ran, I could always feel you watching. A soft sigh of relief escapes him, and he loosens his grip slightly. I tried to keep my distance until you'd forgiven me, but you had a tendency to attract whatever shifters were in the area. When they started getting too close, I had to do something to encourage you to move on to the next town. When he presses a gentle kiss to my forehead, I stiffen. And the humans you slept with to punish me. His hand slides down my arm. Despite my efforts to stay away unless you were in danger, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't let them live after they touched you. His hand settles on my hip, and I flinch. A low, discontented rumble builds in his chest, and I fist the skirt of my dress to hide my shaking hands. I'm sorry. It's not you. Gripping my chin, he forces me to face him. Pupils slitted as his dragon rises to the surface, he declares with dark promise, They'll be dead soon, I promise. Then no one will ever try to take you away from me again.
Chapter 3. Stone. The flames have spread from a barrier caging the wolves inside of the village they ambushed me at, to the homes of the ones I was here to kill anyway. 2 birds, 1 stone. They scurry like rats on a sinking ship, frantically choosing how they want to die. I've lost track of how many have willingly walked into the flames to escape the more agonizing death dealt by my hand. Eyes narrowed with murder, the wolf alpha wraps a hand around my scaled wrist and attempts to siphon the feral energy burning inside of me, aiming to steal my strength for his own. His eyes widen in surprise as he catches a glimpse of the endless well of raw, demonic energy festering in the void where my soul should be. Where does Mason Devlin live? With each word out of my mouth, my grip tightens around the man's neck. Spitting vitriol, he rasps, "Even if I did know, why the hell would I tell you?" Useless. Partially shifting, I put my fist through his chest, talons wrapping around his heart. Before yanking my arm back, I duplicate his ability, storing it in the jade pendant hanging from my neck. His body drops like someone cut the puppet strings, and I turn back to what remains of his pack. Tossing the organ to the dirt, I skim my gaze over the handful of men that followed their leader in a pathetic attempt to rip out my throat. "You're wasting my time, and I'm out of patience. Where is Mason Devlin?" One sneers in my direction, and barely has his mouth open before I slice open his stomach, blood spraying across my bare arms and chest. Grabbing a handful of his intestines, I wrap them first around his throat, then over the nearest tree branch and tie it off, letting him hang as he bleeds out. He won't last long, but each second will feel like an eternity in hell, and those that remain can see exactly how painful I can make their final moments. Turning to the next in the line of bound men, I raise an eyebrow in silent demand. Swallowing, he says, "We don't know where he lives." As I take a step in his direction, he stammers, "But I can tell you where he has us meet him." Crouching down, I grab the front of his shirt and drag him closer. "Spit it out." "Whenever he called to meet with Michael, it was about 3 hours later, and in either Harem or one of the surrounding cities. It was probably the halfway point, yeah?" He trembles as snarls surround him, his packmates turning on the traitor, which only adds credibility to the quivering man's claim. "So, if you're looking for Mason Devlin's home base, I'd say look a couple 100 miles southeast from here." The small jade pendant swings from the black corded rope, smacking against my stomach as I rise to my full height. Utilizing my newly acquired ability, I siphon the energy from the remaining bound men writhing in the dirt, sparing the one slumped at my feet. Meeting his terrified gaze, I let the warning hang so heavily in the air, it'll linger to haunt future generations. Don't give me a reason to return. Scales spreading across my skin, I let the shift wash over me, taking to the skies and praying with every heavy beat of my wings that this lead will finally be the one that brings me to my mate. And after I find the bastard that dared to touch her, his death will be so brutal, even the history books will bleed.
Chapter 4. Amara. "Come on, you stupid son of a bitch," I mutter, huffing in frustration as the lock refuses to click open. Adjusting the angle of the lock picks hidden in the anklet Kodiak made, my hand slips, and I wince as the metal point rips the side of my thumb open. Popping the bloody digit into my mouth until it stops bleeding, I take a deep breath and recenter myself before trying again. "You've got this, Amara. Concentrate." Several minutes later, a soft snick has me breaking into a grin, despite my thighs burning from crouching in front of Malcolm's desk for so long. It's a small victory, but I'll take whatever I can get at this point. Clearly, Stone's crash course on manipulating electricity wasn't enough, because try as I might, pulling on the current in this place leaves me feeling like I ran a mile knee-deep in mud. Yanking open the bottom drawer, I take a mental snapshot of where everything is laid out before diving in to search for anything potentially useful. An override code for the security system, a disposable cell phone, anything. It was the only drawer he bothered to lock, so there has to be something. Well, shit, I breathe, horrified. Flipping through the contents of one envelope, I reach for another, finding more of the same. Hundreds upon hundreds of photographs, going back to the day after I ran away 9 years ago. But the real punch in the gut are the snapshots showing just how closely he was watching me, Kodiak, Raiden, and Stone. Pictures of me walking out of the gym with Karina. Raiden and Cody covered in blood spatter walking the streets of Kalita at night. Stone slipping a wad of cash to some guy in an alley behind a tattoo parlor. My fingertips brush against something hard, and I shove aside envelopes to reveal a leather-bound address book. Sifting through the list of contacts, I'm sure Raiden would give his left nut to get his hands on. I try to memorize as many names as possible. Without somewhere to hide it and an escape route I can immediately utilize, it would be incredibly stupid to steal it now. Holding my breath, I search the entire book cover to cover, sighing in relief when Evren's name is nowhere to be found. At least he didn't sell me out. I don't trust the scheming fox, especially after inviting Malcolm to the black market auction and spiking everyone's drinks to negate their abilities. But knowing he wasn't part of the plot to kidnap me is good to keep in the back of my mind for future problems if I survive this one. "Darling, I'm home." Malcolm's cheery tone carries throughout the house, and my stomach cramps instantly. Quickly putting everything back exactly the way I found it and snapping my anklet in place, I slip out of his room. Compared to the open space of my bedroom, the hallway is downright claustrophobic. The ceiling is barely higher than the doorway, harsh lighting illuminating cement on all sides like an artificial curving tunnel. With my bedroom as the center, ringed by the hallway, the rest of the rooms offshoot it like an underground sun. Well versed in the affinities of dragons, the exit has a retinal and fingerprint scanner, as well as a double-door system of both steel and cement. Unless I scoop out his eyeball and chop off his thumb, I'm not going anywhere until I figure out how to shift. Under the guise of washing a coffee mug in the sink as I rush into the kitchen, I discreetly catch my breath as Malcolm searches for me. When he walks into the room, I plaster on my game face. "How was your day, dear? Did things go as you hoped at today's meeting?" Oblivious to my internal panic, Malcolm snags a hand towel and offers it my way with a massive grin. "Better. In fact, it wrapped up early enough that I was able to pick up that housewarming gift I mentioned the other day." My heart drops into my stomach. His recent gifts have been bad enough, and I fight the urge to tug my short tank top down to cover my stomach, knowing it'll only reveal more of my chest. Every day I wake up to a new outfit left out for me, each smaller and more revealing than the last. But my old clothes are missing from the bathroom by the time I'm out of the shower. He hasn't pushed farther than that yet, but with the way his heated gaze lingers on my scars, has been going out of his way to draw attention to the matched set on his skin by walking around shirtless. It's only a matter of time. 3 days of sleeping with one eye open, and I'm so exhausted that it's getting hard to think straight. It's not a gift if you want something from me in return. You didn't have to get me anything. Scoffing, he grabs my hand, dragging me out of the room. I owe you endless apology gifts to make up for how long it took me to rescue you from those monsters. Admittedly, though, this one is as much for me as it is for you. The guys have had a good run. They'll forgive me for taking them out with me if it means not having to endure whatever Malcolm wants to do to me. Already nauseous, imagining what the hell he might consider a gift for us both, when Malcolm throws open the door to the basement, my attempts at keeping the peace go up in smoke. As he flips on the pathetically dim lights, I dig my heels in, nearly sending us both tumbling down the staircase. Catching himself on the handrail, he turns to me in confusion. "Amara? What's wrong, sweetheart?" "Not the basement again. For the love of everything unholy, please don't make me go down there." Heart sprinting out of my chest, I open my mouth, but only a pitiful squeak comes out. Clearing my throat, I manage a weak, "I'm not a fan of the dark." Brow furrowed, he points out, "You can create your own light." "Not much, and not steadily," I argue, carefully extracting my hand from his. Lips pressed into a flat line, he stares at me for a small eternity before glancing down the stairwell. Gradually, his expression hardens. I slink back a few steps as he retreats into the hall, coming back a few minutes later with a power drill. He makes quick work of taking the basement door off its hinges, propping it against the wall. Rushing down the hall again, he returns with a flashlight that he presses into my palm, wrapping my fingers firmly around it. "Stupid and careless," he mumbles, fingers strumming in agitation against his thigh. "Obviously she doesn't trust you not to lock her in the basement again." Clenching his hand into a fist, he closes his eyes. When he opens them again, he has a calm, reassuring smile on his face. Slowly unfurling his fingers, he offers me his hand, palm up. "You have free range of the house this time, Amara. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. Trust me." Can shifters heal from a broken neck? It would be so easy to push him down the stairs right now. A faint, low groan travels up from the basement, the sound of chains rattling softly, making the decision for me. Taking the devil's hand, I let him lead me into the depths of his underground fortress, my grip on the flashlight so tight it threatens to crack the plastic. Chains mean it can't be Kodiak. He'd just free himself and use them to strangle the idiot that tried to use metal to restrain him, and Malcolm knows that. So, Raiden or stone, but what would keep either of them from shifting and breaking free? Bile rises in the back of my throat. The darts Everin developed. If Malcolm was able to get his hands on one of them, we're fucked. Yet I can't deny the relief swelling in my chest at not being trapped here alone anymore. If I can distract Malcolm long enough for the effects of the drug to wear off, this time tomorrow we'll be free. Hope's a dangerous thing, and it leaves a deep, jagged scar behind when it's gone. "Who's this?" I angle the beam of my flashlight across the man dangling from the chain bolted into the ceiling. lanky brown hair, and a generic face. He's the kind of guy you could pass on the street thousands of times and still never remember. A cramp lances through my stomach the longer I stare at him, a nagging sensation in the back of my mind, putting me on edge, but I can't quite place why he feels familiar. After the way he hurt you, I'm not surprised most of that night is a blur. He shakes his head, releasing my hand and stalking closer to my fellow prisoner. Malcolm's face contorts with disgust as he grabs the guy's jaw, tilting his chin up to give me a better view. This is the bastard that put you in the hospital. The blood drains out of my face as I replay that night in the gas station. It was only a few months ago, but so much has changed, it feels like another lifetime. Oh. Malcolm steps aside as I tentatively approach the guy, giving me space as I wade through my tumultuous emotions. Okay, I whisper, coming to terms with the ache my shattered hopes left behind. Tilting my head, I frown in confusion. Why go through all the effort to bring him here, though, instead of just killing him? We don't match anymore. I startle as he steps right up against my back, setting a hand over my stomach. And it's his fault. Stroking his thumb under the hem of my tank top, it brushes against my belly button ring, and I stiffen. Looking over my shoulder, he bunches it up to expose all of the scarred skin and shock him out of reflex. With a deeply amused chuckle, he uses one finger to trace the line where I was gutted, not even fazed. Dragons, so defensive of their treasure. Toying with the gem infused with Stone's blood, he hums contentedly. You're beautiful even without jewelry, but I must confess, I love it. It suits you. The human groans again, regaining consciousness, and Malcolm immediately fixes my pitiful excuse of a shirt. Voice cold once more, he announces, I didn't kill him because you're the one that's owed blood. I can't really argue that point, but everything about this situation feels like a trap. Thank you? Hands steady on my back, Malcolm urges me forward, and I awkwardly stand in front of the guy that changed the entire course of my life. Without him trying to gut me like a fish, I never would have met Stone. Doesn't mean I can't hate the jackass that tried to kill me over a couple $100 and a few cartons of cigarettes, though. What the fuck is going... His angry rant is cut off as I slam my knee into his balls. All of the air rushes out of his lungs, face turning red as he swings from the ceiling, trying and failing to curl in on himself. Malcolm smirks. You just confirmed my theory. I think you've never been able to shift because you don't consider yourself a dragon. Walking over to a bench against the wall, he returns with a wickedly sharp knife. You were hidden away, taught to ignore your instincts so you wouldn't draw attention to yourself. Placing the knife in my hand, he plasters himself against my back, forcing me to grip the handle as he curls his fingers over mine. The human waste of space fights against his chains. Listen, I don't know who the fuck you are, but... His tirade is cut off with a grunt as Malcolm punches forward, still holding my fist in a death grip. How can you shift if you don't embrace the monster lurking beneath your skin? With a firm yank, he jerks my arm back, not letting me drop the bloody knife. That's what sets us apart from the rest, Amara. All shifters are born with bloodlust. It's in our nature. But dragons? Tightening his fist, He uses me to stab the struggling human again and again, ignoring the way he screams and begs for mercy. Droplets of blood spray across my body with the next outward yank of the knife, warm on my face, and sending my already racing heart into a sprint. I lock my muscles, but he just forces my hand forward again, tears building to burn the back of my eyes. Soon, I'm covered in enough blood that it plasters my damp clothes to my body, staining more of my skin with every swipe of the blade. Malcolm's grip is bruising on my knuckles as he plunges the blade deep in the man's stomach, slowly dragging it upward to gut him. An eye for an eye. But unlike me, he won't be walking away from this. Tears streak down my face that I don't even bother trying to hide. Not because I feel guilty. This guy nearly killed me and left me for dead. But how wildly out of control everything's become. How Malcolm's ripped away yet another piece of my freedom by using me like this. In his quest to help me get revenge I didn't even want, he's proven the only reason I'm still alive is because he's allowed it. Finally releasing his hold, Malcolm skims his fingertips up my wrist, my arm, leaving a trail of bloody lines in his wake that will haunt me for years to come. Dragons are the creatures that even other monsters fear.
Chapter 5. Kodiak. A bolt of agony spikes in my gut, and I pause in my downward swing, the metal staff in my hand stopping a hair's breadth from the man's temple. When the death blow doesn't come, the pathetic excuse of a man pries one eyelid open, staring up at me from his place in the dirt, battered and broken beyond recognition. "You," he starts, but I shush him. "Shut the fuck up!" Pressing the end of my bow staff to the hollow of his throat, I tilt my head to the side, tuning out the sounds of fighting around me for a moment. I'm more attuned to the specific taste of Amara's emotions than the others, but admittedly, this wouldn't be the first time I picked up on something that wasn't there simply because I'm desperately searching for any sign of her. It's a shitty fucking feeling, though. I want it to be her so I can have that connection as much as I need it to not be her. If it is her, what sort of horrors is she enduring? The remaining air in my lungs turns to ice. He waited a decade to have Amara back under his thumb, will want to stake his claim on her. "Kodiak!" Raiden's sharp command jerks me out of my dark spiral. There's a sickening crunch and a wheezing gasp, warm blood spraying across my bare leg from accidentally killing the man I forgot I was pinning to the ground. With a grunt, I yank my staff out of his punctured trachea and turn to face the only man keeping Stone and me on track, pointing our path of destruction in the right direction. "Anything?" Jaw tense, Raiden wipes the back of his arm across his face, flinging some of the blood and gore painting his features onto the ground with the rest of the carnage. "No." A hulking bear lumbers over before shifting back. Bathed in blood and nearly ripped to shreds, it's a miracle Barlow is even alive, let alone standing. "My men are taking care of the last of them. I can't tell you enough how grateful I am that you arrived when you did." Raiden scoffs, the sound cold and dismissive as he storms away. "We didn't do it for you. We hoped one of these bastards knew something useful. You chose to ignore my warning, Barlow. Remember that when you have to explain to those kids why their parents are dead." Wiping the blood off the end of my staff on the dead man's shirt, I glance around, taking in the utter devastation of the mountain village and how many innocent people died before we got here. Shaking my head at the failure of a leader, I follow Raiden. I cleared every inch of land you gave me, and nothing. You? Stone and I hit every pack that aligned with that son of a bitch within 50 miles to the north and east. A few leads, but they all turned out to be dead ends. Are we heading south together then? No. Raiden pulls out a folded map from his back pocket, the only one of us that's managed to avoid going on a mindless rampage. The rage and brutality are there, but he's clung to a tactical approach to sweep areas more efficiently. Gather every man in the pack into one spot, interrogate them in a group, and if no one talks, burn them all in one fell swoop. No games, no second chances, and no mercy. Taking the map to the side of a charred husk of what used to be a house, he bites the cap of a marker and tugs it free, crossing out the areas we've already searched after Stone's lead the other day brought us to a heavily populated pro-Mason region. With as many failed ambushes as we've all dealt with the past couple of days, we have to be getting close. Amara is here somewhere. She has to be. We're branching off to canvas areas between shifter-claimed territory, Raiden announces, recapping his marker. Tapping the end against the map, he clarifies. None of these brainwashed idiots have a fucking clue where he lives, and they think the sun shines out of his ass. From Amara's stories, he's paranoid that people will attempt to take her from him. So he'd need a place no one knows about, somewhere able to be defended by one man. He swallows, hand trembling slightly as he points out several locations. That means he'll need to rely heavily on a security system. So if he's off-grid, he'd require a power source more reliable than leeching off of Amara. Voice breaking a bit on her name, he hastily clears his throat. If he's in the middle of nowhere, that means solar panels, hydroelectricity, or wind turbines. And if he's not, then he's using human cities to his advantage, he states with conviction, sounding more confident the longer he mulls it over. Shifters won't risk attacking a heavily populated human area. He wouldn't have to leave her alone long for supply runs, and would have all the power he needs on hand. Unless Amara surges and fries it. Any reported blackouts recently? Scrubbing a hand down his face, he refuses to meet my eye. I'll put Karina on it, while you and Stone check out the sections I've mapped out next. My temper flares, and I yank the map away from him. You know you're faster at pulling that sort of information, yet you're pawning it off? What the fuck are you going to be doing that's more important? Scouring the cities. I scoff. You think you're just going to stumble across his house? How the fuck are you going to tell it apart from the rest if he's not sitting on the porch? She could be chained up in the basement, and you'd walk right past without realizing. Blowing out a heavy breath, he finally meets my gaze, resignation in his smoky irises. I'm going to ask for help. Raiden brings up a picture of Malcolm on his phone from the night of the auction, and it takes everything in my power not to obliterate the damn thing. I'm going to spread this photo across the entire goddamned country. It'll bring a hell of a lot of unwanted attention to our kind, but I really don't give a shit if it means some human catches sight of him leaving a grocery store and leads us back to wherever the sick son of a bitch is keeping our girl. My stomach twists, and yet again, I don't know if it's Amara or me projecting my own desperation. Where do you need me? Raiden takes the map back and taps out several locations. Shifting mid-stride, I launch into the air without another word. A sense of foreboding trickles down my spine, and I can't shake the sinking feeling that we're almost out of time.
Chapter 6. Amara. Take what you want from me. I don't care anymore. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I stare down at my hands in my lap, willing them to do something. Anything. Full permission to take the rest of my control away and bust us out of here, evil Amara. Let the body possession officially commence. I swallow, voice cracking as I add a whispered, "Please?" Avery trills from her perch in the cage on my bedside table, and it's another punch to the gut to see her not only caged, but the look of resignation in her dark eyes. All of her usual fire has been snuffed out, and I'm not faring much better. A week, 7 agonizingly long days trapped in this hellhole. If the guys haven't found us by now, they aren't going to. Our only shot of escape is me, and I'm fucking useless. No need to even fully shift, I beg, desperately trying to convince my inner dragon to rip me to shreds if that's what it takes. But Cody's the only one that's had any luck coaxing it to the surface. Slap a pair of wings on me and we'll be golden. Hell, I'll even do all the work busting out the glass if you get me up there. But no matter how much I beg or try to bargain, nothing fucking happens. Not a flash of scales, not even a wave of nausea. I'm finally willing to surrender control to the monster lurking beneath my skin, let it have free rein to make me its puppet, and it doesn't want me anymore. Even my inner dragon has given up expecting anything from me and abandoned me. Snagging the water bottle off the mattress beside me, I whip it across the room with a frustrated scream. It doesn't even make it far enough to hit the wall, smacking into one of the plants and falling to the floor completely unscathed. Burying my face in my hands, I suck down ragged breaths, doing everything in my power not to crumple into an angry, sobbing heap. As Malcolm's hand settles on my shoulder, I startle with a yelp, not even hearing him slip into the room. "Darling, what's wrong?" The genuine concern in his voice makes me bite back another scream. Everything is wrong. "I'm just tired," I whisper instead, feeling so goddamn defeated and hopeless. He strokes his palm over my arm, and it's a painful reminder that my wardrobe has been reduced to a pair of small sleep shorts and a shirt that's little more than a sports bra. His fingertips stroke the scarred mess from burning over my tattoo, and I shut my eyes tight, wishing that the next time I open them, this all will have been a terrible dream. "I should have enough ink left to fix this," he says softly. "When you got here, I reached out to my friend to get some more, but he's so busy experimenting with his new lichen drug that he doesn't have time to make me another batch. I'll make it work, though, and you'll feel better again. I promise." Voice carefully controlled, I force my eyelids open to concentrate on his reaction as I ask, "Why do you need special ink to fix my tattoo? Can't we just get some from the same place parlors buy theirs?" He blinks at me like it's obvious. "To keep you from hurting yourself. You can't shift, Amara. You don't have any scales to protect you, and the times you do use your abilities, it wears you out quickly. Your body can't handle too much electricity at one time, or it would tear you apart." All of the blood drains from my face. The conversation I walked in on the guys having. I thought it was weird that they were suddenly worried about removing my tattoo when we had a million more important things to deal with, and it was already long since burned over. But they must have known more than they admitted to. They knew. They knew, and they lied straight to my face when I called them out on keeping secrets. So you help me manage that energy? Why? He jerks back like I slapped him. It's my job to take care of my mate. Recovering from his shock, he shakes his head and sighs. It was hard staying away from you, and I nearly caved countless times, but it was the right thing to do. Wrapping an arm around my back, he grips my hip, breath sending a shiver down my spine as he whispers against my bare shoulder, "Because you believe me now, right? That I'd do anything for you." Nausea churns in my gut, and I'm forced to breathe through my nose to keep my reactions on lockdown as his hand glides up to my rib cage. "You're perfect, Amara. But now we're a perfect match. I finally proved that I'm worthy of being your mate." Brushing my hair out of the way, he trails a line of kisses across my shoulder to the side of my neck. An involuntary shudder has me twisting away on reflex, and he goes rigid beside me. In a deadly calm voice, he asks, "Amara, what is this?" Threading his fingers through my hair, he fists it tightly as I try to jerk out of his grip, lifting my hair for a better view of the back of my neck. Heart sprinting and blood pounding heavily in my ears, the edges of my vision darken. Forcing a fake-as-hell smile to my face, I aim for casual, but my voice is breathless. "Oh, that old thing? I got a tattoo a few years ago. Since I can't shift into a dragon, I wanted to have one of my own, you know? You could get one, too, so we can match again." "Don't lie to me." I flinch at his voice booming in my ear, but his grip on my hair only tightens. "I wouldn't, hissing in a sharp breath as he jerks my head back, pain explodes in my mouth as I bite my tongue. The coppery tang is a small comfort, helping ground me in the moment. His voice is little more than gravel. "Which one?" When I don't immediately answer, claws prick the back of my skull, making me choke on my tongue. He could crush my head like a grape. Pissed off at my silence, he shoves me forward, throwing me to the ground as he surges to his feet. Knees and palms scraping on the floor, I scramble up from the vulnerable position. Watching Malcolm warily as he paces, fisting his blonde hair and eyes wild, I frantically try to think of a way to salvage this. And come up blank. I'm out of time, out of options, and completely fucked. They're going to die because of me. Raiden, Stone, and Kodiak deserve so much better than the pathetic excuse of a mate they were saddled with. Under his breath, he mutters an unintelligible flurry of words. While he's lost in his spiral, the air in the room seems to thin until each breath I draw in is harder than the last. His power is growing increasingly volatile, wind whipping around the room and sending several plants onto their sides, dirt spilling across the floor. My hair smacks into my cheeks, getting in my face and obscuring my vision as I frantically try to fill my lungs, but it's like Malcolm's a black hole, sucking all of the oxygen out of the room while simultaneously destroying it. "Stupid. So fucking stupid. How could I have missed it?" he mutters as he continues to pace, seemingly oblivious to his abilities getting away from him. "Please." It's barely more than a gasp, and I claw at my throat, each inhale harder, like sucking air through a pinhole-sized straw. As my ears pop, I faintly hear him still talking to himself. Nothing has to change. The problem is the mark. But if I carve it out, then everything can go back to normal. No mark, no problem. Satisfied, he turns back to me with a determined glint in his eye, grabbing my upper arm and dragging me back upright. I can still fix this. The only marks you'll wear are mine. My head throbs painfully. Can't breathe. Even those panted words feel like they were ripped from my throat, and I devolve into a weak coughing fit. My rapid heartbeat has slowed to heavy pulses, echoing in my ears and muffling Malcolm's crazed rambling. A tingling sensation across my skin quickly morphs into agony, feeling like it's being peeled from my bones. Behind my back, I fumble with the latch on Avery's cage. I might not be able to get her out of this hellhole, but if she doesn't have to worry about me, maybe she can find an air vent I missed. We're both dead either way. At least now she'll stand a fighting chance. A scream is ripped from my throat as his claws rake across the nape of my neck, agony spreading throughout my entire body like liquid fire in my veins. "Fuck!" Malcolm shouts, talons raking across the side of my neck as he stumbles back a step. Sucking in a rattling breath, I collapse onto my knees without him holding me up. Coughing and gasping down air, it's torture on my abused throat. A flurry of movement in my periphery focus my gaze up in time to see Avery ducking a swipe of Malcolm's hand, diving back to rake her talons across his eye. "Son of a bitch!" he bellows, covering his eye and blindly lashing out. Blood leaks out beneath his palm, trickling down his cheek and jaw onto his bare chest. Still doubled over, I struggle to get my legs under me, stumbling forward as I lunge. I don't have a plan, and I don't stand a chance against a fully fledged dragon, but if I'm going to die, I'm going to go down fighting. If he's determined to kill me, I'm at least going to make him work for it. Not expecting my sudden attack, he goes down hard. I can hear the back of his head crack against the floor, and it gives me a sick sense of satisfaction. I'm barely aware of my actions, running on pure adrenaline and rage. His hands are busy fending off Avery's attack on his face, leaving himself open and giving me a perfect shot. We both freeze in shock when my nails puncture skin, talons hooking to embed themselves between his ribs. It could be seconds or minutes, but the spell holding us hostage is broken with his furious roar. As he rolls out from under me, my clawed hand still buried in his flesh, it rips 4 deep gashes from one side of his rib cage to the other. Blood drips to the floor, but his skin is swiftly replaced by light blue and white scales. "I gave you everything!" he screams, still bleeding profusely as he tackles me onto my back. "And you ruined it!" His hand wraps around my throat, and when I meet his emerald gaze, the manic look I find staring back at me has my heart skipping a beat in cold terror. "I tried so hard. Why couldn't you just love me back?" A scream is ripped from my throat as his claws dig into my shoulder, slowly dragging down with clinical precision. My heart stutters in my chest, and my entire body feels like it was dropped into a volcano. Burned alive, torn apart, and roughly stitched back together. Through all of that pain, what Malcolm is doing to me hardly even registers. As he fully shifts and attempts to eviscerate me, claws slashing across my stomach, I feel like I'm seeing him clearly for the first time. Human Malcolm? He's the monster that haunts my dreams, but as a dragon, he was right. We're perfectly matched. Instincts flare to life as my own dragon responds to his shift, a low growl building in my chest. Before I even realize I've moved, I lunge for his exposed throat. The taste of his blood in my mouth makes me want to gag, but the pained sound he makes has me clamping my jaw tighter, my teeth getting sharper and larger with every second I hold on. Wrestling for dominance, we roll across the floor, crashing into potted plants and sending them sprawling. A sharp pain explodes across my back, along with a sickening crack, while a vague sense of recognition files it away as bones breaking in my wing. My present mind can't make sense of it, doesn't understand how that translates to me. My gaze flicks over to Malcolm's scaled upper arm where his tattoo is hidden, and it's like a switch is flipped in my brain. Rage like I've never known floods strength throughout my body. Tearing my mouth off his throat, I bite down on the spot, digging my teeth in as deep as I can before wrenching my head to the side. A horrible cry echoes around the room, piercing my eardrums, but I ignore it, spitting the hunk of scaled flesh out of my mouth. But it's not enough. Launching back to the gaping wound before it can heal, I shred it to fucking bits. It doesn't matter if Malcolm kills me anymore. The only thing that I care about is removing every trace of that fucking tattoo first, making sure that I sever every connection between us first. The air is knocked from my lungs as I'm slammed to the ground again with another sickening crunch that sends a new wave of agony through my shoulder blade. Claws slash down my stomach, my chest, my arms, and I return each swipe with one of my own. My vision goes blurry as my lungs refuse to expand, the air in them seeming to freeze. Avery's shrill cry is followed by me finally being able to suck down air again, and I don't let the opportunity go to waste. Surging up, I dig my claws into the back of Malcolm's neck, the same time I bite down hard on his throat. With a furious roar, I jerk my head to the side, a spray of blood showering my body before a heavy weight crashes down on my chest. Struggling out from beneath him, I rise on trembling legs, chest heaving. The limp form of the pale dragon doesn't give me any peace of mind, and I let instinct continue to dictate my actions. Stomping down on the section of spinal cord visible through his mangled throat until there's a brutal crack, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. For the longest time, I stand there, staring at the monster that's tormented me for years, waiting for him to get up, to rip me apart for trying to break him like he nearly broke me. But he doesn't twitch a muscle, sprawled out on the ground, and I finally send a few small sparks out to the plants strewn across the ground. They smoke before finally catching on fire, and still, I wait until the flames leap over to his body, searching for any reaction, and finding none. It's the confirmation I needed to assure myself that he's really dead, and I can finally force myself to walk away. But it's not me calling the shots. My body seems to move of its own volition, sending a new wave of nausea to assault my already overwhelmed system as my broken wing struggles to haul my body into the air. As the smoke grows thick enough to burn my eyes, I crash through the glass ceiling, leaving my own personal hell behind again, but this time for good.
Chapter 7. Raiden. We'll find your wife, Mr. Garrison. You should head home to wait in case he calls with a ransom. One of the police officers rattles off, the 15th rendition of this speech that I've endured today alone. I don't have a landline. If he calls, it'll be my cell phone. So my time is better spent following up on the tips that you dismiss unless they have evidence to back up the claim, and blame it on not enough manpower for a wild goose chase. I have no illusions here. I know the statistics. She's been gone a week, and you've already decided that we'll only find her body, have thrown her case to the bottom of the pile. She may not be your priority, officer, but she's mine. You do well to remember that you never really know who your enemies are until after they've shown their hand. The chair makes an ear-splitting screech across the tile as I shove to my feet, giving the humans my back. "Is that a threat?" he growls, putting a hand on the butt of his gun. I don't have the patience left for threats. Moving faster than he can blink, I grip both of their holsters, reducing their guns to useless hunks of melted metal. My brothers and I will slaughter anyone that stands between us and Amara's safe return. You want it to stop? Then find my wife. Ignoring their stammering protests, I storm out of yet another police precinct. I'm not expecting any of them to actually capture Malcolm, but the more people we have actively searching for signs of him, the better. The vast majority of shifters in this region have swallowed that madman's drivel and are a waste of my time to kill. But risking everything by utilizing humans in our quest is something I doubt even Malcolm will anticipate. Our kind has a hard rule about staying off the humans' radar. They're so used to living in the shadows. The thought of plastering themselves all over social media is akin to suicide. But couple a good sob story with a $10 million reward for information leading to reclusive billionaire Raiden Garrison's wife's safe return, and another 10 for her abductor dead or alive, the story has swiftly gone viral, and people are coming out of the woodwork for a modern-day dragon hunt. It's absolutely going to blow up in my face, but I'll happily step down from my position and focus solely on fortifying Kalita, leaving the rest of the country to implode in on itself, if it means having Amara by my side again. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I have it to my ear before the end of the first ring. "Speak." Without any of her usual snark, my sister cuts straight to the point. "Every reported grid going down recently, no matter how short a span, has been verified as legitimate reasons. Cars crashing into transformers or scheduled rolling blackouts, so that's been a bust. But I've assigned someone to monitor for any changes." She blows out a weary breath. "Leading through the metric fuck-ton of tips being called in, we've noticed a trend of claims spotting him around Kearston. Figured since it's only 60 miles from your current location, it's worth checking out until we get a more solid lead to go on." Before she's finished, I'm already in motion, jogging to my car down the street. With all of the extra eyes on me, the occasional opportunity to fly has been eradicated nearly completely. "Thanks, Rena." A heartbeat of silence follows before she adds, "Amara survived him before, and she'll do it again. We'll find her, Brolosiraptor." I have to swallow before I can muster a reply, barely getting the words out as my voice cracks. "Tell me again." The smoke alarm goes off across the line alongside the muffled curses of whoever's trapped with her in the command center. Raising her voice to be heard over the piercing shriek, she declares with absolute conviction, "Amara loves the three of you too much to be the reason you die. She'll stay alive, if only to spite the pathetic douchebag. So when you find her, which you will, you better praise the fuck out of that mate of yours until she comes on the spot, or so help me, brother, I will kick your ass." A flash of scales in the corner of my eye has me stumbling to an abrupt halt, ending the call without another word and whirling around. Through the electronics store window front, an array of TVs are set on various news channels, but they're all showing variations of the same video clips. 2 dragons, one black, one mottled gray, soaring above the trees, over a lake, campers recording from their phones. But it's the sudden flash of gold that brings me to my knees. One news station has beaten the rest to the story of the century, broadcasting live from the base of a cliff as a golden dragon streaked in blood collapses just beyond the ledge, the camera frame shaking from the impact. I feel that reverberation in my soul, an aching chasm that pulses painfully upon seeing my mate not only alive, but shifted for the first time. Alone. Hurting. Needs me. The streaks of blood marring her golden scales take over my vision, until all I can see is a red haze. For a few seconds that seem to last an eternity, the only thing I can hear is my heartbeat thudding heavily in my ears, blocking out the sounds of the city surrounding me. And then something snaps. My ironclad control over my other half is ripped away from me, as his murderous instincts flare to life with a vengeance, clawing his way out with single-minded focus. Every muscle burns as he surges forth, right in the middle of the crowded sidewalk. Smoke curls from my nostrils as my body shifts and contorts, dark red scales covering my skin like armor, wings bursting from my shoulder blades with an audible snap. I'm vaguely aware of my actions, but I have no control over them. Don't bother trying to rein myself in anymore. I cease to exist, reduced to little more than primal instinct. The world is white noise, its problems insignificant and created by people that don't matter. Nothing matters but her. Screams surround me as part of the wall of the electronics store collapses beneath my clawed hand as I haul myself higher. Glass rains down from the shattered window front, sparks crackling from a TV that was knocked loose, dangling from a straining power cord. Beneath me, panicked humans scream and scatter without rhyme or reason, crashing into each other in their haste to escape. A chunk of the roof breaks off as I use the edge to launch into the skies, and by the time it explodes against the sidewalk, I'm long gone. When Amara left, she took all of the air in my lungs with her. I haven't been able to breathe since she's been gone, but with every mile between us that disappears, the crushing weight of my chest eases, if only slightly. I don't give them any warning, gliding in from behind on silent wings. Only when my shadow engulfs the gathering crowd do they turn away from gawking at the cliff above, screaming and scrambling under the cover of the trees. Inhaling my first full breath in days, I embrace the fury burning low in my gut and exhale a steady stream of fire at the base of the cliff. After one pass, I carve out another, widening the wall of flames to keep the gawking humans at bay, and use the thick smoke to hide her from prying eyes. Their screams are lost on the wind as I break through the smoke to land on the cliff. A momentary surge of panic rips a snarl from my chest, head whipping to the side in search of her. But a small, familiar cry pulls my attention 50 feet away, where Avery's flitting worriedly above a rocky outcropping. Rushing over, I round the pile of rubble, my newfound oxygen burn from my lungs as I find a lithe, golden dragon lying in the dirt. She's more blood than dragon at this point, and completely still. A distressed rumble builds in my throat that has her eyes snapping open, and I thank every god that will listen as I close the distance between us. Her head whips up suddenly, teeth bared, and a feral warning vibrating the pebbles surrounding my feet. Pausing in my tracks, all of the rage driving my instincts up to now goes out like a doused flame, and I shift back in an instant. Easy, beautiful. It's only me. But it's like she doesn't even recognize me, growling another warning. The fine hairs on my arm stand on end as the air builds with a subtle, static charge, like the calm before the storm. Shh, it's all right, Dragonfly. I'm not going to hurt you. You know me, remember? Raiden. A bolt of lightning strikes the ground a foot away from me, the heat of it scalding even to me. Rubbing a hand over my twinging leg, I look back at her in surprise, only to find her narrowed glare staring right back at me with a hard gleam in her golden eyes, yet she still hasn't gotten to her feet. It's not that she doesn't recognize me, I realize desolately. She does, but her dragon is in the driver's seat, and she's pissed. Why wouldn't she be? Her mates didn't protect her. She saved Amara. I know, Mahushla. I hate myself too, and you can eviscerate me later. But right now, I need to see where you're hurt, so I can help you, all right? Waiting until she lowers her head, I slowly close the distance between us, despite every instinct raging against me to scoop her up and make a beeline for the nearest hospital. Turning to Avery, I bark, "Find Stone and Kodiak. Bring them here." She hesitates, and it's yet another blow to the gut. A second look reveals an abundance of blood on her speckled feathers, most of the white obscured. By how steadily she's flying, though, I assume it's Amara's. Whatever the two of them went through at that madman's hands, it shifted Avery's loyalties over to my mate. It's only when Amara releases a shuddering breath and winces that Avery takes off like the bats of hell are nipping at her heels. As she fades into a small speck in the distance, I stroke a hand down the side of Amara's neck, pausing at every bloody gouge, gently tracing beside them and committing each to memory. Every wound she endured that's completely our fault for failing to protect her. I'm so sorry, Angel. Smoothing a hand down her side in a slow inspection, I pause at the sudden warmth. My palm comes away wet with fresh blood, and I growl involuntarily. A sharp pain makes me wrench my hand away, blue static dancing across her golden scales, flakes of dried blood chipping off and falling around us like morbid dust. Can you stand up so I can see your stomach, gorgeous? You're still bleeding pretty badly, and I need to see what's going on to fix it. A low warning sound rumbles throughout her chest, but she reluctantly gets her feet under her after a few attempts, pushing upright on trembling legs. The ground was clearly putting pressure on the wound, since a new rush of blood streams out steadily, adding to the pool she was concealing beneath her. Panic flares in my chest as I duck my head and slip beneath her. If I can't get it to stop before Avery returns with Sloane, whether it makes her hate me or not, I'm going to have to shift and physically drag her to the nearest hospital and threaten a doctor to stitch her up. The pressure as she was laying down should have been enough to give her healing a chance to kick in. I murmured to myself, gently running my fingers over her scales to wade through the blood and assess how severe the wound actually is. Unless she doesn't have accelerated healing anymore. Moving my efforts lower, I run my palms across the larger, smooth scales of her stomach, relying on touch since visibility is damn near zero in her shadow, and with blood still pouring out everywhere. It's tiny, but there's a small bump, and when I stroke my thumb across it again, she doesn't make any indication that it hurts her. Wiping away as much of the blood and dirt as I can, I trace the outline of the gem stone gifted her, the scales forming around it and overlapping the metal pierced through her belly button to hold it in place. My relief is short-lived as she redistributes her weight on trembling legs, sending another flood of fresh blood slithering down her body and into the growing puddle beneath her. The ground is too hard to absorb it quickly, nearly swallowing my feet up to my ankles as I return to the wound, one theory knocked off the list. If she still has the stone helping amplify her abilities, then it's either the wound is so severe that even advanced healing can't keep up, or there's something preventing it from closing. This is going to hurt, love, but I promise to be quick. Preparing to be crushed or electrocuted at any second, I find the edge of the gash, slip a finger inside, and run the length of it as swiftly and gently as possible. A God's awful sound assaults my eardrums, and she dips a few inches as her legs threaten to give out, but she keeps herself from crushing me. My momentum grinds to a halt as I bump into something hard, and I blow out a heavy breath of relief. At the same time, I'm sick to my stomach over causing her any more pain, but there's really no option. I'll take her rage as my penance, so long as she's alive to hate me. Bracing one hand against her stomach, I force my thumb in next. Once I have the object carefully pinched between my fingers, I close my eyes to concentrate, extending my claws. It's too slippery to expect any form of grip, and I want this over with as swiftly and painlessly as possible. With a little effort, I manage to embed the tips of my talons into it and pull it out as carefully as possible, keeping up a steady stream of nonsensical praise all the while. A small eternity later, I've extracted it and slide out from beneath her. She collapses heavily to the ground, chest heaving, and I stroke the side of her neck, turning my bloodied hand in the light to inspect the object pinched between my fingers. That motherfucking... I bite my tongue as she releases a weak snarl, squeezing my eyes shut and taking a few deep breaths before glaring down at my hand. That son of a bitch tried to tear her apart, slashed her so deep that one of his talons broke off in her stomach. Tossing it into the dirt where it belongs and spitting on it, I stroke a hand down her side and carry on my thorough inspection, cataloging her injuries. You brilliant, badass, amazing mate of mine. I'm so fucking proud of you for fighting your way free, but so goddamn sorry you had to. You never should have been in that position to begin with, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it up to you. Her distressed whine has me pausing, but her head is turned away from me, so I can't get a good read on what's upsetting her. Pain or my words. When I run a hand over her wing, she jerks away with a pained cry, and I grind my teeth. She flew with a broken fucking wing to escape him. We don't deserve to call ourselves her mates. Shift back, I whisper, pleading. It'll hurt like a bitch for a few seconds, but the bones will reposition themselves correctly when you draw your wings in. She snarls, twisting away from me to keep her damaged wing out of my reach. Humming a soothing sound, I continue my steady strokes over her side higher up, brushing away more dried flecks of old blood. Chest heaving with labored breaths, she rests her head on her front legs. Even if she refuses to give Amara the reins back, she's far less hostile now that the brutal wound on her stomach is beginning to heal. While I fear the wrath of my mate more than the dragon in front of me, I'll welcome any rage either throw my way gratefully, just thrilled to have Amara back in my arms. If you don't shift back, how will you tell me where that coward is hiding, so I can melt the flesh from his bones? A low growl reverberates through her entire body and into mine. She swings her head around to catch my eye. Exaggeratingly slowly, she lifts a bloody claw to her mouth, licking it clean and purring in approval. Surprise skitters throughout my system, talons extending and retracting just as swiftly. You killed him? Are you sure? She snorts a dismissive sound, closing her eyes and settling down again, effectively telling me to fuck off, because she's already done all of the dirty work that we should have dealt with. Crouching in front of her, I cup her jaw, pressing my forehead to her scales. Don't give up on me, Solis Morel. I'll spend the rest of my days earning your forgiveness, but I can't lose you again. The ear-splitting roar of the rest of our legion settles something deep in my bones with a sense of peace I've never felt until now. I nuzzle my cheek against her. None of us could survive it.
Chapter 8. Amara. It's sweltering, but the press of heated bodies caging me in is more comforting than stifling. Every side guarded, no fears of anyone catching me unaware. After a week of living in a constant state of anxiety, scared to close my eyes for more than a few minutes at a time, I've finally been able to sleep. Now I'm afraid to open my eyes. Why would I want to wake up when I've only ever been safe in my dreams? Tiny, sharp talons dig into my shoulder, and as I squirm, my nest of bodies turn rigid. But Avery's presence gives me the courage to tentatively face reality. Heart in my throat, I slowly breathe a sigh of relief at the sight of 3 dragons on high alert, scanning the open skies with deadly focus to see what made me react. Stone's closest to my face, so I nudge him with the side of my massive skull, struggling to pull off even that much reassurance. My dragon is in the driver's seat, and while I'm relieved as fuck, she's not really feeling team fated mates right now. If it wasn't for the broken wing, I'm not sure she even would have let them get close enough to surround us so we could sleep. Content that I'm not fidgeting in response to a threat, Stone shifts back, resting his forehead against the side of my jaw. Amara, he breathes, leaning in to stroke my neck like he has no plans to ever stop touching me again, assuring himself I'm real. His fingers tighten, the scratch of his nails along my scales accompanied by his dark promise. Mustor, you can't leave me again. Ever. The world won't survive it. Raiden remains on high alert, curling his body defensively around mine and glaring out at the world. Kodiak shifts back next, his tortured expression downright heartbreaking. I should have listened to my gut instead of leaving a tray outside your door. If I'd insisted you eat something, we'd have realized sooner and... My dragon flicks her forked tongue over his face, cutting off his apology with a lick to shut him up, begrudgingly offering as much comfort as she's able to muster. Kodiak radiates golden retriever energy, loyal to a fault, genuine love and devotion, and wears his heart on his sleeve. Despite how irritable my dragon is, even she's not so much of a monster that she'd kick a puppy. A part of me wants to shift back, if only to explain that I don't blame them for me getting kidnapped. They did everything right, and I trusted the security of the castle too. I should be overjoyed that we're reunited, that Malcolm's finally dead, and I finally have the power to protect myself. But I'm just not. Even exhausted and sore, I can feel electricity thrumming through my veins, sense it as a quiet, constant undercurrent in the world around me. It didn't happen when I shifted, though. It happened after I tore out Malcolm's tattoo. They knew what he was doing, or suspected at least. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been trying to remove my tattoo. But even when I called them out on talking about me behind my back, they didn't tell me. It's one hell of a betrayal that's overshadowing every victory I should be celebrating right now. The last 7 days were emotionally and physically draining. My mind is a riot of conflicting emotions, and I'm just not ready to deal with the fallout of a confrontation over it on top of everything else yet. Amara? Stone asks softly, waiting until I glance his way to continue. The longer you wait to shift back, the more it's going to hurt. The bones will have set in your wing by now and need to be rebroken. As if he can read my mind, he offers a sad, knowing smile. It only feels like she has more control because she's driven to protect you. She'll feed off of your volatile emotions and respond accordingly. So if you want to shift, you can't just tell yourself you're safe with us. You have to actually believe it. Raiden's discontented growl rattles the pebbles around us, sending rocks skittering. Cody rakes a hand through his disheveled hair, pacing. How the fuck is she ever going to feel safe when we let her get kidnapped from our home while we were right in the other damn room? My dragon bares her teeth, letting her condemnation at that fact ring clear, and it kills me that they assume it's me feeling that way. Our lives are a fucking mess, but I've learned the hard way that running from my problems only delays the inevitable. My stomach audibly growls, and I swear the 3 of them are about to rock, paper, scissors for the honor of who gets to suck up to the angry dragon by feeding her. Raiden beats the others to the punch, but rather than immediately taking to the skies, he swoops down to the forest at the base of the cliff. Before I have time to wonder, faint screams are drowned out by the roaring stream of fire as he sends the humans that had regathered, hoping to catch a glimpse of us, scattering. My heart hurts for the line of trees being sacrificed to become a wall of flame, keeping the 3 of us a little safer before Raiden is comfortable leaving to hunt down food. Catch 22, because it's also guaranteed to draw out the fire department. While I enjoy staring at firefighters as much as the next person, I don't think having a dragon watching them work will inspire them to strip off their shirts. All it's going to do is draw in a bigger crowd, and in turn, more news crews, while 2 of my mates are strutting around naked up here. Getting to my feet, Cody and Stone both do a sweep of the cliff again. Carefully stretching my wings, I wince, biting back a pained sound. Flying here, I had adrenaline on my side. Now I feel every lance of pain from the tiny bones that didn't set right, but gods know I've endured worse. "What's wrong, Firefly?" Cody demands, one hand resting on my front leg as he scans the horizon. There's no real way to communicate that I don't want to have a conversation before washing away every memory of Malcolm's hands from my skin, and no way to leave without them freaking out that I'm leaving them. So I do the only logical thing I can think of. I take both men in my fists and jump. Ignoring their confused shouts, I use the smoke as coverage and glide to the left for as long as possible before taking to the skies, Avery following right on my heels. Hopefully it will throw off any remaining humans below enough. They won't have time to record anything, even if I'm under no illusion that we're anything other than totally fucked at this point. Revealing the existence of shifters to humans we don't plan to take as mates is the one golden rule that our society agrees upon, and threats to that secret are met with swift elimination by other shifters in the area. But the cat's out of the bag, so I may as well take advantage of not having to climb down that cliff butt-ass naked with the news cameras rolling. Once we're a short distance away, I call out to Raiden, the ear-splitting sound echoing across the forest and sending it into ominous silence as every creature dives for cover. Here's to hoping he understands it wasn't a cry for help, and just letting him know my position so he doesn't get back and go on a rampage when we aren't there. Each beat of my wings is another slice of agony, burning down the shoulder blade attached to my fucked-up wing, but Stone and Kodiak's death grips on my claws makes it easier to compartmentalize the pain. Crashing is one thing if it were only me, but having other people's lives in the palm of my hands has always been my best motivator, literally and figuratively. The sound of rushing water guides my way, and before long there is a split in the trees where a wide river cuts through the forest. Dipping lower, I follow the water for a few seconds until we reach the small waterfall, gliding to the pool beneath. Circling in my descent, when we're low enough I'm sure they won't burst open like human piñatas upon impact, I let go. Kodiak and Stone plummet into the water, their shouts swallowed up by the roaring waterfall. Folding my wings in with a sharp hiss, I dive beneath the surface a short distance away, the sudden silence deafening. The water is calmer here, the current easy enough to brace against without being swept away. Burying my head in the sand never worked, but the view from beneath the waves is prettier anyway. My screaming lungs overshadow the pain of drawing my broken wing back into my body, the caress of water a seductive whisper tempting me to stay in this peaceful bubble forever. But I'm starting to realize that I don't want the soft comforts of peace. I want to live, even with every bit of pain it demands in payment for the occasional moment of happiness. I've paid the price for at least 3 happy endings by now, but even if it's not enough, a life with them is one that's worth fighting for. By the time I've scrubbed off every trace of dried blood and the feeling of Malcolm's hand on the nape of my neck, my chest feels like it's going to explode. Kicking off the bottom of the river to launch upward, I break through the surface and suck down deep, gasping breaths, my lungs burning from the shock to my system. A split second later, I'm yanked against a hard chest, patches of obsidian scales cropping up randomly on Kodiak's skin. Fingers splayed across my rib cage, he holds me away from him as he scans me for injury, going so far as to lift me in the air like it's nothing, despite him treading water. Each new scar he discovers has his eyes darkening, and after a small eternity, gently lowers me into the water again. "One day You're going to give me an actual heart attack. I just know it. A splash has me looking over my shoulder, finding Stone coming up for air and swiping water from his face. Catching sight of us, he releases a flurry of either foreign curses or thanks, swimming quickly to close the distance. Pressed against my back, he pins me firmly between the two of them, one hand on my hip and the other around my throat, tilting my head back to face him. I'm getting dangerously close to doing something extremely stupid, he warns, crashing his lips against mine in a brutal kiss. Taking mercy on him, I breathlessly tease, "Let me guess. Dr. Frankenstein was really what inspired you to go to medical school, and you're going to stitch the two of us together so you always know where I am?" His soft snort of amusement takes most of his anger with it, kissing me breathless to dispel the rest. "You always see right through me, don't you?" Wrapping my legs around Cody's waist, I let myself enjoy the brief reprieve that we all know can't last. The sexually repressed doctor that cares about everyone but himself? You say that like it's not glaringly obvious to everyone else around you. With a teasing growl, he nips at my lip hard enough to draw blood. Flicking his tongue across it, he grinds against my ass. Not one to be left out, Cody slides a hand up my thigh, gripping my other hip. "No, he says it like a man that needs his mate in order to stay sane. We both do. Gods, Amara." With a rough swallow, he softly admits, "The only thing that kept me going was knowing that you had to be alive, but imagining what you were suffering through because I failed and couldn't find you in time to save you from him." Warm breath feathers across my face with his shaky exhale. "Those thoughts are going to haunt me until the day I die." Palming the back of my head, he kisses me hard and fast. "Put us out of our misery, please." Indigo eyes darkening, pupils flickering to vertical slits in back, he croaks, "What did he do to you, Firefly?" I'm saved from answering by a jarring thud, metal groaning on the grassy shore as Raiden drops a street food truck, shifting in a fluid motion before his feet touch the ground. My stomach lets out another audible growl, and Cody swings me around to his back, swimming us to shore. Raiden's there in an instant, helping me out of the water as the other two haul themselves up the bank behind me. Just a girl and her 3 inhuman boyfriends, wet and naked in the woods with a stolen taco truck. It's either the start of a bad joke or a fantastic evening. Raiden narrows his eyes, studying my face closely. "You left." Bracing myself on his shoulders, I rise on my toes, pressing a soft kiss to his stubbled jaw. "Only because I knew you'd find me." A shudder racks his body, and I take the opportunity to slip away and into the commandeered food truck. It takes a bit of trial and error, but eventually I get a lay of the land and fire up the grill and pull out supplies. The guys mill around awkwardly outside, wanting to take over and take care of me, but are smart enough to accept that wouldn't go well right now. My dragon made it clear they're in the doghouse as far as she's concerned, and while I don't exactly feel the same, I can't write off Stone's advice. She feeds off of my volatile emotions. I've always considered the two of us separate entities, and that was probably a big contributing factor to my shifting problem, energy issues aside. The only way I can move forward is if I stop holding myself back. Their baser instincts are riding them as hard as mine are, scared and angry, wanting me back where they consider it safe, and refusing to take their eyes off of me again is to be expected. A week ago, I'd swear they'd never drug my food just to drag me back to their castle where they could keep me safe, under lock and key, but there's a tiny part of me that isn't quite so sure anymore. People do stupid things when they're scared, and justify their actions on the greater good. I'm not willing to put any of us in a position where we have to discover how far they're willing to go when emotions are running high. As such, I'm the only one handling my food for the foreseeable future. Stealing a metal prep bin, I stuff several tacos inside and exit the truck. Blades of grass poke uncomfortably into my feet, then ass, as I slide to the ground and rest my back against a nearby tree, stuffing my face without remorse. I've spent 9 years in a constant state of barely sated hunger, but my time living with the guys spoiled me to the luxury of frequent, steady meals, and this past week has left me more ravenous than I remember being in years. Here you go, pretty girl. Setting an unseasoned one on the grass for Avery, I watch her dive bomb from the branches above to devour it. Eating until I'm straddling the line of making myself sick, I finally set my makeshift bowl aside, resting my head against the rough bark. Even under the shade, the afternoon heat soaks into my skin. As amazing as it feels, it's a stark reminder that I'm completely naked while there are people scouring the wilderness for signs of dragons. If I'm going to flash my tits on camera, I damn well better be getting paid. Drawing my knees up to my chest and wrapping my arms around my legs, my gaze bounces between the guys sitting around me in a semicircle. For once, Cody isn't fidgeting with restless energy. He's eerily calm, full attention on either me or the forest around us. Mentally bracing myself, I rip off the proverbial bandage. "He didn't touch me like that," I whisper, not meeting any of their eyes, but knowing they need that assurance first and foremost. "I played into his delusions that you were keeping me hostage, convinced him to let me keep Avery as a housewarming gift instead of mailing Raiden her mangled corpse as a victory taunt, and he forced me to stab the guy that put me in the hospital to death. He saw my mate mark and spazzed the fuck out. We fought, and I killed him. Then I set the psychotic son of a bitch on fire to make sure he stayed dead." Their agitation is palpable on the air. Relieved that he didn't rape or torture me like I'm sure they'd been imagining, thrilled that I'm finally free of Malcolm, but furious all the same because they saw the state I was in after he tried to kill me. Finally, Raiden breaks the tension. "I'm so damn proud of you for saving not only yourself, but Avery too." He swallows. "You shouldn't have had to, though, and I'll never forgive myself for letting it happen." Weighing my words carefully, I slowly state, "A wise man once told me that it wasn't meeting a legion of dragons that started me down a dark path. It only ensured I no longer had to walk it alone." Raiden's gaze softens at the reminder, but I brace myself for it to shatter, sucking in a deep breath. "Which is why we need to get back to Kalita. I'm getting my mate mark removed."
Chapter 9. Stone. I'm getting my mate mark removed. My ears are ringing, dizziness assaulting me as the world spins on its axis. "No." "What do you mean, no?" Amara raises an eyebrow. A growl rips from my throat. "You're mine." Tree root biting into my knee as I kneel, bark scrapes my palm as I cage her in. "Ours. You can't just remove mate marks, even if you wanted to. It's not possible." Tilting her chin up to face me head on, She narrows her eyes. Like it's not possible for Malcolm to siphon energy from me via that old tattoo you guys were thinking I should remove in case the ink was tainted or something? Hope steals the breath from my lungs. Does that mean now that he's dead? Shit! Falling back on my ass, I rub my sternum, the skin tingling and sore from her zapping me. So you did know. Rising to her feet, she storms away, shaking out her hand. You should have been honest about your theory when you first came up with it. If we'd had a day or two before the auction, I could have gotten it removed before I was kidnapped, and might have actually stood a chance of frying Malcolm before we ever left the castle. Raiden scrubs a hand down his face. You're right. For what it's worth, Cody wanted to. I was the one that put my foot down that we shouldn't worry you over a horrific theory until we had any facts to back it up, and a way to safely remove it without you mutilating yourself to carve out the ink. One arm covering her breasts and eyes closed, she tilts her face to the heavens in search of patience. Sunlight dances across her golden skin, the pearlescent scars littering her entire body more prominent than ever in the bright light. And my stomach twists as I'm forced to face how much torment Amara's endured in her short life. Kodiak audibly swallows. We broke our promise to keep you safe. That's why you want to remove our mate mark? So you can leave us? No strings attached? With a heavy sigh, she deflates, giving him her full attention. Stop putting words in my mouth. I never said I was leaving. I'm saying matching ink clearly causes nothing but problems for dragons. If I remove it, I'm not your Achilles heel anymore. Sure, I have a few new party tricks up my sleeve, but I'm nowhere near the level of you three that have fought in actual wars. All I'm trying to do is remove the target from my back. Cody looks at our mate like she's got a few screws loose. Palming both of her cheeks, he holds her gaze hostage. You sweet, sexy, infuriatingly oblivious woman. You're the heart of our legion. People will always know the way to hurt us is through you, mark or no mark. How can our hearts keep beating if you aren't here to give them a reason to? He rests his forehead against hers. Death may steal you from me for a moment, Malcree, but I will always come for you, no matter if it's in this world or the next. Wearing my mark on your skin just shaves a few minutes off the trip. Voice rough, she whispers, I barely survived, Malcolm, and now half the country will be targeting us. Just like you can't live without me, I can't handle living in a constant state of anxiety anymore, always afraid that I'll fuck up by not being careful enough or strong enough, and it'll be you three that pay the price. Turning to me, she steels her spine. Heck, you had a panic attack when you found out you were Mark II. Tell them. Removing it is for the best. A myriad of emotions slam through me, one furious thought after another, but not a single one tempts me to return to my depressing state of existence before Amara sparked life into my soul. I'm not in the business of lying to the people I love. Palming the back of her head, I lace my fingers through her wild chestnut hair. But I will make you a deal. My gaze dips to her bobbing throat as she swallows, and I force my attention back to her golden eyes as she rasps. So you can cheat? What's the point in that? I'll always fight dirty when it comes to you, Amara, and I won't feel a hint of remorse over it either. You're worth doing whatever it takes to win. She softened slightly in my grasp. What kind of deal? Give us until we get to Kalita to change your mind. If by the time we get there you still want to remove your mate mark, we'll have ours removed as well. I ignore Raiden and Kodiak's outraged shouts, because they should know me far better by now. I agreed to getting our marks removed. I said nothing about putting them all right back where they belong a split second later. She hums in contemplation, studying my face with suspicion. And if you change my mind before then you'll be giving us the greatest gift, faith. She scoffs. Blind faith isn't a gift. It's expecting someone else to fix your problems for you, and to shoulder the blame if things don't turn out the way you'd hoped. I disagree. Faith is a sign that you see what's in someone's heart, and choose to believe in their intentions, even when a situation inspires doubt. So believe in us, Amara, even when the rest of the world doesn't. Believe that everything will work out in the end, because we're too damn stubborn to give up. Clearing her throat, she looks anywhere but at me as she asks, So who's going to draw the short straw to try and sway my opinion on the way? I'm not really up for trying to shift again yet, but one of you can carry me back, right? I wrap an arm around her lower back and pull her tighter against me. You're right. One of us will carry you home. As she squeaks out her protest, I haul her up, forcing her to wrap her legs around my waist. But we're walking.
Chapter 10. Amara. Walk? That'll take weeks. That's the plan. Stone doesn't miss a beat, one hand under my ass, and the other lightly stroking my spine. A frustrated growl slips out, deeper and more animalistic than I anticipated, and startling me as much as him. Shaking it off, I argue, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people that want to kill us. Traipsing naked through the woods without any supplies for weeks on end when we can literally fly home is stupid, unnecessarily, incredibly stupid. I glare at Raiden over Stone's shoulder. Back me up here, O mighty war general. A hint of guilt flashes across the traitor's smoky irises before Raiden suddenly finds the forest canopy extremely fascinating. Everyone will assume we'll head straight back to Kalita and try to cut us off before we make it, but we'll be banking on us making a beeline there. So taking the scenic route through allied areas is actually the safer option, letting us field the occasional attack instead of getting swarmed en masse. They'll be searching the skies for dragons, not expecting us to be right under their noses, because, as you so eloquently pointed out, that would be an incredibly stupid plan. Sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck, he finally meets my gaze. Besides, we never got to properly celebrate finding our mate. All of our plans and schedules have been blown to hell anyway, so we may as well take advantage of the rare opportunity of being completely free to do whatever we want. I blink several times, but nope, that's still Raiden workaholic Garrison staring back at me. A honeymoon in the middle of nowhere without so much as a pair of pants or a single cent between the four of us, while people are actively trying to kill us? A broad grin transforms his typically stoic face. Sounds perfect to me. You said you wanted a real life, Amara. If you haven't pissed off a few people, you're doing something wrong. It's late afternoon by the time we reach our destination, after hours of the guys taking Stone's agreement literally and playing hot potato, Mate edition, so I never had to walk. As much as I could pretend to be annoyed about it, frankly, I'm exhausted. One day wasn't nearly enough to make up for the week of sleep deprivation, and my body feels like it was caught in a rock slide. While I can feel the slight buzz of the electric current in the world around me, the thought of concentrating hard enough to coax it into doing my bidding gives me a splitting headache. I need to sleep for 3 days, eat my weight in ice cream, and sit in a hot tub long enough that I forget I even have muscles. Preferably at the same time. But there are too many people that want to kill us to let my guard down. I'm burning the candle at both ends, and it's all I can do to hope that I'll figure something out before there's nothing left of me to save. 2 massive trees flank a well-worn path leading into, hopefully, friendly territory, but Raiden appears completely confident. With as high-strung as they were a few hours ago, the fact that his shoulders are relaxed speaks volumes, and I find my own anxiety gradually ebbing. Seriously, I can walk, Cody. He arranges his hold to squish me tighter against his chest, and slides his hand over to cover as much of my ass as possible. All of the important bits are covered, but it leaves my back completely exposed. For once, I don't really care about the fact that a stranger is going to be taking in the scarred mess of my skin and making assumptions. I only care about the fact that I can't see what we're walking into, and unknown situations give me hives. "You're free to stroll in on your own 2 feet if you really want to, beautiful, but then we can't be held responsible for our actions," he counters, not even slightly winded as he hikes the steep incline with my added weight. "What do you mean?" Stone snorts. "Female shifters are not only extremely coveted, but you'd be walking into their territory naked, Amara. Even the sight of us at your back won't stop them from gawking in both appreciation and confusion. We're not going to stand by and watch them eye-fuck our mate." Raiden's gaze slowly slides down my side in a heated caress. "And don't think it's escaped our notice that your boredom has turned into arousal over the past half hour. If we can pick up on it, then the shifters here absolutely will be able to catch the scent. A fight isn't a hypothetical scenario if you walk into their territory naked and horny. It's a guarantee. But if you really insist..." He trails off with a shrug, like he couldn't care either way. Rolling my eyes, I rest my chin on Kodiak's shoulder and settle in. Yeah, I get it. Me and my bruised pride will meet your friends while clinging to Cody like a baby koala. And I accept zero responsibility. It's not my fault that my ride share's seats are made of dragon cocks. Bright side, though, the horrifying reminder that strangers can smell if I'm horny or not has successfully killed the mood. So that's one problem taken care of, at least. "Don't worry, Firefly. I've got your back. Literally." Cody, bless his heart, swivels on his heel once we reach an invisible boundary line so that we can both see anyone approaching while we wait to be invited in. Smiling into the side of his neck, I kiss him quickly before turning my head in time to see 2 shirtless men jogging our way, clad only in basketball shorts. They have to be blood brothers. Their features are so similar. Deeply tanned skin, black hair, and moss-green eyes. The only notable difference between them is that one appears to be in their late 20s and the other closer to 16. When they come to a stop in front of us, their nostrils flare. While they seem to be completely unperturbed by our nudity, whatever scent they picked up on does have their eyes widening. The younger one breaks into an excited grin, attention bouncing between the 4 of us. "You're those dragons everyone's going on about, aren't you? Fuck, Sends a chill down my spine just looking at you, and my fox is shriveled up with his tail between his legs. Never met a dragon before." His brother sends him a reproachful glare and sighs, but his face lights up as he decides to go for broke and ask, "Did you really roast an entire news crew for breakfast like they're saying? If you eat people anyway, can I throw a couple names your way?" I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing at them fanboying over the guys. Raiden takes point, his normal reservation abandoned as he extends a hand to the younger one with a smile. "Not used to guarding the borders, are you?" At his confusion, Raiden clarifies, "You don't want to give possible intruders anything they can work with to spin in their favor to get your guard down. Now I know I could pretend to be one of those dragons and bluff my way into your territory." His hackles rise, realizing his mistake and not knowing how to fix it. His brother doesn't appear to be in a rush to help either, watching him sweat so the lesson will hopefully stick. But Stone takes mercy on the poor kid, so we aren't stuck standing here forever. Stepping up to Raiden's side, Stone frees his wings, using one to shield me so that I'm stuck craning my neck to see anything. Holding up one hand, mottled gray scales creep up his arm, his nails extend into talons, and then he sheds both just as swiftly, dropping his arm to his side. His wings, though, he leaves out on full, impressive display. The sunlight trickles in through the leaves, alighting the abalone coloring that's as hypnotic as his eyes. Both of these guards seriously need some formal training, because their expressions give away every single one of their thoughts. Relief they didn't fuck up, and we're really dragons, then awe, but there's no hint of fear. Either they're idiots with no sense of self-preservation, or they have absolute faith in the alliance their leader established with Raiden and don't consider us a threat. They act like people that grew up safe and loved, never forced to experience how cruel the world can be in anything other than stories. My chest hurts, and I'm not sure if it's from envy or guilt that I'm the reason their peaceful life is about to come crashing down around them. "And of course we ate those humans," Cody announces with a perfectly straight face. "They wouldn't stop staring at our mate." They blanch, pointedly staring at the trees above our heads, and I smack Kodiak's shoulder. "Stop tormenting the poor boys. They're more impressed by you three than my ass. After all, how often do you really get to meet living legends?" Jolting out of his star-struck state, the younger one blushes and sends me a quick, grateful smile. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he bellows, "Yo, Dom! Report to the south gate! You're in trouble!" Muffling my laughter behind a hand and failing miserably, we wait several minutes before anyone appears. Thankfully, their pack leader has more common sense than his patrol and shows up with 4 men in tow. Not that it would really matter. One of my guys alone is a force to be reckoned with, let alone the 3 of them working together. The rest of the world is a threat, but my mates are a bigger one. I shake off the thought, straightening my spine. Anyone can be caught off guard. It doesn't matter how much combat experience the guys have under their belts. Malcolm proved that perfectly well, and he was only one man, albeit a demented one, yet he managed to not only hurt them with a car bomb, but stole me right out from under their noses. Raiden, Stone, and Kodiak are dangerous, but so is the rest of the world, and unlike them, it doesn't know the meaning of the word mercy. All traces of concern evaporate from Dom's face as he catches sight of Raiden. "Garrison!" Clasping hands, they do that guy hug, back smack thing. He takes in our naked state, swiftly cutting his gaze away from me and back to Raiden, raising an eyebrow. "When you called me a couple of weeks ago, I didn't realize things were already so dire." Raiden sighs. "Unfortunately, I need to borrow a phone, Dominic, and some pants." Dom barks out a laugh. "Of course. Come on. I'm sure Anita or Lissa will have something that'll fit your mate as well." Walking away, he waves for us to follow. A few minutes of awkward silence and building tension later, he sighs wearily and makes a shooing motion to the other men hovering around us. "I'll handle it so you idiots can get back to the lake." Not needing to be told twice, all 6 men hightail it out of here like their asses are on fire. Stone watches them run off with a curious tilt to his head. "No offense, but your guards are rather awful." Dominic scoffs. "Tell me something I don't know." Running a hand through his unruly mop of brown hair, his lips buzz with his exhale. "In all fairness, they're not usually this terrible. You 4 just have shit timing." "How so?" He pinches the bridge of his nose. "My daughter is selecting her mates tonight, so naturally these assholes have lost their damn minds in a final desperate attempt to catch her eye before the announcement." The rest of our walk is spent with him grumbling complaints under his breath, but there's no real heat behind them. More like a dad that doesn't want to think about what his daughter is going to be doing with her newly acquired harem and contemplating places to dispose of the bodies. Kodiak's silent laughter vibrates through my body, and I have to mentally recite the alphabet backwards to distract myself from the way my clit is bumping against his stomach with every step. A small eternity later, we follow Dominic's lead as he strides up the wooden steps to a large cabin, pushing open the door. "Anita, my love, are you busy? We've got company." Not 2 steps into the main living space, a telltale moan from down the hall has Dom sheepishly rubbing the back of his suddenly red neck. "Sorry, can't leave those 3 alone to save my soul. But hey." Glancing around the living room, he picks up random discarded clothing from where it was stripped off and cast aside. "Clothes." Snorting in amusement at his grinning face, I take the bundle he offers my way. "Thanks." He tips his head in acknowledgement. "Bathroom's first door on your left. While you get dressed, I'll get your men squared away, and we can get out of here before Anita can scratch exhibitionism off her fuck-it list." Waiting until his back is to me, I try to shimmy down, but Cody isn't having it. Walking straight into the bathroom with me, he checks that it's empty before finally setting me on my feet. When he makes no attempt to leave, though, I draw the line. "Oh, hell no. Out." "Little late to start acting shy around me now, Angel. I've already seen you naked." With a devilish smirk, he waggles his eyebrows suggestively. "And rearranged your guts." Rolling my eyes, I try to shove him out the door, but he refuses to budge. "Doesn't mean you have to watch me pee. If it makes you feel better, you can guard the door, but from the other side." With a melodramatic sigh, he finally relents and steps outside. "Scream my name if you need help getting dressed. Or just because you want to. I'm not picky." Not sure how this comes as a surprise, Cody, but you're the one I'd call to rip off my pants, not help me put them on. Now go find some for yourself, and quit distracting me. Over his shoulder, he gives me a cocky grin. "Can't blame a guy for trying." Shutting the door, I flip the lock, resting my forehead against the wood, and closing my eyes for a few seconds. My thoughts are a whirlwind, there and gone too quick for me to make sense of, just chaotic enough to be stressful. I killed the monster I've spent nearly a decade running from, not realizing how much harder things could be with him out of the picture, and I hate myself for feeling anything other than relief that he's finally dead. Hate that we live in a world where finding a mate is so rare that shifters have confused possession with love. Malcolm tormented me, but in his twisted mind, he thought he was helping me, protecting me. All he ever wanted was to be loved. And even if I don't forgive him for the hell he put me through, I get it, because I'm not really any better. I killed someone to protect Raiden, Stone, and Kodiak, and right or wrong, I would do it again without remorse. Love makes you do crazy things and breaks your moral compass. You can justify just about anything to protect the people you love. So how can I celebrate being free from Malcolm without feeling like a hypocrite? One step at a time. Clean up and dress. Then we can decide on our next move. Quickly relieving myself, I wash up and slap some toothpaste on my finger as a makeshift toothbrush. By the time I'm dressed in a pair of black leggings and a light blue t-shirt, I've slapped a Band-Aid on my emotions enough to keep the newly acquired trauma at bay for a while. Sticking my head under the tap to drink my fill, I snag a hair tie off the counter and pull my tangled mess into a ponytail. For the first time in months, I feel like the old me, but improved. I don't have to hide the mark just inside the hairline on my neck anymore. Everyone already knows it exists because of Stone's shirtless display showing off the massive version covering his side. I'm dressed to run, climb, or anything else I might need, my movements unrestricted. While I'm too exhausted to do anything about it now, surviving my first shift and having more access to my abilities is a massive confidence boost. Cool your jets. Cockiness gets you killed. Hell, there's a drug on the market now to render a shifter's abilities temporarily useless, and Everin refused to deal with Raiden exclusively. We're all fucked. It's just a matter of when and where. Lamenting the loss of my temporary reprieve, I take a deep breath and unlock the door, forcing myself to face reality again. Stone has an arm banded around my waist before I've even fully stepped across the threshold, and something settles contentedly in my chest that I refuse to look too deeply into right now. They feel like home, but every home I've ever had has left me with new scars to add to my impressive tally. Are you all right? Stone studies my face carefully, not judging, and not even suspiciously, more like he truly cares about the answer. With a rough swallow, I quietly admit, no. Taking a deep breath and falling into step beside him as he leads me outside, I exhale heavily. But I will be. Of course you will. His fingers dig into my side as he opens the door, guiding me onto the porch. Because you don't break, Amara. Every blow you suffer only serves to make you stronger, and the day you truly realize that... Kodiak is waiting at the bottom of the steps, wasting no time stealing me away from his brother and capturing my lips in a quick, brutal kiss. The day you accept that is the day the rest of the world will bow at your feet. You're easy to love, Amara. Stone hums low in his throat. It's why you find yourself in so much trouble. The damned can't help but be drawn to the light, because we all want something to burn in our cold, dark souls. Raiden's conversation drifts to us as he rounds the cabin before I have to figure out a response, pacing the perimeter while on the phone. Karina's speaking so loudly, I don't even have to try to eavesdrop. Are going apeshit over the new age of dragons, you reckless fucking idiot. It doesn't matter how long it takes for word to get out that Malcolm is dead. You guys slaughtered enough of his supporters that they're out for blood. The phone calls and emails are pouring in about you three being hypocrites, breaking the one law you actually decreed when you took over. Raiden looks at me for a heavy beat before saying, "Don't wait for us. Enact emergency lockdown procedures." She hisses in a sharp breath. What about anyone trying to make it here for sanctuary before things get worse? Eyes closed, Raiden releases a shuddering exhale. Full defense protocol, Karina. Too many people would force their mates to act as a Trojan horse, and we can't risk the people we've already vowed to protect. He rubs his temple. And when you decide to be a bleeding heart and find a loophole to ignore the order, put them in the dungeon. We'll vet them after things settle down and go from there. But I especially don't want the safety of the transition center compromised when they're our most vulnerable residents. He wraps an arm around my waist when I get within reach, tugging me away from Stone and into his side. Avery is on her way to you for the red emergency bag. She can't get into the castle right now, so do me a favor and go get the silver briefcase out of my room. Load a few of the darts and one of the guns into the bag, and keep the rest for yourself. Why can't she get into the castle? What do the darts do? She demands in rapid succession, but the sound of a door closing and wind crackling over her side of the call gives me faith she's already en route to take care of it. Malcolm stole her anklet. It's how he got in to grab Amara. Raiden growls, wisps of smoke curling from his nostrils with his next exhale. And the darts are Evren's invention. It's not safe for me to speak it aloud right now, but only use them as a last resort, and on shifters that are especially difficult to subdue. Karina has a lengthy pause before she sighs in defeat. Understood. I'll take care of everything on the home front for now. But what's going on that you can't be here? Do you need me to send some of Kodiak's men as an escort? Raiden's fingers tighten on my hip. No, we'll be home eventually, but until then, stay safe, little sister. Without waiting for a reply, he ends the call and tosses the phone back to Dominic, waiting nearby. My heart skips a beat. But what about everyone in Kalita that's counting on you to protect them? People will be flocking to attack the city now more than ever. They have Karina and a massive security team, as well as their own abilities. I'm exactly where I should be, Mahoshla. Dominic gives the four of us a contemplative look, but says nothing, simply gestures for us to follow as he strides away. Kodiak claps Raiden on the back. You made the right call, boss man. They're in good hands. Raiden kisses the top of my head and starts walking. Oh, of that I have no doubt. Emergency protocols have been updated since you two last looked over the plans. Stone laces his fingers through mine. Oh? Raiden actually laughs, the smile reaching his eyes and looking more carefree than I knew he was capable of. We got an earth dragon in several years ago that refuses to shift. It's been driving Karina crazy trying to figure out what he is. He reluctantly agreed that if a lockdown was ever necessary, he'd not only handle the landslides to block off the roads so we can save our explosives, but he'd work with Karina to create a moat of lava as an additional barrier. Honestly, as long as a mole doesn't betray us to destroy the city from within, the only things they'll need to worry about are aerial attacks or winged shifters trying to sneak in. They'll be fine. I stumble, but Raiden doesn't even miss a step, his arm around me, an iron band keeping me upright. Bastion? Why didn't you tell me? He shoots me a wink. Wasn't my secret to tell, But the cat will be out of the bag as soon as she starts the lockdown procedure anyway, so no reason I can't share now. Cody barks out a laugh. Karina's going to be so pissed. I wish I could be there to see her face. His laughter is contagious, and I can't help but grin. Nah, as soon as she finds out she gets to play with lava, all will be forgiven. Torin, on the other hand... Cody cocks his head, spinning on his heels so he can walk backwards in front of us down the trail. Why would Torin give a shit? I snort. He's already side-eyeing Jasper, but another dragon? One that's going to be working closely with Karina to defend the city? Raiden comes to an abrupt halt, and only his grip keeps me from eating dirt. Excuse me? They can't really have been this blind, can they? Don't tell me you haven't noticed that he's in love with her. All three of their expressions darken, and Stone narrows his gaze on Kodiak. That's the polar bear, right? The one assigned to find Amara in the training exercise? Cody gives a stiff nod, clenching his jaw. A low rumble escapes Raiden, turning his demand guttural. And where does Jasper fit into this? I can't help it. I burst out laughing. Down, boys. Karina isn't dating any of them yet, so no need to go into overprotective brother mode. Grinning like a fool, I break out of Raiden's hold to catch up with Dominic. But if she does, why would it matter? Torin saved me from the fire, and Jasper was insanely protective of her even during training. Besides, Karina isn't going to tolerate anyone not treating her the way she deserves. Kodiak grimaces. It matters, because I sent Torin and Jasper out on a job to recover one of the women that drugging piece of shit traitor Jack sold out. Now they won't be able to get back into the city. If anything happens to Karina's boy toys... Stone shudders in mock horror. Kalita is the last place any of us want to be.
Chapter 11. Raiden. I'll be down at the lake if you need anything, Dominic says, leaving us on the porch of a guest cabin. Feel free to drop in and join us if you're feeling up to it. He disappears, and Kodiak wastes no time opening the door, checking the space first on the off chance it's a trap. After fielding so many ambushes recently, we can't be too cautious, allied territory or not. It's a careful dance, though, needing to be on high alert at all times, but appearing confidently at ease for Amara's sake. She's worried enough as it is. We don't need to stress her out further. Will you two quit groping our girlfriend for 5 minutes so she can check the place out? Cody strolls back into the main room, sighing dramatically like he's the only adult among us. Subtly inclining my head to him in appreciation for how perfectly he delivered the all-clear, I lead Amara into the cabin. Without work occupying any space in my brain, Amara receives the brunt of my obsessive attention, shared only with our legion and surroundings. I'm keenly aware of every minute shift in body language, so as soon as she steps foot over the threshold and releases a soft sigh of relief under her breath, I have her up and in my arms. It's 3 rooms, Cody. A tour can wait. The shitty patrols we witnessed, on the other hand, cannot. While you run the perimeter and see if there's anything else we should be aware of, it's Stone's turn to hunt down something to eat. Toying with his lip piercing, he narrows his eyes. Maybe you should run the perimeter, boss man. I can stay here with Amara. Already halfway across the room, I switch my hold to free up a hand and open the bathroom door. Should have thought of that before you forced me to be Legion Head. We all have our assignments, Kodiak. Mine just happens to be the best one for a change. I shoot him a smirk over my shoulder, savoring his annoyed expression as I shut the door in his face. Amara slides to her feet, shoulders shaking with silent laughter. That was mean. Hardly, I snort. He stole you for most of the afternoon. It's my turn to hold you. I was just smart enough to wait and claim my time when there was a shower on hand. Is that what we're doing now? Shared custody? She teases, not sounding annoyed, but there's the slightest edge to her tone that I might have missed a week ago. Not at all. It'll always be your choice who you spend your time with, but that doesn't mean we won't fight to reclaim your attention. Hooking my finger in the hem of her shirt, I tug her closer. We need to touch you to keep ourselves sane, now more than ever. I don't think you understand the power you have over us, Solus Mohil. When I call you the light of my life, I truly mean it. Kissing her softly, reverently, we stand there until steam begins to fill the bathroom and she reluctantly pulls away. Who knows how long the hot water will last, so we better move this conversation into the shower. Lucky thing you have your own personal heater then, isn't it? Still, I pull her shirt over her head. She smiles with a shake of her head. What was the point of getting dressed if you were going to get me naked 10 minutes later? Hooking my fingers in the waistband of her leggings, I slowly drag them down. Because stripping your clothes off is one of my favorite pastimes. When she enters the shower, disappearing behind the curtain, my heart lurches, a flare of panic spiking through my veins. Quickly stepping out of my borrowed shorts, I follow her in. Having her back in my line of sight instantly settles the beast trying to claw its way out of me to find her again. She's only barely finished wetting her hair before I have a bottle of shampoo in my hands, pouring an excessive amount into my palms. Almost as if she knows that I need to do this, Amara doesn't utter a single protest as I meticulously clean every lingering drop of blood and dirt still clinging to the strands of her hair. I work in concentrated silence, but it's a companionable one that offers us both a chance to wade through our thoughts. She moans softly as my nails gently rake across her scalp, the tension bleeding out of her with every circular motion, and I practically purr in satisfaction. So, walk me through this. How are you planning on removing your mark? It's not my secret to tell, she says, tossing my earlier words back in my face. With a low hum of acceptance, I carry on massaging her head, buying myself a little more time to think. Mentally combing through the list of residents I can remember off the top of my head, I can't come up with anyone that would have the ability to pull something like this off, let alone who she would have run into between the gym, cafe, and the Terra. She's the only resident in Kalita that I don't know what kind of shifter she is, and she lives at the transition center Amara visited. Satisfied, I shift gears. Can I at least ask about what happens after? Are we returning to a celibate lifestyle then? Amara goes stock still, like she hadn't considered that flaw in her plan. "Honestly, I haven't gotten that far yet, but it's a good point. We'll have to test the touching theory while she's still there to remove it again if necessary, and can go from there." She. Definitely Tara, then. It's a good thing that she's facing away from me, because it's impossible to fight the smirk curving the corner of my lips. If anyone wants to deal in bargains and bribery, it's Tara. She may have struck up a friendship with Amara, but offer a teenager a house of their own, a thick wad of cash, and a day without adult supervision, they'll switch allegiances faster than you can say free vodka. Dropping the subject entirely, I rinse out her hair and work in some conditioner. Leaving it to soak in, I grab the bar of soap, starting at her collar to scrub every trace of the past week from her skin. "I can wash myself, you know," she teases, breath hitching as I drag the bar across one of her nipples. "Oh, I'm sure you could put on one hell of a show for me, Angel. But it just so happens that running my hands over your wet body is another one of my favorite pastimes." She snorts. "You're in a good mood today." Abandoning the soap back on the ledge, I skim my lathered palms down her sides, settling on her hips. Why wouldn't I be? "You spent all day hiking through the woods naked, and we're being hunted for starters," she snarks, squirming when I slide my hands down, then back up her inner thighs. "People have always hunted dragons," I wave off, unbothered. "You think we've survived as many centuries as we have by being careless? That the three of us single-handedly overthrew the old Shifter Council and held the position of power all these years by sheer dumb luck? No, Mahushla. Even a few assassination attempts can't dampen my good mood when I have you right where you belong, naked in my arms, so wet that you're dripping." I spin her around, giving the rest of her body the same thorough treatment, cementing the feel of me on her skin so that she'll never be able to go back to a life without our touch. Can't leave us if she can't walk. A wicked plan begins to form, and I guide her back under the spray to rinse off. "You know how Kodiak can't resist a bet?" Casting a wary look my way, she drawls, "Yes?" "Maybe you can get through to him where I never could. Do you want to help me teach him some patience?" A glimmer of interest sparks to life in her bright eyes, and fuck if it doesn't nearly send me to my knees. "What did you have in mind?" Shutting off the water, I wrap her in a towel and lead her to the bedroom. While the cabin only has one, it's designed with shifters in mind. A wide dresser beside the door, and two end tables flanking a massive bed that takes up the majority of the room. Dropping her on top of the plain white comforter, I kiss her hard and fast. "Wait right here." I'm back in record time, stealing one of the wooden chairs surrounding the table in the main room. Situating it beside the bed, I steal Amara's towel, unwrapping her slowly like the gift she is. With a few slashes of an extended talon, I'm left with several strips of cloth and a grinning mate. "What's he get if he—" Before she can finish her question, the front door opens and shuts. Cody's voice carries across the small cabin easily. Security is shit, but we're near the center, so it's unlikely someone won't pick up a stranger's scent before we need to worry. Still, I scanned a few miles out and found nothing. Oh, fuck. Coming to an abrupt stop, Cody grips the doorframe hard enough the wood creaks. New rule. You can't nap naked. It's not fair to look that fucking tempting when you're too tired for me to do anything about it. Reclining back on her elbows, she leisurely lets her gaze roam over his body, golden eyes glittering with devilish plans and blatant interest. Not sure where you guys got the idea that you needed to bathe me and put me to bed before the sun's even gone down, but I'm not complaining. Still not tired, though. Eyes darkening, Kodiak releases his death grip on the doorframe and stalks into the room, nearly missing a step when she adds, "But since we don't have anywhere else to be, want to spice things up a bit?" He reaches down to adjust himself, his shorts leaving nothing to the imagination. What did you have in mind? Tongue darting out to wet her lips, she picks up one of the cloth strips. "I want you to watch Raiden do whatever he wants to me for..." She taps her finger to her chin. 30 minutes. Poor Kodiak looks torn between asking why he's being punished or if he can record the moment to jack off to for years to come. What do I get for such an epic sacrifice? Mulling it over for a minute, she sits up straighter and takes a breath for courage. "You can give me a piercing, and pick where." His eyes darken, and he unconsciously takes a step closer. I can practically hear the dirty thoughts rolling through his mind. With a piece of metal through one of her nipples or between her legs, he'll be able to tease Amara whenever the hell he wants, turning her on and having her dripping with need without even needing to touch her. 45 minutes, and make it 2, he counters, raising his pierced eyebrow in challenge. All or nothing. Gesturing for him to take a seat, she waits until I start strapping one of his wrists to the chair to add, "And you don't get to jerk off to the show." Wait, what? Seriously? His tortured groan only has her smile brightening. He turns to glare at me. This was your idea, wasn't it, asshole? Chuckling, I move on to strap down his other arm, the bindings more symbolic than effective. I only suggested a little exhibitionism. The bet was all hers. Cody attempts a final pleading pout on Amara. How can you expect me to watch you get railed and not touch myself? It's a compliment. Really, it's for you, not me. She rolls her eyes. I think you've forgotten what clapping sounds like, Kodiak, but I assure you, it can be done with 2 hands instead of your balls slapping skin. Under his breath, he grumbles. Not if they're tied to a chair. Before he can try and con his way into amending their deal, I shove Amara's thighs apart, stepping between her legs and dropping to my knees. Fingers splayed across her stomach, I push her back on the mattress and hold her there, licking her in one solid, languid stroke. Any retort is immediately forgotten, swallowed as her breath hitches. It may have started as a game, but once I have the taste of her on my tongue, I can't get enough. Slinging one of her legs over my shoulder, I lap up every drop of her arousal. Her hips buck against my face, a low growl building in my throat that only has her grinding harder against the vibrations. Pulling back long enough to wet two of my fingers, I latch on to her clit and suck hard as I slip them into her. After a few pumps, I hook them upward, brushing against the sweet spot that has her trembling beneath me. "Fuck, Raiden," she gasps, threading her fingers through my hair to hold me in place, swiveling her hips. "Look at him, beautiful. See how badly he wishes he could be the one between your legs, feeling you ride his face and come on his fingers." "I'm not." Slipping a third finger into her, I suck her clit. Hard. She comes with a strangled sound, milking my fingers and tightening around me for several heartbeats, until finally slumping back onto the bed, breathing ragged. With a shameless smirk, I gently blow on her oversensitive bundle of nerves, reveling in the way a shiver racks her body. "No need to lie, Angel. You know damn well that we'll never leave you wanting." Rising to my feet, I brace a hand beside her head, knee digging into the mattress as I hover above her. Never wanting anything but us. Her eyes burn like molten gold. Says the man that hasn't even fucked me yet. With a dark chuckle, I grab both of her wrists with one hand and pin them above her head. Dipping my head to the crook of her neck, I flick my tongue over her rapidly beating pulse. "Patience, dragonfly. You're going to come at least twice before I ever have you on my cock." Biting down hard enough to bruise, her back arches, stiff nipples scraping against my chest. "If this is the sort of thing that you three get up to when I'm sent off on a job, consider me unemployed." Stone strides into the room, heated gaze leisurely traveling over our mate. "You're just in time. We have 33 minutes left to torture Kodiak with everything he's missing out on." A slow, devious grin transforms his face. "Punishment?" Amara breathlessly corrects. "Bet." Stone strips out of his clothes in record time, joining us on the bed. Even better. Without missing a beat, he hooks a hand around her waist and pivots her so she's lying between the two of us. Gripping her thigh, he spreads her legs so she's on full display for Cody. Let him see what he's missing, beautiful. Straddling her free leg, we have her limbs completely pinned between the two of us. No matter how she squirms, Amara is completely at our mercy, unable to touch herself, just like the mate we've spread her for. In tandem, Stone and I capture her nipples, pinching, licking, and sucking until she's a writhing mess beneath us, desperately searching for relief. "What happened to never leaving me wanting?" she breathlessly complains. In response, I look over my shoulder at Cody. "Hear that, Braher? Our mate's all wet and needy, desperate to be fucked." Jaw clenched, his pupils shift between being completely blown and vertical slits as the monster inside of him struggles to claw his way free to get to his mate. But Kodiak holds himself back, nails sticking into the arms of the chair, the wood groaning under the pressure. As if we'd choreographed it, Stone and I flip Amara over onto her hands and knees. Stone doesn't waste a moment, lying on his back and sliding his head between her legs, grabbing her hips and pulling her down to sit on his face. Tracing her jaw reverently with my knuckles, I memorize the look on her face, a blush staining her cheeks, pupils blown with lust, and lips slightly parted, just begging to be kissed. Not one to disappoint, I kiss her, softly at first, pouring every bit of love and devotion I have for this woman into it. Slipping my tongue past her lips, I deepen the kiss until I'm swallowing every soft moan and needy whimper. In a matter of minutes, Stone wrings another orgasm out of her, leaving me to swallow her strangled cries as she rides his face. We devour her, permanently marking the taste of her on our tongues, in our lungs, and our very souls. Never again will there be any reality where someone can keep Amara away from us, even herself. She's mine, ours, and we're never letting her go. 25 minutes left, Angel. I think we need to push him a little harder, don't you? A spark of desire flashes in her eyes before she dips her head without prompting, flicking her tongue over the head of my cock. With a soft groan, I thread my fingers through her hair, but let her set the pace. Bracing a hand against my thigh for balance, she wraps the other around the base of my cock, licking and teasing, driving me out of my God's damned mind. Cody's not the only one you're trying to drive insane, is he? She undulates her hips, rhythm faltering with a sharp, surprised gasp, and Stone grabs both of her hips and jerks her back down on his face, latching on to her clit and sucking like his life depends on it. Pretty sure Stone's trying to suffocate himself, so looks like I'm only tormenting you two. Kodiak's voice is guttural. Not suffocate. Drown. Fucking hell, beautiful. You're soaked. Begging to be fucked. I agree with a strangled groan as she suddenly takes me in her mouth. Tongue swirling over the head as she pulls back long enough to catch her breath. On her next descent, she takes me to the back of her throat. Using a tight fist on the rest of my cock, she swallows, pulling a litany of curses from me. Tap my thigh if you need me to stop. After she gives a small nod, I take over. Fisting her hair, I start fucking her mouth in earnest, fire licking down my spine. A snarl is ripped from my throat as she's yanked away from me, but Stone doesn't so much as blink. Can't have you blowing your load before we win the bet, now can we? Nuzzling the crook of her neck, Stone breathes her in for a moment before guiding her to her knees at Cody's feet. Why don't you give him a taste of what he's missing out on, Mostor? Not needing to be convinced, Amara strips off Kodiak's shorts with him happily lifting his hips to help her. As soon as they're cast aside, She dips her hand between her legs, gathering some of her arousal to act as lube, rubbing her palm over the head of his cock. I don't know if this is heaven or hell, but fucking thank you. His eyes close in temporary relief as she pumps him once, twice. Already bracing himself for her to pull away, he jerks against his restraints as Stone gathers her hair in a ponytail and pushes her down on Kodiak's cock. Catching my eye, Stone tilts his head toward the end table. Confused, but knowing better to ask, I silently slip away to pull open the single drawer, breaking into a broad grin to find it full to bursting. At least they have one priority handled around here. Bottle of lube in hand, I return to the three of them, tossing it into Stone's waiting palm. Slipping my hand between her legs, I circle Amara's clit, helping ease the sting as Stone works one finger into her ass, then another, stretching her as she squirms between the three of us, aching to be filled. As Stone brings her to the edge of another orgasm, I pinch her clit, hurtling her over that cliff. Kodiak bucks as she moans around his dick. Shit. Fuck, Amara. Giving her hair a hard tug, I pull her off of him before he can come. She's ours for another 15 minutes, remember? Be happy we shared at all, braher. One of the arms on the chair snaps, wood splintering as his savage snarl echoes around the room. But he doesn't try to wipe the smirk off my face, even if he shoots me a glare promising revenge. Doing all right, love? Stone asks Amara softly, his reverent touch at odds with the need darkening his opalescent gaze. Better than all right, she chuckles breathlessly, chest heaving as she catches her breath. But I could be even better if you two would stop trying to fuck with each other long enough to actually fuck with me. The last word isn't even out of her mouth before he's throwing her on the bed. Lips crashing against hers, Stone dominates her mouth in a brutal kiss. You're a dragon, Amara. If you want something, take it. The air thins. It's the only way I can describe it. We're built for high altitudes, yet whatever she's doing has me lightheaded, the air electrifying until each breath I inhale prickles and stings my lungs like Arctic wind. As suddenly as it came on, it breaks like a thunderclap, a strike of lightning that sets us all ablaze. Amara tugs me onto the bed, rolling us so that I'm on my back, and my hands settle on her waist automatically. She reaches between us to line herself up, and, in one swift move, impales herself on my cock. I have to clench my jaw to keep from pinning her beneath me, rutting into her, until my name's the only one she's screaming. I've never had any problem sharing until I nearly lost her. Now, the beast lurking beneath my skin has been 10 times harder to control, wanting, needing to touch her, to assure ourselves that she's safe, ours, to take care of her so perfectly and completely, she never has a reason to leave our side again, which means that we need to give her more reasons to stay. The reminder helps sate the primitive instincts attempting to hijack control of my better judgment. I couldn't ask for better men to help protect her, to love her as fiercely as I do. Stone slides his palm up her back, gently pushing her against my chest. Relax, beautiful. Let us take care of you now. Licking my thumb, I circle her clit, forcing myself to remain still as Stone works the head of his cock into her ass. Another drizzle of lube, and he starts fucking her in shallow pumps, sinking deeper with each thrust. Once he's fully sheathed, she finally exhales. It's such a tight fit that I have to bite my tongue until I taste blood to keep from embarrassing myself. Move, she pleads, rocking her hips with what little leverage she has. I pull out nearly completely before slamming back into her, withdrawing as Stone sinks inside her again. We quickly fall into a rhythm, fucking her in hard, deep strokes until she can't even speak. All that comes out of her mouth are gasping, unintelligible pleas and needy sounds that have my balls drawing tight already, each moan like a lick of fire racing down my spine. That's our girl. Look how well you take us, beautiful. Down to the millisecond, Cody snaps at the 45-minute mark on the dot. In a shower of splintered wood, Kodiak shakes off his restraints and is on her before they hit the ground. Capturing her face between both hands, he kisses her breathless, stealing every pleasured sound from her lungs and branding them into his own. 2 seconds to choose, Firefly. Either I'm coming down your throat, painting those perfect fucking tits, or I'm returning the favor and claiming you in front of these bastards while they watch. A tortured sound slips past her lips as she rocks between us, swallowing hard with her gaze locked on him. Don't make me choose. Dragons take what they want, right? Show me. An animalistic growl is ripped from his chest. Brushing his thumb across her lower lip, he demands, Open. Slowly, he feeds her his cock, attention wrapped on watching every additional inch disappear between her lips. His quiet, fucking hell, breaks the spell we'd all fallen under. Stone wraps a hand around her throat, snapping his hips and driving into her ass, and Kodiak fists her hair, holding her steady as he fucks her mouth in earnest. My grip on her hips turns bruising as I slam her down on me with every upward thrust. It's not gentle. It's not sweet. It's exactly what we all need, restaking our claim so thoroughly that any shifter who catches her scent won't dare to touch her ever again. We've spent enough time treating Amara like she was made of glass, when we should have been showing her that dragons don't break. We get revenge. And Amara? She's a prime example of why our enemies don't stand a fucking chance. We're the luckiest men on the damn planet, getting to see you like this, to feel you strangle our cocks like you're begging us to come. Is that what you want? Stone asks, breathing ragged. Our cum dripping down your thighs and your throat, painting your skin so everyone knows that you're ours? She makes a strangled plea, nails digging into my stomach as she snaps her hips, the other hand stroking what she can't take of Cody's dick. Stone buries himself to the hilt, flexing his hand around her throat as he rocks against her, coming with a full-body shudder. My grip is bruising as I slam her down on my cock, coming hard enough that black spots appear in my vision. Kodiak growls, tensing as he spells down her throat, forcing her to swallow every last drop. Anyone so much as thinks about touching you, I'll fucking gut them. You're ours. Chapter 12. Kodiak. Disappointed? Surprised. Amara fingers one of her new earrings made from part of the armband I always wear. Twin silver lightning bolts now adorning her ears. I was sure you were going after my nipples when you bargained for 2. Almost did, but I like being able to look over whenever I want and see you wearing something of mine. Unless you've decided to go topless from now on. Because I'm happy to correct my tragic air if that's the case. She rolls her eyes with a small smile. Afraid not. But it's probably for the best. The last thing I want is you vibrating some metal impaling my nipples and turning me into one of those chicks whose breasts quiver with excitement whenever you walk into the room. My bark of laughter sends birds flying from the trees. Definitely can't have that. Stone captures her free hand while Raiden falls into step behind us, covering Amara's back from any surprise attacks. The walk down to the lake is a short one, but the setting sun has shadows dancing between the trees, putting the 3 of us on edge. Dominic's people rely on their heightened sense of smell to alert them to danger too much. And I hate that I'm jealous dragons get mood rings for tongues instead, because that ability would be a useful fucking addition to our arsenal these days. I can't handle living in a constant state of anxiety anymore, always afraid that I'll fuck up by not being careful enough or strong enough, and it'll be you 3 that pay the price. Amara's words have played on repeat ever since they punched me right in the damn heart and stamped themselves there permanently. But it's only since crossing onto Dominic's land that I've been able to put my own insecurities aside enough to figure out the solution to hers. We need her to quit looking at her mate mark like it's a death sentence, and like it's something to be shown off with pride. I'm going to make her see that we're stronger together, and turn our mark into a symbol that strikes fear into her enemies the moment they catch sight of it. First things first, our girl has only seen the darkest parts of the world. We need to show her that you need to embrace the good moments whenever you find them, because those moments are what get you through the hard times. The world will always be dangerous. The trick is finding reasons it's worth fighting to survive. You okay? Amara's whisper snaps me out of my thoughts, and I blink a few times, surprised to find we're already at the outskirts of the lake. Never better. Cupping the nape of her neck, I massage my fingers over the mark hidden inside her hairline, while internally kicking my own ass. Here I am talking about making her feel safe, and I zone out and lose track of my surroundings. Biting back my self-deprecating scowl, I scan the scene, making mental notes and getting my head back in the game. The lake is better classified as a massive pond at the base of a small waterfall, trailing off into a thin river winding into the distance. It's deep enough to warrant a wooden pier likely used for fishing, and the 150 or so people here to comfortably dick around in. Music provides a laid-back atmosphere. Several grills are going, and in general, It looks like a grand old beach party fit for the end of summer. A few dozen are swimming, some scaling the rock wall and cannonballing into the water, but the majority are trying to chat up the lady of the hour on the sandy shore. "Who are the new guys, Dom?" some random guy sitting on the sand asks, eyes narrowed as he rises to his feet. The tension in his shoulders eases a fraction as he notices Amara in the center of our loose circle, dismissing us as a threat for Dominic's daughter's affections. When he glances down the beach to her and his expression shudders in defeat, though, he turns his attention curiously back to Amara. I can practically see the gears turning in his head, noting that she only has 3 mates, and wondering what the chances are of her adding another. "If you value your head," Dom warns, deadly serious, "you'll bleach those thoughts from your brain before you say another word. This would be the Garrison Legion," he emphasizes pointedly, "and their mate, Amara." Color blanching from his face, he offers a mumbled, "Nice to meet you," before scurrying off. I snort. "Good to see at least one of your men has a sense of self-preservation." Dom rolls his eyes, but can't refute my claim after today's security shit show. "Make yourselves at home. Help yourselves to some food, and feel free to join in the celebration. I'll have someone bring more clothes to the guest cabin and stock the fridge. You're welcome to stay as long as you need." He claps Raiden on the shoulder. "Let me know if you need anything." With a dip of his head to the rest of us, he heads down the beach to check on his daughter. And it becomes abundantly clear that the rest of my legion has no fucking clue how to have fun. Biting back my amusement, I snatch a few towels off of one of the piles and lead the way closer to the water before picking a spot in the sand to claim as our own, laying one down and taking a seat. Gradually, Stone and Raiden follow my lead. Before anyone can claim her first, I wrap a hand around the top of Amara's thigh and tug her off balance, sending her crashing down onto my lap with a yelp. Her eyes narrowed dangerously on my face. "You know, you could just have said, 'Hey, Amara, sit on my lap.'" I shrug, rearranging her more comfortably between my legs so her back is leaning against my chest. And give one of the others a chance to call dibs? I think not, beautiful. For a while, we simply people watch. Most are busy making fools of themselves trying to get the attention of the pack princess, but there are plenty that keep throwing various looks our way. Some are guarded, others curious to see dragons in person for the first time, waiting for us to do a flaming backflip or some shit. But there's a group of baby-faced, suicidal bastards sizing the 3 of us up and dismissing us as threats, their attention turning appreciatively to Amara. I'd bet my entire hoard of gold that those punk-ass kids haven't seen the wrong side of a rifle or blade once in their entire lives. Clapping my hands dramatically over Amara's tits, I kiss her neck. "You're not wearing a bra, so let me offer a helping hand. These jack-offs don't get a free show." She snorts. "You're ridiculous. Don't worry, I'm not about to go running around braless without some damn good motivation. And honestly, I'm too exhausted to enjoy swimming right now. We're not doing anything anyway, so why don't you go challenge them to a race or football or something so you have an excuse to tackle 'em? Might make you feel better. And I'll stay here to enjoy the view. Win-win. Who am I to refuse such a tempting excuse to knock the cocky little assholes down a peg? Catching Stone and Raiden's eyes, a silent communication passes between the three of us. It's effortless, and makes my chest tighten a bit, realizing how far we drifted apart over the last few decades. I've missed this, missed them, but mostly, I missed what it felt like to have people by my side that actually give a shit about me. I don't bother hiding my grin as Raiden gets to his feet with me, dropping a kiss on top of Amara's head. When you're ready to call it a night, just shout. She rolls her eyes, but doesn't complain as Stone resituates himself to take my place at her back, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yes, I'm going to announce to the entire beach that I'm sleepy, and you can't have any more fun because you have to come tuck me in. Raiden raises a single eyebrow. Because it's more fun getting sand in my shorts than taking a beautiful woman to bed? Angel, I think we need to sit down for a serious discussion soon to debate our ideas of a good time. We leave her smiling in Stone's capable hands. He's literally the perfect human shield. He may not have realized I was there that night, but I've seen the man bite a bullet and still regenerate from it. Might have left me fucked up for a good century, but I get it. He wasn't trying to leave me. It wasn't about me at all, even if it gutted me at the time. He'd been suffering in silence for so long, he couldn't see any other way to end the pain that was slowly suffocating him. There's no one I trust more to protect the woman I love than the man that knows what it's like to lose absolutely everything, and be cursed to live in the aftermath for eternity. Stone will do better than protect our mate with his life. He'll protect her at the expense of everyone else's. "Hey, what's your face?" I call, approaching one of the fuckwits that was leering at Amara. "Up for a little competition?" 10 of his buddies gather around, unable to ignore the excitement suddenly thrumming through their veins. This much testosterone in one place with no outlet? It's a powder keg waiting to combust. It doesn't even matter that several of them have no interest in making a pass at our girl. Competitions are a siren's call to shifters. "Always. Are you, old man?" The brat sneers, and I throw my head back in a startled laugh. It's a miracle he can walk with balls this big. Might have left my cane at home, but pretty sure I can manage. How about a race? His eyes flash with the promise of victory. What's the winner get? Bragging rights? He snorts. How about a kiss Raiden's hand is around his throat before he can blink. Finish that sentence, and the only thing you'll be kissing is your own asshole when I'm done with you. This is a celebration. Let's not ruin the evening by starting the bonfire early, shall we? Grinning, I clap my hands once sharply, making the rest of them jump. Now, how about that race? Maybe it'll help burn some of that asshole energy off of you. Up the beach, scale the rock wall, jump from the top, cross the lake, and end at the tree behind where Dom's pack is gathered. Since bragging rights aren't enough for you, let's have fun with it. First place gets to pick which loser has to strip naked and crab walk across the entire beach while balancing a cup of honey on their stomach. One of the silent spectators pipes up. "That's weirdly specific." When you've lived as long as I have, you realize the real punishment for mouthy teenagers is looking stupid in front of their friends and their crushes. Now that Raiden's backed off, Idiot 1 fumes. "No shifting. Wings are cheating." Raiden and I grin in tandem. "No shifting. Let's see how well they train you around here, shall we?" In less than 2 minutes, we're all in position. Another guy volunteering to start us off and watch for cheating. "On your marks, get set, go!" Taking off in a dead sprint, we're all relatively evenly matched, the sand sucking down our feet and trying to trip us up. Raiden keeps pace beside me, murmuring under his breath. "It's Terra. She's the only one that Amara's come in contact with I don't know the abilities of. I've no doubt I can pay the kid off and claim she can't remove it, but I'm not sure how Amara will react to the news. I don't want her to look at us like her captors, Cody. What do we do?" Leaping on to the rock wall, I imbue my voice with complete confidence. We're going to show her that she's just as dangerous as the rest of us. The next few feet I have to concentrate on finding handholds, the rocks slippery from constant mist. The heart of the issue is Amara considering herself a liability, that she's going to get us killed because she isn't good enough. We need to prove her wrong. No shifting, but they didn't say anything about abilities, and a few are clearly using their other halves' enhanced strength to scale the wall, and I've spotted a couple discreetly using claws to keep from losing their grip. The two of us coordinate effortlessly without saying a single word. This isn't a battlefield, but it may as well be with the way Raiden comes to life like I haven't seen in ages, completely in his element. Waiting until I'm ahead of him, he slaps his palm against the cliff, superheating the rock until steam hisses off of it, with every droplet sprayed from the nearby waterfall. Once I feel the heat reach my toes, I jump as high as I can, morphing the metal band on my arm into a spike that I drive into the rock. A series of curses and shouts echo as I haul myself the rest of the way to the top, forcing the spike deep enough to send chunks of rocks tumbling down behind me. Rolling onto my stomach as Raiden jumps to avoid the mini rock slide, I reach down and catch his hand with half a second to spare. Grinning at me as I haul him up, he says, "Not too rusty after all. You're the one that hasn't kept up with your training. I was worried you were going to embarrass yourself in front of our girl." We break into a jog toward the top of the waterfall, and he flips me off. "Amara I could live with, but those cocky little fledglings, no chance in hell." Nearing the drop-off, an idea hits me. Want to really make them hate us? Like that's even a question, he scoffs. What did you have in mind? A glance over my shoulder shows several people scaling the ledge, not far behind, and glaring like they might actually try to tackle us, and I can't help but grin. Taking Raiden's hand in a tight grip, I skid to a halt, using my momentum to whip him forward hard enough my shoulder nearly pops out of its socket. He goes sailing halfway across the water before crashing beneath the surface. It gave two of the others a chance to catch up and dive off the edge, but Raiden has such a massive lead now, it was worth it. Blowing the ringleader a kiss, I jump, curbing the impulse to snap my wings out and glide, either through the air or under the water. But cheating is Stone's forte, not mine. I like the satisfaction of exploiting loopholes in the rules, no one able to discredit my victory. By the time I pop up, swimming to the shore, Raiden's already chatting with Dom and his brother husbands. I wind up taking 4th place, but it doesn't even matter. My newfound nemesis came in 5th. Because there's nothing tantruming men love more than someone being the bigger person, I offer him a friendly, not at all condescending, handshake. Well done. Top 5 is nothing to sneeze at. We should do this again sometime. It was fun. He bats my hand away with a scoff. You cheated. I cock my head. How so? Red creeps up his neck as he fumes. How didn't you? First, your buddy sets the rock on fire, then you tried to kill us with a rock slide, and you threw your friend halfway to the finish line. And which part of that was cheating? I turn to the referee. Only rule was no shifting, right? A shameless smirk is plastered on his face, and I see now why he volunteered. That would be correct. As such, you and Mr. Garrison are the only 2 not disqualified. Outraged cries ring out, but he shouts over them all. Settle down, you damn babies. Anyone with eyes could see the claw marks you made in the stone. Not to mention Josh. He levels an unamused stare at one of them. You surfaced without your shorts, dimwit. Even if you'd been smart enough to dress before surfacing, the water's clear enough to see a damn leopard seal. Shaking his head in disappointment, he clears his throat and announces, As punishment for making the pack look bad in front of our guests, every one of you cheating assholes loses the bet and has to do it. A few of them curse, some turn pale, but all of them flicker nervous glances at Dom's daughter, openly staring at them and trying not to laugh. Nameless Dick number 3 whines. Dom, tell him he can't do this. He doesn't have the authority. Sipping a beer, Dominic picks up a stick from the ground and waltzes over to the referee. Tapping him on the shoulder, he loudly announces, I, Dominic Henley, hereby grant Oliver Knight the authority to punish any member of the pack that acts like a jackass. He takes another sip of his beer. Failure to follow his orders or any further disrespect shall result in Victor taking over your punishments. Every single one of them shuts up instantly and takes a cup of honey Dom's mate was benevolently preparing with a shit-eating grin. Don't worry, boys. I made sure to thin it down just enough that it wouldn't spill too slowly. I know how impatient you all are. None of them meet her eye, mumbling a thank you as they go off to take their positions at one end of the beach, Oliver practically skipping along to play warden. I meet Raiden's equally amused gaze, and he beats me to the punch by saying, Whoever Victor is, you should put him in charge of training your men. Dominic sheeply rubs the back of his neck. I've tried, trust me, but he doesn't have the patience to actually teach them anything. Best I get from him is a demonstrative ass-kicking, but he says nothing constructive and leaves them where they drop unconscious. Donning a Russian accent, he mimics, If they do not wish to lose, they will learn to be less terrible. Sounds like my kind of drinking buddy. Where is he? Dom sighs. Hunting down some ghosts from his past, I'm afraid. As if he'd summoned one with those words, a sudden chill races down my spine. Immediately seeking out Amara, I exhale a relieved sigh to find her in Stone's arms right where we left her, happily chatting away. The nagging feeling like we're being watched fails to dissipate, though, and I meticulously scan our surroundings for anything out of place. By the time I've gone full circle, I spot two of Dom's men dragging a couple of guys out of the woods, not 20 feet away from Stone and Amara. "Hey, Dom, caught these guys wandering around the woods claiming they were lost, but figured you'd want to talk to 'em before I pointed them towards town," the younger brother that met us at the border says. Time moves in slow motion as both of the strangers pull out their guns. But when I extend my senses to crush the barrels before they can fire off a single bullet, nothing happens. A moment later, 2 shots echo around the clearing, but no matter how hard I run, it's not fast enough. I'm not enough.
Chapter 13. Amara. Cursing, I struggle under the weight pressing me into the ground, but all I get is a mouthful of sand. Shouts erupt as everything goes to hell around me, but I can't see a damn thing beyond several pairs of ankles running past. As suddenly as my lungs were crushed, they're freed to suck down air, grains of sand in my throat, sending me into a coughing fit. I'm hauled off the ground, and I slam an elbow back on reflex, but he doesn't release me. "Shit, Amara, it's okay, it's me," Raiden grunts, his familiar smoky scent finally snaking past the adrenaline flooding my senses. "Raiden." I close my eyes in temporary relief, relaxing against him for a second before reality bitch slaps me in the face. At our feet, a deep groan sounds, and I break out of Raiden's hold to sink to my knees. "Stone!" His shoulder isn't too bad, a thin trail of blood leaking from it, but one of the bullets ripped through his side, slashing through the tribal dragon head tattoo and coating it in blood. "Can you cauterize the wound? Where's Cody? We need to dig the bullet out of his shoulder so his healing will kick in and—" "Amara, breathe." Raiden soothingly smooths a palm over the top of my head, but he doesn't make a move to help. "It looks worse than it is. Otherwise, of course I'd step in. But unless he lost a leg and was on the verge of bleeding out, it would do more harm than good." Another caress, steady and repetitive, calm and reassuring. "Remember how fast Stone healed after the car bombing? If I give him burns, it'll take that much longer for him to heal those, too." Staring at his pale, still face, I swallow. Why isn't he moving? He should be cursing up a storm and threatening to kill Cody for not... I trail off as the sound of shouting draws my attention to a furious Kodiak tearing into the teenager that we met when we first arrived. "The fuck do you mean you didn't think to search them?" Cody steps on the throat of one of the men bound at his feet. "Strangers are wandering around on your land, and your first thought is to waltz them right where your pack's women and children are, without checking if they're armed?" Kodiak's voice has risen to booming levels that shuts everyone else up, someone wisely turning off the music. All the blood has drained out of the teenager's face, and he blinks back tears, dropping his gaze to the ground. In a watery croak, he whispers, "I didn't want to fuck up again, like I did when you 4 showed up. No one else was around this time, and I thought it was safer to bring them to Dom and you guys to decide what to do with them." Through clenched teeth, Kodiak seethes. "You almost got her killed." "Cody." My voice is barely more than a whisper, but he whips his head toward me like I'd screamed. "Take a breath. That boy was the only one that bothered to run the perimeter twice today, when other men were too busy trying to get in Lissa's pants to make sure she was safe." Turning to the repentant teen, I punctuate each word, hoping it'll stick with him. "It's not your fault. Bad people do shitty things, and it's nobody's fault but their own. The rest of us are just doing the best we can." He hastily wipes at his cheeks, nodding, but doesn't look up. It snaps Cody out of his hostile rant, dragging a hand over his face. "She's right. I'm pissed off at myself for fucking up and blaming you." Clapping the guy's shoulder, he gives a reassuring squeeze. "You made the right call. Could have got yourself shot by the other while patting the first down." "Speaking of," Raiden seethes, stroking my head a little more aggressively, "why didn't you stop the bullets?" Cody clenches his jaw and grabs a plastic-looking gun from his waistband, tossing it at Raiden's feet. "Polymer. There wasn't shit I could do." Interrupting their bickering is a groggy, "Amara?" "Stone!" A massive weight is lifted off my chest as I leave the others to argue amongst themselves, helping Stone sit up. "What the hell happened?" He doesn't answer as we get him upright, his head lolling. Sluggishly, he presses his hand to my stomach and slurs, "How badly are you hurt?" Glancing down, it's the first time I've noticed that my shirt is covered in blood. His blood. Tears gather in my eyes as I shake my head, guilt threatening to suffocate me. "I'm fine. Not even a scratch." He releases a shaky exhale. "Good." I get my first good look at his face, and things start to make sense. His pupils are pinpricks, eyes glazed over like he's drugged off his ass. Speech slurred, he asks, "Others take care of it?" and tries to stand up, ignoring my protests. Raiden catches his arm as he wavers on his feet. "Deep breaths, Stone. We've got them subdued, but I need you to focus for me. Can you still access your abilities, or do you just feel drunk?" Forehead scrunched up in concentration, chest heaving with panting breaths, he finally makes a claw. It may only last 2 seconds, but it's enough to rule out one horrible scenario. They weren't aiming to kill us, just incapacitate. Weird how that doesn't make me feel better. "Who were you planning to deliver her to?" Cody demands, snapping his armband into a slender dagger and pressing the tip to the throat of one of the humans bound at his feet. The man swallows hard, a tendril of blood snaking out as his Adam's apple brushes the blade. "Her husband." Another fearful swallow, his eyes wide as he realizes how massively over his head he's in. "Raiden Garrison put a bounty out for his wife's safe return." Raiden facepalms. "I'm Raiden Garrison, you incompetent buffoon." He glowers at them. "Your idea of returning her safely was fucking shooting her with polymer tranks? Look at the damage they did." They look over at Stone's ravaged side, the bleeding barely more than a trickle now, but the damage is obvious. The man at Dominic's feet pales. "We didn't realize how much a difference firing from close range would be, but I swear, we never planned to shoot her. The plan was to knock out the guy holding her hostage, tag him, grab her, and run. Nobody gets hurt. We could give you your wife and his location without having to haul him around too, and everybody walks away happy. I swear." Raiden sighs, 2 fingers circling his temple as he turns to Dom. May I borrow your phone again, please? What the hell are they talking about, Raiden? Running a hand through his shoulder-length, dark hair, Raiden sheepishly explains, I may have roped the humans into our quest to find you. I blink, then blink again. I'm sorry, you what? Phone in hand, Raiden types away. I put a bounty on Malcolm's head, and for my wife's safe return. Come to think of it, I suppose that means you get the reward money. Remind me when we get a chance to transfer it into your account. He carries on releasing announcements on social media, spreading the news that I've been found, and calling off the money-hungry dogs. So, it wasn't actually my fault the humans found out about dragons? The bounty hunters look like they've seen a ghost, eyeing the half-naked men around them in blatant fear. Eyes closed, Stone rubs his head with a low chuckle. No, beautiful. That would be when Kodiak and I went on a mass murdering spree, tearing through packs of Malcolm sympathizers, searching for any sign of where he was keeping you. Kodiak nudges one of the humans with his foot in disgust. I don't think they've figured out the shifter aspect yet, but it's only a matter of time, especially if we leave witnesses. They start struggling in earnest, but I barely spare them a second glance, rubbing my temples and making sense of this shit show. You're telling me that it's not only your enemies and Malcolm's people that want to kill us now, but nearly every fucking shifter on Earth, because we broke the one rule you've held them all accountable for by punishment of death, plus the humans that'll want to hunt us down like monsters and experiment on us? Raiden grimaces. Well, it sounds bad when you phrase it like that. Dominic half-heartedly raises his hand. We have no interest in killing you. He nudges one of the bound humans with his foot. And who's going to believe these guys if they start blabbing? We've been fielding werewolf stories and the like for centuries. It's actually easier now that technology has gotten better. Even if someone catches a shifter on video, people assume it's movie magic or edited. Marginally, my shoulders relax. Fair point. I've still got that favor from Evren we could cash in, too. I'm sure he could pull a few strings to spin the story and make the dragon sightings out to be a hoax or advertising trick to promote a new movie coming out. Dom whips his gaze to mine. Hold the fuck up. Evren owes you a favor? How the hell did you manage to con him into that? Before I can respond, he looks over at Raiden, mouth parted in shock. You can't let her waste it on this. You know they'll discredit the news themselves if you guys keep your heads down for a while. Raiden chuckles, the sound dark and humorless. First and foremost, don't ask my mate a question, then dismiss her before she even has a chance to respond. Dom's face flushes, looking appropriately chastised, and sends me an apologetic grimace. But Raiden steamrolls on. And secondly, she didn't con him into anything. Evren was wise enough to make a play to stay in Amara's good graces. If he's afraid of making an enemy of her, I would highly suggest you ask yourself why that might be. Dominic mumbles an apology, not meeting my eye. A leader showing submission in front of his entire pack, to some random woman, no less, stuns me into silence. Cheeks flaming from everyone else eyeing me with wary curiosity now, I awkwardly clear my throat. No worries. I appreciate you trying to make sure I didn't waste my get-out-of-jail-free card. His mate is sitting on one of her other men's laps, and all of the air rushes from her chest in relief. She gives me a weak smile that I try to return, but I'm sure it comes off as more of a grimace. Cody rocks back on his heels. Now that we've established our mate is amazing enough to make the leader of the underground want to suck up to her, we should really decide what we're going to do with the interlopers here." Everyone latches on to the change of topic, turning to the bound humans, and he sends me a knowing wink when I mouth a silent, "Thank you." Groaning, Stone falls back on his ass, grabbing my wrists as he falls to tug me onto his lap. Instantly, his arms are wrapped around my stomach, his chin resting on my shoulder. Breathing labored, he asks, "Dominic, can you spare a few men to deal with this?" At his agreement, Stone commands, "You've got some mushrooms growing about a mile south of here. Give them a small dose and toss a bag in each of their pockets, then drop them off at the police station the next town over. Make up some bullshit about bumping into them in the park and being concerned about the things they were going on about, so you brought them in for help. That sort of thing. It'll discredit any stories they try to share." His fingers tighten on my side. "If they found us here, others will too. No offense, but your patrol is clearly distracted today, so I think it's better if we move on and find somewhere else to stay the night." Dom's cheeks redden, but he nods without defending himself or offering excuses to save face. Raiden gives Stone a sly smirk. "Look at you, making decisions. About time you took up the mantle of Legion head." Stone snorts. "Hard pass." Dropping a kiss on my shoulder, he coaxes me off his lap and extends a hand to Raiden, who helps haul him to his feet. "But I admit that Cody and I dumped too much on your shoulders. It wasn't fair, and our family suffered because of us. I'm sorry." Taking a few tentative steps, he's much steadier on his feet than before. Catching my eye, he winks. "I can regenerate organs, remember? Did you really think a few bullets would keep me down for long, drugged or not? Cockiness will get you killed. It's not ego, it's fact." He shrugs. "Even trying to kill myself hasn't gotten me killed." I know what he's trying to do. Remind me that they're strong enough to handle whatever life throws our way, and they're more than happy to be my shields. But it falls flat with the depressing visual of Stone being so miserable in his endless existence he thought suicide was the only way out. No wonder he's unconcerned about me being the thing that could get him killed. It's not a threat, it's a reward. "Liam?" a timid feminine voice interrupts. Every single person's attention swivels to Lissa as she approaches, the repentant teenager's eyes widening comically before he drops his gaze again. "Lissa?" he acknowledges. "What Amara said, she's right, you know. You're the only one that hasn't spent the entire day strutting around or picking fights to try and show off." Tucking a lock of blonde hair behind her ear, she shifts uneasily between her feet. "So I was wondering if maybe—" Mustering up her courage, she spits out in a rush, "You'd like to be one of my mates?" Silence follows in the wake of her question, Liam too stunned to speak, and everyone else equally surprised if the gawking is anything to go by. Leaning in close, I murmur in Raiden's ear, "Someone should probably point out that he's not old enough to get married, right?" Dominic bursts out laughing, deep belly laughs that shake his entire body. Liam's entire face blazes red. "I'll be 19 in a couple of months." "Oh, shit. Someone could have piped up to correct me every time I was calling him a boy or a kid. Not my fault he's got such a baby face." Standing up straighter, cheeks still stained with embarrassment, Liam offers her a shy smile. "It would be an honor." Dozens of men are glaring at Liam like he cheated to win the game, and Dom is coordinating with one of his brother husbands to deal with the humans. Using the distraction to my full advantage, I grab Stone's hand and start slinking away. Cody falls into step behind us, watching Stone carefully, but pretending not to. As we reach the winding forest path, he picks up the conversation from earlier like we were never interrupted. "Stone's right, Raiden. We'll do better from now on. Not only for Amara's sake, but yours, too." Raiden looks stunned. Eventually, he snaps out of it, slaps Cody affectionately on the back, and takes the spot at my free side. "Hear that, love? You pulled off what I never could. However am I going to repay you?" I roll my eyes. "Laying it on a little thick there, aren't you?" "Depends. Is it working?" "Not particularly." He skims his fingertips along my jaw, and I barely suppress a shiver. "Not even a little?" "How can you be flirting right now? Did you forget the part where I was almost shot?" "With a tranquilizer," he counters, waving it off like it's no big deal, despite the corners of his eyes tightening. "Look at Stone. You'd have been fine." I glance over at my suspiciously quiet mate and gesture to his face to make my case. "He's sleepwalking." Cody chimes in. "He's a doctor. He's used to working on autopilot while half asleep. Honestly, you should be impressed at his multitasking skills." "He's drooling, guys." Both of them snort, but Raiden takes pity on him and throws Stone over his shoulder. "Problem solved." One down, 1,000,000 more to go. Chapter 14. Amara. I'm making the right decision. Yet, no matter how much I repeat the mantra, tendrils of doubt slip past my defenses. Stone was shot because of me. He may be the closest thing to immortal any shifter has ever been, but the rest of us aren't. Reality will come for us whether we like it or not, and he can't be in 3 places at once. I refuse to spend the rest of my life a paranoid mess, always looking over my shoulder, waiting for someone to strike. Been there, done that, and I can attest that it isn't any sort of life at all. My skin feels too tight, too vulnerable, and my stomach's been churning for the last hour at the visceral reminder that there's something crawling around inside of my body. Even alone, it feels like I'm constantly being watched. I'm frustrated, burned out, and angry at the world. My entire life, I was hunted by men that wanted to claim me, and now to kill me, but only to get Stone, Raiden, and Kodiak out of the way. I don't even get the luxury of being killed because I've pissed anyone off, yet I'm the one being punished. It's bullshit. Kodiak scrubs a hand over his stubbled jaw. "I'm fucking beat, boss man. There's got to be somewhere around here for us to camp." Sunrise is only a few hours away now, and I'm not the only one dead on my feet. All 4 of us are running on fumes after walking straight through the night, Stone coming to several hours ago. Blisters riddle my bare feet, and several pebbles are embedded in my soles that I can't risk digging out. If I sit down for even a second, I won't get back up. There. Raiden veers off to the right, scanning the vicinity with a calculated eye. "We'll camp out here for a few days." Passing the "For Sale" sign, I silently sigh in relief. The parking lot in front of the movie theater is wide open and massive, making all of us twitchy over the exposure. The promise of sleep so close now, though, offers a newfound rush of energy to cross it quickly. Kodiak studies the security system box beside the doors for a few seconds before stepping aside and gesturing me forward. "The floor is yours, gorgeous." My eyebrows hit my hairline. "Come again?" "Yes, please," he replies without missing a beat. "But first, maybe you could let us in so we can have some privacy." "You want me to—" "Manipulate the security system? Well, yeah. You're the only lightning dragon around, pretty girl. I can't think of anyone better suited for the role." All of the blood drains out of my face as the three of them stare at me expectantly. Wouldn't frying it set off the alarm? Wrapping an arm around my waist, Kodiak drags me in front of the keypad, stepping behind me to keep me from running. "Possibly. So it's actually a good thing you're worn out. It'll be easier to keep your abilities in check." Dropping his voice to a soothing timbre, he coaxes, "All you need to do is a little spark. Make the current jump from the active circuit to the one beside it to disarm the system. You've got this, Firefly. I believe in you." At least one of us does. "If I fuck it up, we can bolt and find somewhere new to hole up in, right? No fault, no foul?" Stone smooths a hand over my hair. "Absolutely. No pressure, Mastor." Blowing out a heavy breath, I close my eyes, trying to ignore the weighty stares boring into my skull, watching my every move. The nearly imperceptible hum of electricity is easy enough to sense and connect to, but it's like pulling teeth to coax it into doing what I want. It already has a circuit, a pre-established path it's happy to follow. As soon as I try to break it, it instantly seeks out a new outlet, and my fingers go numb as I accidentally redirect the electricity into me instead of the secondary circuit. Focus. Maybe I can't do much, but I can at least not make things worse. Careful not to pour all of that excess energy back in and fry the system, I picture pulling a lever to switch the tracks. The double beep has my eyes flying open, not really believing the tiny font on the screen stating "System unarmed." Cody whoops, capturing me around the waist and spinning us around with a victorious grin. "Told you you're amazing. Now come on, let's see if they left anything good behind." Raiden holds the door open for us. "We'll scavenge supplies after you two secure the building. Amara can help me get the marker on the roof, and we'll meet you in the lobby when we're done." Kodiak sighs, letting me slide down his body as he reluctantly puts me down. "Yeah, all right." Stone palms the back of my neck, pulling me in for a swift, hard kiss. "Stay away from the edge of the roof. You're swaying on your feet." I bite my cheek, reminding myself that I'm overtired and overthinking. Logically, I know he wasn't taking a jab, honestly concerned I'll trip when I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. It's me projecting my own insecurities because I'm hangry and need a nap. Promise. Raiden takes my hand to drag me away, thumb brushing over my pulse. 5 minutes later, we're trudging up a stairwell, and I'm eyeing the carpeted landing like it's the nicest bed I've ever seen. "So that's how Avery finds you, if you're not at any of the Legion-owned properties? She just flies around looking for a symbol?" "She won't bother circling the properties first, since I told her to come straight back after retrieving the bag." There's a heavy rock right in front of the door to the roof that we use to prop it open, taking a wild guess that we'll be locked out otherwise. Bringing scales to one arm and a talon to the other, he explains, "We used to do this all the time in the beginning. It's how I trained her to be comfortable going on longer errands. She knows she can always find me." He begins popping red scales off, and I wince in sympathy. Picking them up off the ground first, I cup my hands under his arm to catch the rest of the morbid confetti. "How did you wind up with Avery?" "I found her with a broken wing and nursed her back to health. The three of us had drifted apart, and I was at a particularly low point in my life, so it was nice having someone to come home to that needed me. By the time she was able to fly again, we were inseparable. From there, I started training her, and by Stone's next visit home, I couldn't imagine losing her. I begged him for a way to extend her lifespan, and the rest, as they say, is history. How did Stone pull that off? Shaking out his sore arm, he gathers the pile of scales from me, starting to lay them out in a pattern in the center of the roof. Infuses a gemstone with a fraction of his healing ability, then grinds it into a powder that I mix into her food. Damn, sometimes I forget how amazing you all are. Smoky gray eyes meet mine, an intensity in them that makes my skin flush. How amazing we all are. You're a force to be reckoned with, Amara. I wish you could see yourself as we do. You're biased. It's pronounced wise. Standing up, he brushes his palms off on his shorts, looking down at his handiwork. The Celtic symbol has 3 clockwise spirals connecting from a central hub, the faint rays of the rising sun reflecting off of the red scales, traces of his blood helping keep them in place. We can look for some tape in the morning. Come on, let's see if there's anything to eat in this place, and find a good spot to relax for the night. He glances at the sky and grimaces. Or day, I suppose. We return downstairs to find Stone and Kodiak making themselves at home behind the concession counter. Popcorn is exploding inside the machine. A cardboard box full to bursting with boxes of candy has been torn into, and one of them has pulled bottles of water from one of the abandoned coolers. Cody tosses me a box of candy, and I rip it open, pouring half of it in my mouth, and mentally swooning at the sugar rush. Stone dishes popcorn out into several buckets. We got Theater 3 set up as home base. Snatching a cup and testing the soda machine, Raiden finds a couple flavors that aren't tapped out yet. Points of entry? Cody loads up with snacks and leads the way to the theater. All glass has been coated by a sheet of metal, so no one can see inside. Doors fused shut and barred, including fire exits. The only one I didn't touch is the one leading to the roof, but that's intentional. If I were to get knocked on my ass, you guys need an exit that doesn't rely on me, and it's difficult to access that one from the outside. We'll have plenty of warning if someone attempts to break in. Raiden nods in approval. Perfect. Then let's settle in and enjoy a few well-earned days off. I assumed we'd stuff our faces and crash, but as the doors swing shut behind me, the opening credits of a movie are rolling on the big screen. Cody and Raiden start arguing over the best seats, leaving me standing in the aisle and wondering if this is all a fever dream. Stone rests a hand on my lower back. Ignore them. You can sit wherever you like. I can't help it. The genuine concern in his voice over something as inconsequential as seating arrangements has me bursting out laughing. Are we seriously pretending that we're on vacation? Just going to sit around and wait for the next person that wants to kill us to show up? Cody munches on a handful of popcorn. Really not different than any other day, is it? Someone always wants to kill us for some reason or another. You just get to join the cool kids club now. Stone takes a sip of his drink and raises an eyebrow. We could shift and burn down the neighboring towns for old time's sake if you'd prefer. No need to live in fear of being killed if we kill them all first. We can't kill every shifter in the country. A good chunk of them haven't done anything wrong, and we have no way of sorting out the ones harboring grudges if we're setting entire cities on fire. Besides, then it just confirms all of the bullshit Malcolm was spewing about you to his lemmings. He shrugs, joining the others and taking the bucket of popcorn Cody passes his way. Then, yeah, we are waiting around for people to attack us and handling it then. No need to sort through who's good or evil if it's self-defense. Best of both worlds. Morally acceptable murder. Raiden kicks his feet up on the seat in front of him. No point rushing home when the castle isn't secure anymore either, not until we repair the damages from Stone. Before I can ask, he adds, and even once it's a fortress again, I refuse to lock you away in it. So you'd be physically safe, yes, but miserable, and grow to resent us. So if we can't hide you somewhere safe, and we can't kill everyone that doesn't like us, all that's left is taking things one day at a time. He takes a bite of popcorn, patting the empty seat beside him. Unless you have a better plan? A frustrated growl builds in my chest, but it's at the situation, not them. I feel so helpless, and I hate it. We'd be safer in Kalita, but that's a temporary solution, especially with the long lifespans of shifters. And while I've never been big on ethics, killing tens of thousands of people because they don't like the way the guys rule over them doesn't sit right with me. The entire thing is a confusing mess, and I don't know how to untangle the convoluted web I'm trapped in. Sighing, I flop down next to Raiden and steal a handful of popcorn. Let's raid the action movies next. Maybe one of them will inspire an idea.
Chapter 15. Raiden. I'd be lost without you. You know that? Stroking my knuckles affectionately down Avery's jaw, my heart clenches at the dark stains of dried blood staining her feathers. Let's get you cleaned up, pretty girl. I don't even make it 2 steps across the roof before she launches off my wrist, diving through the open door into the building. Sighing, I open the drawstring athletic bag. A dozen cards are rubber-banded together, IDs for all 4 of us, along with our spare debit and credit cards. Beneath those are the handgun and half of the darts I paid Everin a small fortune for. Loading one in the chamber, I slide the gun into my pocket alongside my cards, leaving everything else in the bag and sliding it onto my back. Shutting the door behind me, I make my way back to the lobby. My heart leaps into my throat when I find Stone and Kodiak leaning against the ticket counter, lost in conversation. Amara nowhere in sight. "Why'd you leave her alone? Where is she?" They both look up at the same time, understanding reflected back at me alongside all of the fears we try so hard to conceal from her. Losing Amara, no matter how temporary, wrecked us in a way that I don't think we'll ever fully recover from. Stone gestures to the bathroom not 20 feet away, giving Avery a bath in the sink. When he catches me staring at the slight tremor in his hand, he clenches it into a fist and scowls. She saw her
to shift the atmosphere and allow your ears to rest. Following this is a gentle musical composition. Please take these few precious minutes to center yourself, relax your facial muscles, and prepare for the next part of our work.
Still covered in blood and paled so quickly, I thought she was going to faint. I offered to do it, but she just clutched Avery to her chest and shut down, so we're giving them some space to reconnect. Before I can ask my next question, Kodiak cuts me off, already knowing where my head's at. Yes, there's another entrance to the bathroom, down that hallway. He points to a spot still in their line of sight, and I breathe a little easier. It doesn't matter that we cleared the building and have been rotating watch shifts for the past 3 days. If Amara's out of sight, my imagination runs wild. It's ridiculous. Being out in public and exposed didn't send my heart into overdrive like this, despite it being 100 times more dangerous. Hell, Stone was shot and drugged a few days ago, and that entire situation could have ended up catastrophically different. I have to see her, touch her, remind myself that she's safe. We can't protect her if she's alone. We got lucky once, but fortune will only carry us so far. Are you sure about this, Raiden? Stone strums his fingers on the counter, glancing between me and the bathroom. We can keep brainstorming, but if we do this, there's no turning back. You said it yourself. History is doomed to repeat itself until someone forces it to change. We inherited a broken system and have been scraping by with patch jobs for centuries. There are too many problems to fix, so the only choice left is to blow the system to hell and forge something new from the ashes. The sound of the hairdryer has me snapping my gaze in her direction, and by the time Amara emerges, a sense of rightness has settled over me, chasing away any lingering doubts. In her arms, Avery is fluffed out like a bespeckled snowball, a murderous look on her face. It speaks volumes of how taken she is with Amara, that she let it happen without trying to claw her eyes out. Ready to go? That's a loaded question, isn't it? Amara sighs, smoothing Avery's feathers back into place. I can't argue that you were right. These last few days were a much-needed reprieve. But I'm looking forward to a change of clothes and some real food. Any trouble getting everything strapped into place? Cody asks. She passes Avery over to me and pulls her shirt off. Yeah, actually, breakaway is easy enough, but putting it back on is a pain in the ass. He swoops in, untwisting straps and adjusting the plates of discreet armor he created for her to wear under her shirt. It's lightweight, just thick enough to protect her torso if we're shot at. Won't do much good if they land a headshot or fire a tranquilizer at her leg to take her down, but it's a precaution that'll let us all relax a bit. Practical. And the breakaway design allows for easy shifting and shedding the extra weight quickly if necessary. Seriously, Cody? Amara asks. When did you add this? Stone snorts, reading the engraving over her breastplate. If found, please return to Kodiak Garrison so he may remove your eyeballs from their sockets for reading this. Cody winks unrepentantly. This morning? You have to admit, if they're staring at your chest, they deserve it. Amara rolls her eyes, but can't hide the smile twitching at the corner of her lips. Stop using flawless logic when I'm trying to be annoyed. It reads like a lost pet tag. Does not? He argues, waving his hand and breaking into a shit-eating grin. Now it does. Etched in the metal over her stomach now reads, Amara Garrison, also answers to Sparky. If found, please call. You're such an asshole. She shoves his shoulder with a chuckle and pulls her shirt back on. Like I don't already look ridiculous enough. You don't look ridiculous. You look beautiful. She raises an eyebrow. I've been wearing the same clothes for 3 days, and my hair smells like popcorn oil. I'm all for flattery, but let's at least shoot for something believable. I frown. You know, I truly wish you could see yourself like we do. Through lust-colored glasses that don't care if I need a shower? She teases. Cody takes off his silver armband and sets it on her head. Like a queen. She snorts. Yeah, okay. He cocks his head. I'm serious. With a weary sigh, she plucks it off her head and passes it back. Are we ready to head out then? But Cody isn't letting it go. As soon as you put that back on, absolutely. She snorts. I'm not wearing a crown out in public, you lunatic. How about we compromise, and you just wear it in the bedroom? He steps in close, crowding her back against Stone. We'll role-play. Master of Dragons. Think of all the fun things you could command us to do to please you. Grabbing her hand, he presses it to his already semi-hard cock. Because I firmly object to the assertion that you look ridiculous. A spark of heat gleams in her eyes, but she steals her hand back, patting his chest. Deal. Although I make no promises when it'll happen, because, no offense, but I'm not the only one that could use a shower. He barks out a laugh, leading the way across the lobby. Fair enough. We should head out before it gets any hotter then, or you'll be sweating through that armor. For as nonplussed as we act for Amara's sake, all 3 of us are on high alert, scanning everything with a critical eye. But even with everything falling apart around us, it's strangely freeing. Being able to simply live in the moment, my legion the only people I need to worry about. It's been amazing seeing Stone let go of the past and finally allowing himself to be happy. Watching Amara come out of her shell, and even though she wants to remove her mark, it doesn't feel like she's running. There are so many more threats to her now than when she first came into our lives, but she doesn't seem afraid of anything but being the weak link that gets us killed. Cody's right. We need to prove to her that just because she hasn't trained in combat doesn't mean she's weak. Her self-preservation skills put ours to shame. It's not long before we come across a large chain store that has a little bit of everything for one-stop shopping. It takes a few minutes of coaxing for Avery to go hunt down something to eat while we stop, but once we're through the doors, I realize I shouldn't have bothered and just let her join us. Nobody even spares us a second glance as we enter barefoot, Stone missing a shirt and Amara's covered in faded bloodstains we couldn't fully wash out. Passing out their IDs and cards, I rattle off assignments. Cody, you're on camping gear, hiking packs, and weapons. Stone, the basics. Toothbrushes, soap, protein bars, that sort of thing. As they take off, Amara grabs a cart and asks, What are we after? Grabbing a pair of sunglasses off of a display stand, I slide them over her unnaturally bright eyes. Just because we're going to take a stand doesn't mean we want to invite unwanted attention before we're ready. Clothes and shoes. We whip through our shopping quickly and take up a spot near the checkout lanes, waiting for the others. People pass by as if we're invisible, going about their days on autopilot. When a group of college kids gets into the line nearest us, though, their conversation is impossible not to overhear. and I stiffen. "Did you hear the latest? Those dragons are going after people now." "Oh, bullshit." "No, seriously, look." Slipping into line behind them, I watch over their shoulders as one guy has his phone out, angled for his friends to watch a video clip. It's grainy quality and shrouded in smoke, but you can still make out a gold dragon with 2 men in her claws. I glance at Amara from the corner of my eye, and she sheepishly rubs the back of her neck, pointedly avoiding my gaze. "Why hasn't the military stepped in to shoot these things down yet?" one of the guys asks, genuinely shocked at the footage. Another scoffs, loading groceries onto the conveyor belt. "Because they're not real, moron. You know how it goes. Everyone was pissed off about the recent tax hikes. Then lo and behold, dragons are all over the news and all anyone can talk about. It's a distraction to keep people from rioting. Just you watch. Next time gas prices skyrocket, there'll be some shiny new drama to shift attention away from it too." Kodiak slides into line behind us and doesn't miss a beat. "I don't know, man. If it was a hoax, they'd have gone with virgin sacrifices. It's a classic for a reason. Scares parents into hiding their daughters and rallies people into a united front against a common enemy. Then, when the military stepped in to slay the beasts, they'd look like heroes and get to publicly demonstrate their power. Win-win on regaining compliance over the masses." I shoot him a glare and mouth, "What the hell are you doing?" But he ignores me. The guy loading the belt pauses, genuinely considering it. "Well, shit, that's a good point. Okay, say it was real. Why wouldn't that dragon just roast the guys then and there? Why snatch 'em and fly off?" Stone butts in with a sly smirk, feeding off of Cody's instigations. "You think people used to sacrifice virgins for dragons to eat? Hell, you saw that video. The gold is significantly smaller than the other 3, and she kidnapped a couple of men. Let's be realistic. If they've been in hiding since the Middle Ages, those dragons aren't just hungry. They're horny." I don't know what I was thinking earlier, singing these ungrateful heathens' praises. My annoyance tapers off the instant I notice Amara is barely managing to keep her laughter at bay. Stone shoots me a challenging look, subtly reminding me that if I'm having second thoughts about our plan, I need to step in before this goes any further. But even though it goes against everything ingrained in me, I truly believe it's the only path that leads to Amara's freedom. Groceries forgotten, they give us their full attention now. "Say you're right, and it is a girl. Why not go after the other dragons then?" "To drive them into a jealous rage," Amara chimes in. "Haven't you ever watched nature shows? Mating season is always full of weird rituals." The humans contemplate her words seriously. "You know, my cousin claims one stole his food truck a few days ago, but he's always hit the sauce a bit too hard, if you know what I mean." One scratches his beard. "Isn't that a thing some animals do, though? Bring food and trinkets to the potential mate they're trying to impress?" The entire thing has gotten so ridiculously out of hand, I can't help but smile and roll with the punches. If you truly don't know the answer to that, maybe you should quit looking for someone to kill these dragons and start looking at them for dating advice. "Where to next?" Amara deadpans. "Home." Cody slings an arm around her shoulders. "After how long it took Raiden and Stone to remove the sticks from up their butts? I think not, beautiful." I level him with a glare that he completely ignores. Besides, you're so convinced we're going to die, we may as well cram in as much living as we can first. Prepare to be wooed, gorgeous. We're going to court the fuck out of you." She snorts, shaking her head in amusement. "Your priorities are seriously messed up, you know that?" Stone kisses her knuckles. "Not at all. You're our priority, Amara. Everything else is simply a series of side quests to keep life interesting." She sighs. "You can't be a doctor and have swoon-worthy pickup lines at your disposal. It's not fair to the rest of the men on this planet hoping to get laid if they can't even reach the bar you keep raising." Cody pivots to walk backwards in front of her, clutching his chest. "Is the doctor appeal because of the money, or that he saves people? Because I'd like to point out that I, in fact, fit both of those qualifications. I can also work half naked for your enjoyment. If Stone were to try, he'd get smacked with a lawsuit." The three of them carry on bantering back and forth, teasing each other and laughing. For a little while, every problem weighing down on their shoulders ceases to exist, and they're just happy. Careful not to break the spell, I commandeer the camera Stone secretly bought for Amara and take several pictures, committing the moment to memory. Slipping it back in the side pocket of his backpack, I return to watching everyone on the street in my peripherals, discreetly assessing if anyone's gaze lingers on us for too long. Thus far, the only looks Amara has been receiving are those of appreciation or curiosity. As much as it makes the muscle in my jaw tick, it's understandable. One woman surrounded by three men, two of which stand out like sore thumbs, is bound to garner attention. An hour later, Amara nudges my arm to get my attention, choosing her words carefully. "I appreciate what you're trying to do, but wandering around aimlessly is kind of stressing me out." Slowly, I nod. "I should have considered that. It's why at home we stopped asking you what you wanted for dinner, and asked which of a couple options you'd prefer. Too many options can be daunting, and you tend to get lost in your head overthinking it." She grimaces, fiddling with the strap on her backpack. "Exactly. I'm not asking for an itinerary or anything, but at least a rough game plan for the day. Walk to a certain city, find a hotel, explore a little, and stay a night or two, unless we get shot at. That sort of thing. It's comforting knowing what to expect. Otherwise, I get lost in my head imagining 100 worst-case scenarios to try and be prepared for anything that might happen." My brow furrows as I look at the situation from her perspective, realizing how much of it overlaps with my own. That makes perfect sense, actually. I always have an emergency plan or two running in the back of my mind. It's automatic at this point to where I don't even actively make it. My subconscious maps out the territory and instantly identifies the vantage points and best places for cover. So, to me, it doesn't matter where we end up during the day or when, because I'm used to needing to adapt in the heat of the moment. She snaps her fingers and points at me. "Exactly. But you have the confidence of knowing you can handle whatever is thrown at you, and quick reflexes honed from centuries of experience. Barely anything has been a genuine threat to you. I, on the other hand, have been little more than human up until a few weeks ago, so everything still feels like a potential threat. My brain hasn't caught up yet with the fact that I can fly away if shit hits the fan. And after how hard my other half dug her claws in, making it a struggle to shift back, I can't really rely on that ability either. It's hard to turn my brain off and enjoy what's in front of me if I'm always trying to mentally prepare for the unknown. I step in front of her, forcing her to stop, and reverently tuck a lock of her hair behind her ear. The best things in life are the ones you never see coming. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found you. Her expression softens, and I press a lingering kiss to her lips. But I agree. We should keep the surprises to a minimum for a while. With one more quick peck, I lace my fingers through hers and resume walking. We're not far from the next city, so how about we find a hotel room and shower? She squeezes my hand in silent thanks. Perfect. And then? Then, I brush my lips across her knuckles. We're taking you on a real date.
Chapter 16. Amara. Uncovering my eyes, Raiden brushes his knuckles gently down my cheek. You three go inside. I'll settle the bill and join you in a moment. Taking my bag, he turns back to the man behind the counter, pulling out his credit card. Cody opens the door to the adjoining room first, and after a few seconds, Stone places his hand on the small of my back, ushering me through behind him. I'll give them credit. They're subtle. To anyone else, the procession appears casual. But to me, it's glaringly obvious Kodiak is the first line of defense, ensuring the room is clear, and Stone is acting as a shield to any threats behind us we won't see until it's too late. Constantly protecting the weak, pathetic excuse of a dragon. Karina's out there defending an entire city, and I can't even take a piss alone without the guys getting twitchy. What is this place? Shrugging off his backpack, Stone sets it against the wall. Wreck-It Room. A series of bright, harsh lights illuminate the massive room, reminiscent of a warehouse. Several empty cement tables are scattered throughout, along with several junker cars. Against the back wall, shelves upon shelves of vases, computers, glasses, and countless other items are lined up. Based on the setup, I assume you pay for what you take off the display to break. On one of the cement slabs is an assortment of weapons, baseball bats, paintball guns, axes, etc. There aren't any windows, but the space is open enough that it doesn't send my heart into overdrive. Raiden closes the door behind us and announces, "We have the place to ourselves for the rest of the afternoon." With a jerk of his head, Cody helps him grab one of the heavy tables and push it in front of the door, barricading the only entrance. Or exit, depending on how you want to look at things. I haven't been on many dates, but I'm pretty sure this is a red flag. Unstrapping my armor beneath my shirt, I toss it on top of our bags, sighing in relief at the cool air on my sweat-slicked skin. Cody shoots me a wink over his shoulder, giving the table a final shove to wedge it in place. "What can I say, pretty girl? The things we want to do to you are best done in private." Shaking my head with a small smile, I glance over at Stone, raising an eyebrow in silent question when I find him staring at me intently. Without breaking eye contact, Stone calls over to Raiden. "Speaking of private, I hope you offered our friend an incentive to take the rest of the day off." Raiden scoffs, spinning a ring of keys around his finger. "I may not have much experience dating, but give me some credit here. The only reason I had us bar the door is so we can all enjoy ourselves without worrying about watching our backs." "Perfect." Stone's face transforms with such a genuine smile, my heart actually skips a beat. "A little help, Amara? With—" He gestures to one of the security cameras mounted above our heads. "Hard to let go if it feels like someone's watching. Care to do the honors?" "Sure, but I hope Raiden wasn't planning on getting his security deposit back." "Don't worry about it, love. No need for precision this time either, Raiden assures. Go ahead and fry the entire system. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes and concentrate, because Raiden's wrong. Maybe it's not as precise as disarming a security system, but if I'm not careful, I'll blow all the lights right alongside the cameras. Electricity hums above my head, and I follow its path across the ceiling, mentally mapping out the lines. Latching onto the circuit the cameras run on, I release a surge of energy. At the first pop, I crack open an eyelid, watching the lights dim as a series of small explosions ring the room, every camera cracking and smoking. That's my girl. Raiden winks, and with a small smile, pulls the smoke into himself before it can set off the sprinkler system. Cody saunters over, spinning a metal bat in his hand and offering it my way. Ladies first. Hesitantly taking it, I glance around, wondering where to start. To the guys' credit, they don't make it awkward by staring, waiting for me to do something impressive. They each drift off to pull things from the back wall and set up their own areas, leaving me to my own devices. At the first crash, I nearly jump out of my skin. Cody lifts a paintball gun and lines up his next shot, pelting a line of vases with unerring accuracy. Stone finishes setting up a carefully balanced tower of drinking glasses, but doesn't get a chance to do anything with them before a ball of smoke hits it dead center and sends them all crashing to the ground. Stone scowls, shooting a glare at Raiden. Why did I miss you again? Raiden smirks unrepentantly, keeping him distracted as a tendril of smoke slithers along the ground. Oh, it was a perfect shot, and you know damn well you'd have taken it too. Like a snake striking, the tendril snaps around Stone's ankle and yanks him off his feet. And that one. Catching himself on the table, Stone regains his balance. A split second later, his wings are out, and he launches at Raiden. Between the taunts and curses, the two of them are thoroughly occupied chasing each other around the warehouse, throwing shit at one another and laughing. More at ease, since they're not watching my every move, I jump up on the hood of one of the rusted-out sedans, testing the weight of the bat in my hand. Staring down at my faint reflection in the glass, I take in the resigned slump of my shoulders, the lackluster look in my eyes, and I hate it. Absolutely hate seeing myself like this, like I've accepted the inevitable and am making my peace with whatever time I have left. Too much of our plan hinges on other people, and if life's proven anything, it's that the only one I can count on is myself. The memory of Stone's adamant declaration whispers through my mind. Believe in us, Amara, even when the rest of the world doesn't. Believe that everything will work out in the end, because we're too damn stubborn to give up. If they want to kill me, I'm at least going to make them work for it. Tightening my grip, I swing, fracturing my image in the windshield. The glass gains spiderweb cracks from the impact, but it doesn't even shatter. Hell, you could probably get away still driving it, and it only serves to piss me off more. When the familiar flip in my stomach comes, instead of shrinking away from the anxious feeling, trying to breathe through the nausea and regain control of the situation, I surrender to it. I let go and finally accept that things are so wildly out of control, keeping my head down won't help me survive anymore. Bringing the bat down again, I give it everything I've got, and this time the windshield explodes into a shower of glass that rains down over the faded seats. The rearview mirror is the next to go, and I hop off the hood, taking out the side mirrors. But it's not enough. Electricity races up the bat as I smash it into the hood, the muffled sound of the car's radio surging to life before it cuts off with a loud pop. Breathing heavily, I glance up, but none of the guys are even looking my way. Cody is throwing knives at his targets. Raiden's attempting to hold his control over a thin stream of smoke like it's a whip, but it keeps dissipating right before contact, and he growls quietly in frustration, trying again and again to perfect it. Stone's wings are out as he focuses on navigating a tight space without knocking anything over, concentrating too hard to worry about what I'm doing. I'm not going to get a better opportunity. Coaxing my dragon to the surface, I'm adamant about not completely shifting. The anger and frustration burning me raw makes it easier to connect to that part, but I'm not so lost to my instincts that she takes over. Nothing happens for several minutes, and a low growl works its way from my chest that rattles the glass shards at my feet. A flash of gold on my wrist has the sound instantly cutting off, a grin splitting my face ear to ear. Even if it only lasts for a second, it's the burst of confidence I desperately needed. Tightening my grip on the bat, I turn my efforts to pulling electricity from the walls instead of myself. A tingle of energy races from my toes to my fingertips, and I watch in satisfaction as blue arcs dance across the surface of the bat. Riding a manic high, I make my way to the back wall, pulling a plate from the shelf. I toss it into the air, grip the bat in two hands, and swing. Right before I'm pelted by a couple of jagged shards, there's a sharp tug in my chest, and I surrender a little more control. Instinctively, patches of scales cover my skin, and only one piece of debris manages to slice my bicep. Cody appears in front of me and starts pulling things off the shelves, grinning. "Breaking shit's more fun with friends. What do you say, beautiful? Want to play with me?" I swipe my thumb across the thin line of blood on my arm with a breathless laugh and can't stop smiling. "We don't have to clean up after, do we?" He snorts. "Fuck no." "Then it doesn't matter how terrible my aim is." I gesture for him to back up and fall into a ready stance. "Switch after 10 throws?" "Loser has to give the winner a blowjob," he calls out, before swiftly tossing a plate like a frisbee so far to my left it nearly hits Raiden in the face. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much. "You're such a fucking cheater." He whistles innocently, tossing the next plate over his shoulder. "Oh no, my reputation. However will I sleep at night now?" His next throw actually comes my way, and I land a solid hit on the vase, a small cloud of clay dust hitting me in the face. Swiping at my face, I cough out, "Nailed it!" He alternates between throwing things at me and the others, trying to catch Raiden and Stone off guard. When his arms are finally empty, we switch places, and I only win because half of my throws don't even make it far enough for him to stand a chance of hitting them, and we both pretend it was intentional on my part. Raiden trails his fingers down my arm, drawing attention to the sleeve of golden scales as he starts plucking pieces of debris out of my hair with an affectionate smile. "This is a good look on you. Dirty." Pressing his lips to mine in a chaste, lingering kiss, he pulls back enough to study my face. "Happy." My stomach flips, but it has nothing to do with unease this time, and everything to do with the man in front of me. "Thank you." "The pleasure's all mine, angel." With one more kiss, he steps away with a teasing smirk. "So what do I have to do to get in on these betting games of yours?" "What did you have in mind?" He crosses his arms, tapping one of his fingers against his bicep as he mulls it over. If you can get your wings out without fully shifting, I'll tell you a secret that nobody else knows. Not even Stone or Cody? The two in question are blatantly eavesdropping now. Raiden smirks. Not even them. Cody pauses. Wait a minute. I want to know too. Sorry, offer is for Amara only. I narrow my eyes. It's not something dumb like you don't like chocolate, right? He crosses his heart. Better. It's something you can lord over my head to torment me with for the rest of our lives. You drive a hard bargain, boss man, but I accept. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I realize the major flaw in the plan and groan. I walked right into this one. Raiden's eyes sparkle with mirth. Whatever do you mean, love? Pulling off my shirt, I give him my back. Laugh it up while you can, but see if you still think it's funny the day you crash into the side of a mountain because you're too busy staring at my tits bouncing all over the place. With a deft flick of his wrist, he unhooks my bra. A sacrifice I'm willing to bear. Stone and Kodiak solemnly nod in support. Holding my shirt to my chest for a semblance of coverage, I shake my head. How benevolent of you. Seriously, though, put some halter tops on the list for our next shopping trip. Consider it done, Stone announces, hopping up to sit on one of the tables. Now, enough stalling. Now that my anger has dissipated, I was worried it'd be harder to connect with her, but weirdly enough, it's even easier this time. All I have to do is recall the ache in my shoulder blades, the feel of the wind beneath my wings, visualizing myself as human, but with her golden wings. My wings, I correct. Not two beings warring for control over one body, but two sides of the same coin. There's a sharp pinch, but it fades quickly, leaving only a heavy weight on my back, and I have to adjust my stance to keep from toppling over. It takes a minute before I can extend and retract them, not enough muscle memory for it to feel natural, similar to staring at your arm and consciously trying to tell it to move instead of just doing it. But as soon as I stop overthinking everything, the movements come easier. Perfect. Raiden reverently traces the top of one wing. Cupping my jaw, his gaze holds me captive. Absolutely perfect. Throat suddenly dry. My voice comes out raspier than I intended. I believe this means you owe me a secret. His lip twitches. That I do. As the silence stretches on past his breaking point, Cody finally tosses his hands up in the air and stomps off to the other side of the warehouse. Come on, Stone. Stone hops down from the table with a smirk. Let the lovebirds have their dirty little secret. Gives us time to plan out our next date, and I'm thinking Raiden will sadly be busy that night. The two of them disappear to conspire, leaving us with the illusion of privacy. Raiden raises an eyebrow. Promise you won't tell anyone? Cody would never let me live it down. If you secretly like butt stuff and are about to ask me to peg you, it's downright cruel not to let me share that with anyone. He snorts. Sorry to disappoint you, but that isn't it. That didn't sound like a no. At his hard stare, I hold my hands up in surrender. Discussion tabled. We'll circle back in a few years. You were saying? He rolls his eyes. There's a room in the castle that even the others don't know about. My ears perk up in interest. What's in it? My collection. Of? He mumbles something too low for me to hear. Come again? Scrubbing a hand down his face, he releases a heavy sigh, shoulders slumping. ceramic unicorns. It takes a considerable effort to force my face to remain impassive. Any particular reason? They combine two of my favorite things, horses and swords, like rhinoceroses, but prettier. Dragons like pretty things. And violence, he defends, and I finally break. Grabbing the back of his neck, I pull him into a laughing kiss that's more teeth than lips, since I can't stop smiling. Your secret's safe with me, but for what it's worth, I highly doubt they'd give you shit for it. Cody reads romance novels, after all. He tilts his head in acknowledgement. You've got a point. To be fair, though, now it's more fun to keep it a secret and drive him crazy. Finally retracting my wings, I redress as the others grab our bags and unbar the door. My shoulders ache, and I already dread how much effort I'm going to have to put in to build up the muscles in my back necessary to fly half-shifted. Still, I feel lighter than I have in ever, at peace for the first time in my life. Today may have started off rocky, but wound up to be cathartic in the best of ways, and I'm more confident that we actually have a shot of pulling this off. Armor back in place, I try to ignore the way my backpack makes one of the plates dig into my lower back as we make our way back to the hotel. It's a temporary evil that offers all of us peace of mind, but it's still uncomfortable. One I'm grateful for, as a shrill scream sets off a stampede of people, and I'm roughly shoved out of someone's way, slamming into Stone's side and sending us both sprawling into oncoming traffic.
Chapter 17. Stone. Cody! I don't listen for a response. Either he heard me over the crowd, or he didn't. I take the brunt of the impact as Amara and I crash into the street. A sickeningly sharp pain lances through my head as I crack my skull against the pavement, bile rising in my throat as my vision flashes black for a few seconds, returning in blurry spots. It only gets worse as I'm suddenly wrenched to the side and rolled onto my stomach, a heavy weight pinning my legs to the ground. My healing kicks in, knitting the fractured bone back together. A few moments later, my ears pop, horns blaring and muffled screams slamming me back to reality. My vision is beginning to clear, but it's still far too dark, and panic sends my heart into overdrive. I reach for Amara, but my hand only scrapes against bloody pavement, and I shove myself up, only to smack the back of my head against something and flop back onto the ground. Amara! Here! She pants breathlessly behind me. Disoriented, I probe the side of my head, my fingers sticky with blood, but the wound mostly closed. Every second that passes chases away a little more of the brain fog, and I'm finally able to think clearly again, only a splitting headache remaining. Slowly, our position registers, everything clicking into place. We're stretched out on our stomachs beneath a large delivery truck, Amara lying on top of my legs. Are you hurt? Couple of scrapes. Nothing bad. I'm not the one who busted their head open. Gradually, the remnants of my headache fades until I feel good as new. Frowning, I replay the last few minutes. You dragged me out of the way and pinned me down so we'd go under the truck instead of it running over my legs. Gotta love adrenaline, she says, resting her head on the back of my thighs with a shaky exhale. Would have been easier without these stupid backpacks. Why didn't you get out of the street? I demand, clenching my fist. You know how quickly I heal. A couple of broken legs aren't a big deal, but you getting hit by a goddamn truck would be. It's pronounced thank you, she scoffs. You might have super healing, but you still feel pain like the rest of us, genius. She dials back her anger a notch and sighs. I'm not going to leave you to get fucking run over to save myself any more than you'd abandon me. My chest tightens. You're too good for me, Mostor, but I'm going to be selfish and keep you anyway. Good. We're finally on the same page, she says, gently squeezing my leg. Slip off your backpack, and as soon as the truck moves, we'll roll out from under it. I'd go now, but it's been idling long enough that I don't want you near the wheels when it should be taking off any second now. We're good to go whenever you're ready. She taps my side and points to draw my attention to the piles of metal littering the ground beyond the tires. Cody ripped out the engines of all of the cars in the vicinity as soon as we went under to bring traffic to a standstill. It's only been a few minutes, but since they haven't pulled us out, I'm guessing they decided we were safer with the shield and out of sight until they figured out what set off the crowd. Backpack catching on the undercarriage, I jerk it free with an annoyed grunt and finish army crawling out from beneath the truck. The crowd on the sidewalk has thinned out a bit, but the street is overflowing with confused drivers staring down at their cars, and several accidents farther back. The truck bounces as Kodiak jumps down from his position on top of it. His jaw clenches as he gets a good look at me. White hair doesn't really hide bloodstains well. It looks worse than it is, I promise. Head wounds bleed a lot. You know that. I tried, he whispers, gaze flicking away from me, but not before I catch the flash of self-loathing in their depths. I heard you call my name, but by the time I spotted you two, I was too late to stop it. Clapping his shoulder, I give him a shake until he finally looks at me. There's not a single thing to apologize for. You did well, making sure nobody would crash into the truck, and that it was clear in case we tried to roll out from under it. We're both fine. Amara's faint. As touching as this all is, can I come out now? I'm getting claustrophobic. In an instant, Cody is crouched down and helping pull her out. Are you okay? I'd be better if I knew what the hell was going on, she grumbles, scanning the block. Where's Raiden? He holds her out in front of him, searching for injuries. Hunting. A group of shifters went rogue and attacked some humans. No clue if they shifted in front of them, or if the news will write this off as animals loose from the zoo. But we've got at least 2 dead, and a fuck ton of car accidents just from what we could see. She nods, but there's a tightness around her eyes. Stone and I are good now, so you should go help him. Kissing the scrape on her elbow, he says, Raiden can handle himself, Firefly. I know, she confidently declares. But the more damage they do, the harder it's going to be for us in the long run. And he's going to be limited in how he deals with them with so many people around. He hesitates for several heartbeats before giving a sharp nod. You're right. You two head back to the hotel, and we'll meet you there when we're done. He palms both of her cheeks, staring intently into her eyes. Stay safe. Make them regret it. Rising up on her toes, she kisses him hard and fast. Sending me a loaded look filled with warning to protect her, he takes off running to catch up with Raiden. We pick up their discarded backpacks and make our way back to the hotel, but the farther we go, the thicker the crowd gets. Traffic is at a standstill, several car pile-ups everywhere, and the sidewalks crowded with bystanders gawking at the damage. It gets bad enough that we give up trying to get through, not wanting to risk being caught in the masses in case something sets them off again. We got lucky once, and even that was a shocking change of pace. I'm not going to hold my breath that we'll walk away unscathed a second time. Fighting through the crowd, we veer to the right at the next street, following it for 2 blocks until the only people on the sidewalks are those walking from one building to the next at a leisurely pace, sipping coffees while on their phones. This section of downtown is primarily office buildings, the 2-hour parking signs everywhere forcing people into using parking garages or walking. It makes navigating on foot 10 times easier, and some of the tension dissipates from my shoulders as we start a path to the hotel parallel to the old one, just a few blocks over. "It's actually pretty nice," Amara says, looking around in surprise. "Nearly every city I've been in has either been so crowded you were practically invisible, or a small town." While she soaks in all of the gorgeous architecture and relaxed atmosphere, I discreetly slip my camera out and take a few pictures, really hoping they capture that wistful look in her eyes. Originally, I'd planned to give this to her as soon as I bought it, hoping it would spark a love of sightseeing that would encourage her to stretch out our trip home. But somewhere along the way, it's become almost an obsession of mine, capturing the moments Amara doesn't realize anyone's watching. She's always gorgeous, but when she lets her guard down, she's simply breathtaking. "You're right." With a soft smile, I tuck a lock of hair behind her ear. The view is lovely. Rounding the corner as we turn left, we stumble to a stop. I tighten my grip on her hand, tugging her behind me as one of the men spots us, immediately training his gun on us and nudging one of the others. 4 masked men are in a standoff against a police officer, holding a knife to a woman's throat that they're using as a hostage. The cop keeps his gun trained on them while trying to catch his breath, not a squad car or backup in sight. As I take in the duffel bags slung across the men's shoulders and the building behind them, the pieces click into place. All of those car accidents and humans that were attacked were a diversion to occupy the police so their pack could rob a fucking bank. Almost in slow motion, we watch in horror as one of the men beside the hostage gets sick of the delay and extends his claws, burying them deep in the woman's stomach, and guts her. "Fuck!" The man holding a knife to her throat curses. As the cop raises his gun, the man shoves the woman into him, forcing the officer to jerk his gun to the side. While the cop catches the woman, the 4 of them shift into a variety of jungle cats and take off like bats out of hell, not sparing a single glance back. The officer fires several shots after them, but they quickly make it to the end of the block and dart out of sight. Turning his attention fully to the woman, he eases her onto the ground, barking into the radio strapped to his shoulder before putting pressure on her stomach. It all happened so fast, and I try to tell myself that even if I'd shifted and intervened, I couldn't have stopped them from hurting her, that they were too far away to get to her in time. But I know deep down that it's not true. I could have saved her, but it would have meant leaving Amara alone, vulnerable. A bullet could have slipped past when I rushed the 4 of them, and we don't know if there are any other threats nearby, so I couldn't risk leaving her side. This is why I hate making decisions. When I do, people die. "Stone." Amara's voice is barely more than a whisper as she steps out from behind me, clutching my hand in a death grip. She doesn't have to say it. From how pale she is, it's obvious where her mind went. Right back to the night that put her in my path at the hospital. We're supposed to go straight back to the hotel when you're safe. My argument is weak, no force behind it. I can't take my eyes off of the policeman trying to stop the bleeding. "And we will," she says, tugging me forward. "Worst case scenario, you can't do anything, but you're never going to forgive yourself if you don't try." She takes the decision out of my hands, and it snaps me out of my paralyzed state. Keeping her hand clutched tightly in mine, I pick up the pace, running the rest of the way. As I shrug off my backpack and drop the other in my hand beside it, I flip that switch in my brain that lets me turn off my emotions to treat people. The switch became faulty once I met Amara, though, and it's impossible to ignore the agonized panic wafting off of the two humans, the taste acrid on my tongue. Whipping off my shirt, I nudge the cop out of the way to press it to the girl's stomach. "How long until the ambulance can get here?" He shakes his head slightly, already resigned to how this is going to pan out. 15 minutes, at least, and that's being optimistic. Major pileups all over the city have turned the roads into a shit show. I had to run 3 blocks to respond to the silent alarm, and I couldn't find anyone free to back me up. I release a flurry of curses under my breath, pressing harder against her ravaged stomach to staunch the bleeding. Shoulder-length silver hair is fanned out around a face that can't be more than early 20s. The woman's eyes closed and breathing shallow. Beside me, the officer huffs. Thank God for body cams, or none of the boys would believe this one. Hell, they're still not going to believe it. What the fuck were those things? We wanted a chance to change things, to show people that while we're dangerous, the pros outweigh the cons. But not like this. Staring down at the woman's face, my stomach churns as my old friend's face flickers over hers. "You were meant to save people, Stone. I'm just not one of them." I slam my eyelids closed, desperately sucking down ragged gasps of air. Aurelia's gone. I couldn't save her, but she made sure I had the chance to save others. With a shaky exhale, I pull myself together. Not all shifters are good people, I admit softly, but with conviction. Why do you think the dragons finally came out of hiding? It was time to clean house. The officer blanches, but doesn't say anything, not even to scoff and call me crazy. If it's any consolation, I'm a doctor. I'll do what I can, but we're both aware of how limited our options are without a hospital. There's nothing else you can do for her, so you might want to check on the rest of the people in the bank to make sure no one else is hurt. The officer nods, jogging the short distance to the building. As soon as he opens the door, he curses. Tapping the button on his radio, he demands, "I don't give a rat's ass that they can't get through the roads. You can fucking run like I did, but I need some goddamn backup now." Pressing 2 fingers to the side of her neck, I shoot a repentant look at Amara, dropping my voice to a low murmur. Her pulse is thready and weak. Even if an ambulance got here in the next 2 minutes, I doubt she'd make it to the hospital. Amara's conviction breaks, and she looks down at the woman with a heartbreaking expression. "There's got to be something you can do. What about my—" She nods down at her stomach. I shake my head adamantly. "That remains in your hands at all times. You promised. Besides, even if I considered it as a possibility, The effects are too gradual to be useful in this case. Her words spark an idea, though, and I glance down at the stone still hanging from the cord around my neck, carrying the alpha wolf siphoning ability. What the hell? The cat's out of the bag anyway. Taking a deep breath, instead of using the ability to siphon feral energy, I reverse it, funneling it into the woman's body. I can't swear that it'll accelerate her healing, but if I do nothing, she's as good as dead anyway. No fault, no foul, but I'm the one that has to live with myself if I refuse to even try. Amara sets a tentative hand on my arm. Stone? I can't answer her, concentrating completely on trying to repair the internal damage enough to give this girl a chance. There's more going on, though, than the slashes across her stomach. I can't tell what exactly, just that something has been taking a toll on her body. My head jerks up at the sudden crash of a door, a man in a rumpled suit stumbling out, bruised and split lip bleeding. Amara jumps to a defensive stance, but something in his face must give her pause. A moment later, he crashes to his knees beside me, reaching out to the woman, but withdrawing his hand before he makes contact, hovering like he doesn't want to hurt her, but desperate to do something to comfort her. "Katana?" he whispers brokenly. "It's okay, sweetheart. Just hold on a little longer." Turning to address me, I get a better view of his face, beaten to hell. "Who are you? What did they do to my daughter? How much longer until the ambulance arrives?" Amara saves me from fielding his questions, allowing me to focus. "He's a doctor, and right now, he's the only thing keeping her alive, so shut up and let him concentrate." I tune them both out, focusing on burning away everything that feels wrong. I'm expending energy at an exponential rate, but I don't stop, following my instincts. Within minutes, I'm feeling the strain, but I keep funneling energy into her, repairing the damage. A small eternity later, I fall back onto my heels, sweaty and wrung out. Breathlessly, I hold out a hand. "Water bottle?" Amara slaps one into my waiting palm, and I open it with trembling fingers. Pouring the water over the woman's stomach, I watch the blood roll off of her stomach and further stain the cement beneath her. After all of the gore is washed away, all that's left are 4 faint scars raking across her stomach, and I'm barely remaining upright. The girl's father whips his gaze between his daughter's stomach and my face in shock. "What? But how?" I'm too exhausted to come up with an excuse, and I'm thrilled not to need to. For the first time in millennia, I feel at peace, like the universe has finally shifted back into balance. The woman stirs and mumbles, "Dad?" "Right here, sweetheart." He strokes her cheek. "Everything's going to be okay now." Nervously looking between me and Amara, he blinks back watery eyes. "I don't know how you did it, and I don't need to. Thank you for saving my daughter." "Before this, was she sick?" Stiffening, he gives a terse nod. "Last few years. We still haven't found a solid diagnosis. Why do you—" He swallows. "No, I don't need to know. Have you seen something like this before? Do you know what's wrong with her?" Extending my senses once more to be absolutely certain, I offer him a tired smile. "No, but it's not a problem anymore. She's going to be okay now." The guy starts crying in earnest, clutching his daughter to his chest and sobbing his thanks. Finally, the sounds of sirens reaches us. I roll my eyes at how useless they are at this point, but it'll at least establish a record of what happened here today. Nobody will believe it except this girl and her father, but anything that paints shifters in a positive light is a win. Amara grabs my elbow. "We should go." "Yeah, probably." I try to get to my feet, but my legs give out on the first attempt, and I fall back on my ass, breathing labored. "What are the chances of you carrying me back to the hotel?" Grimacing, she looks around at our options. "Pretty fucking low, but there's a cardboard box by that dumpster, so I can probably drag you there." "Sounds good," I mumble, eyes closed before I even hit the ground. Chapter 18. Kodiak. I can't shake the image from my head of Amara going under that fucking truck, of Stone's white hair drenched in blood from cracking his skull on the pavement. The people I love keep getting hurt because I'm not enough to protect them. Nobody wants you, Kodiak. Not even your parents. And really, who could blame them? Stone, Raiden, and Amara want me, I remind myself, trying to squash down the memory. But no matter how many times I repeat the mantra to myself, it doesn't help. Everything that happened today hit too close to home, and I'm dreading the nightmares it'll inevitably dredge up for a while. "Can't sleep?" The tent flap flutters closed behind Amara as she sneaks out on silent feet, leaving my brother snoring softly. "After carrying Stone 30 miles out into the middle of nowhere, I'd think you'd be dead on your feet." Avery shifts on her perch on top of the tent, glancing at Amara before scanning the campsite for threats before drifting back off to sleep. As soon as Amara is within arm's reach, I tug her down onto my lap beside the small campfire. My turn to keep watch, and with Stone down for the count, it means a longer shift. Too dangerous for all of us to sleep at the same time until the dust settles. She blows out a heavy breath. "Fuck, I should have realized. Go get some sleep. I'm up anyway, so I'll cover Stone's turn tonight, and starting tomorrow, you can factor me into the rotation." Banding my arm tighter around her waist, I deflect. Like any of us will be able to sleep if you're on guard duty alone. Oof. Good thing my self-esteem is at an all-time high these days, or that might have sounded insulting. I gently bite her shoulder, smirking when she squirms on my lap. We know damn well you can hold your own if you need to, but you told us yourself that you'd rather avoid confrontations. You've had to fight your entire life, Amara. Just because you can defend yourself doesn't mean you should unnecessarily put yourself in a position where you have to. Turning my face into the side of her neck, I press a soft kiss against her skin. What's the point of having a harem of dragons wrapped around your finger if you aren't going to use them? And there are so many, many things you can use us for. She hums a low, contemplative sound. You're right. I'll never have to file my taxes or take the trash out again. If I wasn't already sold on the benefits of being a team player, this would do it. You guys really should have led with that pitch instead of waiting for my car to blow up to convince me to move in. I bark out a startled laugh, quickly muffling it in the crook of her neck before I wake up the others. You're good for keeping my ego in check, that's for damn sure. Twisting sideways in my lap so she can see my face, she grins unrepentantly. Somebody has to. My heart stutters in my chest in the face of that bright smile. Before I even realize I'm moving, I cup her jaw and kiss her like we have all the time in the world, desperately trying to believe it. She's just everything. Everything I've always hoped to find, and everything I need. After centuries of searching, I've barely had any time with her, and have already come far too close to losing her several times. I'm getting my mate mark removed. Threading my fingers through her hair, I pull her tighter against me, deepening the kiss. Possessively claiming her mouth, I pour all of my desperation and fears into it, trying to brand myself on this woman's soul so she'll never be able to get rid of me. Breathing ragged, I remind myself that it's too dangerous to take things further when the others are asleep, and reluctantly pull back. You should get some more sleep while you can. Even if Stone doesn't wake up today, we'll need to move camp to somewhere more secure. She stifles a yawn, but makes no move to get up, resting her head against my shoulder. I don't want to yet. Knowing damn well I'm going to pry until I get an answer anyway, she fills the weighted silence with a resigned sigh. Nightmares. Seeing Stone crack his head open, then barely half an hour later drop unconscious at my feet, shook me up pretty bad. If I try to go back to bed now, I'll just keep tossing and turning for hours and wake up Raiden. He barely sleeps as it is. I'm not going to wake him up for no good reason. He sleeps better when you're next to him, I half-heartedly argue, but pull her closer all the same, just as messed up over the fact Stone hasn't woken up yet. That's why it took me 20 minutes to leave the tent in the first place, she says, smiling softly. After I was finally able to escape the labyrinth of limbs, I switched out my shirt so he could use the one I slept in as a pillow. Figured it smelled enough like me that it would buy me a couple of hours before he noticed. Gods, you're perfect. You know that? She snorts. Far from it, but that's okay. I might be a hot mess, but at least we're never bored. All I heard was that you're hot and exciting. I sigh dramatically. Great. Now I'm turned on and can't do anything about it. Thanks for making guard duty that much harder. Chuckling quietly under her breath, she relaxes against me, and we drift off into companionable silence. I rest my chin on top of her head, staring into the crackling fire dancing in the cool night air. It's only going to get worse, you know, she eventually says softly. More and more people are going to grow bolder because they know you guys are laying low. We don't have the luxury of biding our time and playing the long game like we hoped. My heart skips a beat before kicking into overdrive, fingers digging into her side as I tighten my hold. Sure we do. This doesn't change anything. Cody, whatever else happens, we'll deal with it, just like we did today. I swallow. We can spin the narrative. Instead of shifters not being dangerous, we can write off all of the destruction as us hunting down some that went rogue, and... Cody, she interrupts, covering the back of my hand and squeezing gently. It's time to go home. I can barely hear anything above my thundering heartbeat. Eventually, I rasp out a broken, but we need more time. Twisting in my lap, I'm forced to see the sad look in her eyes, and it shatters any hope I have left. If you really think the only thing keeping me here is a mark, we have bigger problems than either of us realized. That's not it. Cursing under my breath, I run a hand through my hair in frustration. While you were gone, all I could do was imagine the horrific things you were going through. Then, as soon as we get you back, you want to sever the visible connection between us that proves I'm yours? My voice comes out as a rough croak. It's brought a lot of old memories to the surface that I've tried my damnedest to forget, but I'm struggling more than usual. So just be patient with me, okay? I'm not in a good headspace right now, and having trouble dealing with this, but I promise I'm trying. Turning around completely, she straddles my lap with a deadly serious expression and captures my face between her hands. I'm not self-sacrificing, Cody. I'm here because I want to be. And I know that the best place for me is with you three, even if I hate being your Achilles heel. The only reason I had one foot out the door in the beginning is because I was trying to protect myself. Until you three, I was the only person I could ever trust. That's why I held off on sex for longer than I'd have liked. I knew you guys wanted forever, and I wasn't willing to cross that line until I was sure. Lightly kissing my lips, she carries on. Was I pissed you guys kept that theory about Malcolm to yourselves? Abso-fucking-lutely. Was I going to leave you over it? No, because as much as I hate to admit it, I understand your reasoning in trying to fact-check first so I wouldn't freak out and carve a chunk out of my arm. But I expect complete honesty from here on out. She rests her forehead against mine with a soft sigh. So you can't see how amazing you are yet. That's okay. Until you do, I can love you enough for both of us, because I'm not going anywhere. My eyes close as a shudder snakes down my spine. I tighten my grip on her hips, holding her firmly on my lap and reminding me that she's here. The sweet scent of elderberries and the crackle of energy like the air right before a thunderstorm brands itself on my lungs as I breathe her in, calming my racing heart. Amara doesn't even have to lift a finger to leave devastation in her wake. She's all-consuming, and I can't fathom how she thinks removing her mark will change a damn thing. People can't help but be drawn to her. In the spirit of honesty, then, I should explain why I'm struggling with this so much. She pulls back slightly, furrowing her brow. You don't need to tell me now, especially sober. Seeing stone like that today messed with my head, too, I admit quietly. It brought up some shitty childhood memories anyway, so it's okay. Adjusting her on my lap, I tuck her face into the side of my neck so I can rest my chin on top of her head. There's no way I'll be able to get through this story if I have to see her face. I was abandoned as a baby. They couldn't even be bothered to drop me off by the door out of the rain. Left me at the bottom of the steps of the village church in the middle of a bad storm. One of the nuns found me the next morning, soaked through. Apparently, I'd given up on crying by that point, and they thought I was dead at first. She tenses in my arms. Maybe your mom didn't want to give you up, but was desperate. Hide you from her abusive husband or something. I kiss her hair with a sad smile. I used to think that too, until I made the mistake of telling Sister Margaret. She destroyed that fantasy by admitting I was already around 6 months old when they took me in. I'm so sorry, Cody, she whispers. With a shrug, I admit, I've lost count of how many theories I've come up with to try and make my peace with it. But in the end, it doesn't really matter, you know? Whether she didn't want me anymore or wanted to save me, I still ended up in hell. Amara tenses, sensing how much worse it's going to get from here, and I hold her tighter, as much for her sake as mine. I'm sure you can't imagine how well it went once I started coming into my abilities. Naturally, they assumed I was possessed by a demon, which I suppose is technically true, but I obviously didn't know it at the time. Fuck, nobody had any clue that shifters even existed. They stopped looking at me as a living, breathing child at that point, and started treating me like this unwanted thing. Blowing out a heavy breath, I plow on. Beatings, starvation, and exorcisms. It was a vicious cycle. The more they tried to drive the demon out of me, the more my dragon rose to the surface to try and protect me. Slitted pupils, black patches of scales, razor-sharp teeth, and making the metal shake or fly around the room. I huff out a humorless laugh. I don't even blame them for being terrified, honestly. I was freaking the fuck out too, hating myself for being a monster, and it being my fault that nobody wanted anything to do with me. So I tried to learn how to control it, so they'd think they had finally succeeded in banishing the demon from my soul, and I could just pretend to be normal. If I could control my abilities, then nobody had to know I was an abomination, and when I was old enough, I could escape that place and start over somewhere nobody would recognize me. Amara starts slowly stroking her thumb over the back of my hand, but remains silent, giving me time to collect my thoughts. It took years, but I finally was able to keep every reaction on lockdown when they'd hit me. Eventually, the priest deemed me cured, and I was given more freedom, but the other kids that grew up in the church orphanage with me still avoided me like the plague. No one spoke to me or made eye contact, but I could still hear every cruel thing they said, the kids and the adults. As soon as I was able to, I tried to get a job, and the only one that was willing to take me on was a blacksmith, but even he barely tolerated me. I got all the grunt work and was barely paid, but still, it was a reprieve where he left me alone for the most part. A rustle to the left has me pulling a knife and half on my feet before I sink back down onto the log with a sigh of relief. "Hey, man, how are you feeling?" Stone attempts to run his fingers through his hair and grimaces at the matted blood. "Like shit?" Rummaging around in one of the bags, he pulls out a bottle of water and a comb. "But we're not talking about me right now." Knowing he's not going to let me get away with changing the subject, I sigh in defeat. "You might as well pick up where I left off, since it's where you come in anyway." Pouring water over the worst part of his hair, Stone takes a seat on the other side of the fire and starts in on the mess of filthy tangles. "I was passing through his village and stopped by the blacksmith's to get new daggers." The corner of his lips twitch with amusement. You can imagine my surprise when I saw a scrawny kid in the back so focused on inspecting a sword his master had left out, he didn't notice me standing there as he fixed the imperfections with a few waves of his hand. The tension starts to bleed out of my stiff muscles now that the worst is over, and I chuckle. Scared the shit out of me when I looked up and realized what I'd done. Stone smiles, recalling the memory fondly. I tried to talk to him before his boss came back to warn him that the council was starting to crack down on shifters in the area, so his family needed to lie low or move on. Didn't even get 2 words out before he fainted. Amara covers up her startled laugh with a fake-as-hell cough that's drowned out by my exaggeratedly long groan. I was 12, and, in my defense, I've never fainted again. Not like you have room to talk anymore after Amara had to drag your ass 4 blocks. Stone offers Amara a small smile. Not sure why you think you're not as much of an asset as the rest of us when you saved me twice in 1 day, Angel. His smile fades, and he gets a sad, faraway look in his eyes. When he woke up, he begged me not to tell anyone and apologized for being a monster, promised that he'd never hurt anybody. I sheepishly rubbed the back of my neck. Thought I was going to pass out again when he showed me his claws and scales, but I just burst into tears and broke down sobbing when I realized I wasn't alone. Giving up on his hair, Stone joins us on our side of the fire, dragging Amara off of my lap and onto his. So I kidnapped him. She chokes on her spit. What? Yep, I chuckle. He scooped my pathetic ass up off the floor and walked right out the front door. Didn't stop until we were several towns away, and I've been with him ever since. And Raiden? She asks. Stone kisses her cheek. Picked him up a couple of centuries later and brought him into the fold. She pulls back to look at him seriously. Then you set your sights on me in the hospital. Turning to me, she says, I think you're wrong about my harem. Stone's the one out here collecting dragons to add to his treasure hoard. We're just along for the ride. But it's one hell of a ride, I tease. A soft smile graces her features before our attention snaps over to the tent where Raiden's crouched near the entrance, watching us with a warm look. I catch a small flash of silver as he discreetly tucks the camera back into Stone's bag under the guise of pushing himself upright. It's difficult, but I manage to keep the shit-eating grin off my face and pretend I didn't notice. Striding over to kiss Amara's cheek first, he takes a seat across from the fire. Opening a protein bar, he asks, Now that Stone's recovered, we could head into town instead of camping another night. We're not too far from Oak Creek, so we could be there by nightfall. No matter the reassurances Amara gave, the thought of her removing her mate mark makes my heart plummet like a lead weight. Amara sighs. That pack was confident enough to rob a bank and kill people in broad daylight, guys. Things are devolving faster than we imagined. We have to go back. So are we just going to tap out? Hunker down in Kalita while the rest of the world goes to hell? Her shoulders slump. That won't really work long-term either. It's only a matter of time until the city burns through its food stores. It's not a war of attrition, love, Raiden explains. We've been around long enough to see how quickly societies can change and put systems in place so that Kalita would be protected no matter how the world shifted over time. They're still getting supplies in. Wait, what about the lava moat? She demands. Raiden winks. We're surrounded by mountains. That means tunnels. How do you know nobody will stumble across one and sneak into the city? Especially now that people are gunning for us. What if someone sneaks in as a delivery driver? Or... I raise a hand and interrupt. In case you've forgotten, there's a security expert in your legion. Give me a little credit here. All the tunnels are blocked off until we need one. along with motion sensors that connect to the security base in town. There's a series of doors that require different codes along every path, and each team is only given one. Even if we had a mole, unless they turn someone from every damn security team to their side, nobody's getting in through the tunnels. And deliveries go through rigorous checks, including making the driver taste test foods to rule out poison. Studying her face closely, I watch as reality sets in for her. We can seriously hide there for as long as we need, can't we? Raiden's watching her as intently as I am, and dips his head in agreement. We can. You wouldn't be confined to the castle either. Free reign around the city to live your life without always looking over your shoulder. It's still a cage, though, albeit a huge and luxurious one. But you need to stay within the city indefinitely to be completely safe. Just because we can doesn't mean we have to, though. It's only one option. We can also carry on as we've been. Between the four of us, with no one to protect beside ourselves, we'll be fine no matter how things develop. You don't need to be some badass fighter either. We can focus on honing your reflexes so you can bring up your scales as armor in a blink, as well as your wings. Hell, you could probably make a static shield that would keep people from getting within 10 feet of any of us. That gives our Legion a healer, defense, and offense. That's a solid fucking team. Stone presses a lingering kiss to her temple. We could also leave the country entirely. Raiden can create us new identities so we can start over somewhere nobody has an idea who we are. I know it feels like everything is spiraling out of control, but we do have options, Amara. A calculated gleam sparks to life in her eyes, and I practically slump in relief that we're getting through to her and finally setting her mind at ease. Choosing her words carefully, she starts. Everything broke because of me. Amara lifts a hand to cut all of us when we jump in to object. I'm not saying it's my fault, but think about it. Malcolm turned people against Raiden because of his obsession with me. And not only are his followers after us because they hate you guys, blame me for his death, or whatever's going on in their deluded minds, but anyone you three have ever pissed off will want to kill me to get revenge as well. Whether I like it or not, I'm at the center of this mess. She takes a deep breath, and when she exhales, sits straighter, meeting Raiden's gaze with steely determination. It's not only Karina that would have to deal with the brunt of the fallout if we fled the country. It's everyone. Look at how many people have fled to Khalida, and how many more never make it. Leaving angry men with a power vacuum to fill will result in a lot of death, but a hell of a lot more suffering. There's too many people that don't care. She glances at me with a sad smile. And too many people that don't have anyone to care about them. I'd like to at least try to fix things before we abandon ship. You're absolutely right, Angel. We aren't locked into anything. You can change your mind at any point, and we'll adapt. Her lip twitches. As long as it's not about you, right? I'd just give you new reasons to change it back. I'm always up for a good challenge, remember? Stealing her off of Stone's lap, I kiss her breathless. Especially when I know exactly how sweet victory tastes.
Chapter 19. Amara. Karina and Bastian certainly outdid themselves. If I was capable of it in this form, I'd burst out laughing. They didn't stop at surrounding Khalida in a moat of lava. Beneath the main ring is another that reads in cursive script, "If you think this is hot, you should see what else these hands can do." Flying over all of the blockades into the city, I tense as dozens of people train guns on us, but they clearly recognize the guys shifted forms enough to keep their fingers off the triggers. Seamlessly, a fraction of the guards keep their guns trained on us, another group breaks off to follow us into town, and the others search behind us for anyone we might be trying to escape. We land in a small clearing outside of a building I don't recognize, the guys shifting back effortlessly. There are enough people on the streets nearby staring, let alone the men that pour out of the building armed to the teeth, that I can't bring myself to shift back. Hackles raised, I take a step back, teeth bared without even really consciously doing so. My baser instincts ride me harder like this, with my other half at the forefront, and the longer it stretches, the more she digs her claws in to take control away from me. "Nobody's going to hurt you, love," Raiden murmurs, stroking a hand down my side. Stone steps in my line of sight with a pair of sweatpants hanging low on his hips and a shirt in his hand. "Take a closer look at them." Doing as he asks, I scan the armed men first. While they're strapped down with weapons, most are holstered. Those that have guns drawn have them pointed at the ground, not even looking at me, but the direction we came from. Warily turning my attention away to the lesser threats, I study the gathering crowd on the streets, but the only thing I see is curiosity or people enthusiastically chattering away and craning their necks for a better look. I take a deep inhale and hold it. It feels like static is crackling across my tongue, the overwhelming emotions of the crowd combining into a general sense of excitement and hope. But no one registers in my brain as aggressive, and it helps calm my thundering heartbeat. Exhaling slowly, I let the tension seep from my muscles and do one of the hardest things in my life. I accept that I'm safe here, because I have people I trust watching my back. Slowly, I shift back, leaving me naked in the center of the loose circle the guys make around me. Before I can even blink, Stone is pulling one of his shirts over my head. Cody's there a second later, holding a pair of leggings and kneeling at my feet, helping me into them. My ass is covered in the nick of time as Karina shoves her brother out of the way and launches herself at me. "You're so shiny!" she practically shouts in my ear. "No wonder everyone wants to keep you." After crushing the life out of me, she holds me out at arm's length, thoroughly looking me over. Satisfied, she turns to the guys. "All right, boys, I'll take her from here." Cody scoffs. "Nice try, Rena." She pins him with a hard stare. "I'm not trying jack shit. You can bring the men up to speed on the state of things outside our borders in the room next to us, but Amara and I are going to have a private chat." 3 low growls surround us, Stone stepping forward and setting a hand on my shoulder. "She's not leaving our sight again." Karina is a force to be reckoned with, though, and she doesn't back down. Meeting his steely glare with one of her own, she says, "You've seen some awful shit in your time as a doctor. You know damn well that there are some things women aren't comfortable sharing with men, especially their mates. I don't care if all 3 of you park your asses outside of the door, but I will be speaking to my sister alone." Horror flashes through his eyes as realization sets in that I might have downplayed what happened as Malcolm's captive for their sake. It's immediately followed by rage, helplessness, regret, and eventually settles on resignation. "We'll guard the door," he finally whispers. Cody and Raiden pipe up to protest, not wanting to let me out of their sights even more now as they start to freak out. But he whirls around to cut them off with a sharp command of, "Cody, you want to keep Amara safe? Check in with your men and make sure there aren't any security issues. Raiden, handle arrangements to repair the damage to the castle so it's secure. When you're done, meet me outside of Kodiak's office. I'll escort the girls there." They take turns kissing me goodbye, Raiden shooting frequent looks over his shoulder as he walks away, and Cody barking at his men gathered in the yard to follow him into the conference room to report in. Once they're gone, I glance up at Stone with a sad smile. Thanks for giving them something to keep busy so they didn't lose their shit. Are you going to be okay in the hall, though, with no one to distract you? He gives me a pained look, but dips his head in a nod. Karina links her arm through mine and strides into the building like she owns the place, confidently navigating the halls to Cody's office. Without having to ask, Stone reaches forward to press his thumb to the sensor beside the door to unlock it, and I don't even get to say goodbye before Karina shuts the door in his face. Once we're alone, she crushes me into another rib-cracking embrace. "Never scare me like that again. Even I'm not hot enough to pull off gray hair." Pushing me into the chair behind the desk, she pulls out her phone. A few seconds later, music starts up, and she maxes out the volume before setting it at the bottom of the door. That'll take care of anyone in the building that Cody might rope into eavesdropping for him. Taking a seat opposite me, she rests her elbows on the desk. Slowly, the hard look in her eyes fades away as she lets shadows creep in, and she seems to age 10 years. "I'm assuming my brother filled you in at some point, but you know I've been in a similar situation. Bastards killed our parents and dragged me back to their house of horrors. They may not have succeeded in raping me. I killed enough of the fuckers to barricade the door and wait 'em out, praying Raiden would come for me before I starved to death. But that doesn't mean they didn't try." "He didn't," I whisper. Taking a deep breath, I launch into the entire story. Rather than the abridged version I gave the guys, I tell her every detail. Always walking on eggshells, terrified of setting him off, the clothes covering less every day, feeling the clock ticking down to the inevitable. Every time he touched me, terrified this would be the time his patience would snap. She lets out a shaky breath, crossing her arms on top of the desk and resting her chin on them. "No matter what he did to you, it was traumatic as fuck. You might have nightmares, or something small you never expected might set off a panic attack. If that happens, don't downplay the issue by telling yourself it could have been worse, so it's ridiculous to be upset. Been there, done that, spent several $1,000s in therapy learning to accept trauma's not a competition. Hell, some nights I still wake up feeling their disgusting hands all over me, and it's been centuries. So I'm here if you ever need to talk, okay?" Blinking back tears, I reach across the desk and squeeze her hand. "You're pretty fucking amazing, you know that?" Shaking away the memories, she winks. "Right back at ya, chick. Now." She claps hands together suddenly, sitting up in her chair. "What else is new? Nobody's told me shit about why it took you guys so long to get back home. I'm really hoping you say you were on a murder spree of everyone ever associated with the rat bastard that kidnapped you, because the pool's up to a pretty penny in the break room." Sighing, I launch into the whole sordid tale, amazed that so much has happened in such a short span of time. By the end of it, her eyes are wide, but she's smiling like it's the best story she's ever heard. "Bright side? You couldn't have picked a better place to get grounded. I've been here for centuries, and I promise there are plenty of ways to stay entertained." "Actually," I tentatively bring up, fidgeting in my seat, "I have an idea I was hoping to run by you to help me flesh out better before I bring it up to the guys. You're either going to love it or hate it, but if everything's going to hell anyway, We may as well go all in on blowing it up and be dramatic about it. Her eyes light up conspiratorially. Go on. If it's a fight they want, let's make it one they'll never forget. As soon as the door opens, the guys shove off of the walls they're leaning against, standing to attention and studying my face nervously. Karina pats my shoulder in support and slips past them, shouting to the guards that she'll be at the gym if anyone needs her. "You were in there a long time," Cody says softly. Going to him first, I hug him tightly. "I'm okay. Promise. Delved into the emotional part more than I did with you guys, but same basic story you already know the highlights of." He tightens his arms around me as Raiden tucks a lock of hair behind my ear and asks, "What do you need? We could head home and get some sleep, find something to eat, or—" "I need to visit the transition center." By the way all three of them stiffen, they've likely already riddled out that it's Tara, but to Raiden's credit, he manages a weak smile. "Sure." 20 minutes later, I'm staring at the building and mustering up the courage to go inside. Steeling my resolve, I reach for the button to be buzzed in, pausing when the guys follow me. "Can you guys wait here? I need to find out if it's even something she can do, and I don't think she'll talk in front of you." Cody glances away, and Raiden's jaw tenses, but he gives me a terse nod. Stone is the only one that's completely calm, confident. Closing the distance between us, he lifts my chin up with his knuckle, staring directly into my eyes. "Do whatever you need to. We're not going anywhere." Kissing me fiercely, he pulls something out of his pocket and places it into my hands. "But do me a favor and look through those before you talk to her." As he steps back, I glance down to find a silver camera. Frowning in confusion, I silently nod. Before they change their minds and insist on joining me to intimidate her out of agreeing to help me, I hit the button and rattle off my name, a loud buzzer unlocking the first set of doors. Aaron is at his post behind the bulletproof glass like always, his familiar stern expression in place. Scanning for signs of visible injury and noting that I left my mates outside, he gives no indication of his feelings on the matter, simply filing away all the facts in a heartbeat. "Nice to have you back, Miss Amara. Planning on sticking around for a while, or just visiting today?" "Stopped in to see Tara." He dips his head in acknowledgement. "That's a relief. I saw pictures of those boys' warpaths, and would prefer not to lose my head keeping you away from 'em." Holding the buzzer, he unlocks the next set of doors and says more seriously, "Would have done it, though. After your last visit, my men and I worked out an emergency plan for the residents here that those mates of yours aren't privy to, just in case. You ever need out, we'll make it happen." I blink back sudden tears. "You ever need anything for this place, you let me know. There aren't enough people in this world that actually give a shit. Don't ever change." Yanking open the door, I find myself in the lobby, but don't bring myself to meet anyone's curious gaze yet. I step off to the side and rest the back of my head against the wall, closing my eyes and taking a few slow breaths to pull myself together. Not a single person comes over as I slide down to take a seat on the floor, recognizing that I need a minute. The camera powers on quickly, and it only takes a minute of poking around to access the saved gallery of pictures. Every single one I flip through hurts my heart a little more. It's a slideshow of most of our trip home, but from different angles than I'd experienced it. Close-up pictures of Raiden's face, capturing the contented look in his eyes, him staring at me with a soft smile when nothing exciting was even happening, just me walking down the street talking to Cody. Me sitting on Stone's lap beside the fire the other night as Cody laughed right before Raiden let us know he was awake. Of me smiling and laughing, even when everything was falling apart around us. Well played, I chuckle under my breath, smirking down at the camera. All this time I've spent running, waiting until things were safe enough to start living my life, and they throw down irrefutable proof that it doesn't need to be safe to make good memories. Life happens in the little moments, and if you're not careful, it'll pass you by before you even realize you were left behind. Lady Boss, you're not dead. Tara's chipper voice has me jerking my head up. She saunters over, dropping to sit in front of me with her legs crossed. I know. I was surprised, too. She rests her forearms on her knees, slouching forward. They kill the bastard? No. A huge sense of satisfaction and freedom hits me hard, and I smile. But I did. A feral grin transforms her face into something terrifyingly beautiful. Didn't think you had it in you, princess. No wonder the world went to shit. Hell froze over. The tension in my shoulder slowly dissipates as I stare into her calculating violet gaze. I need a favor. Are we busting out of this joint? She exclaims, sitting up straighter and looking way too happy. I cock my head. Is it really that bad here? If so, I'll help you make a break for it, but heads up, things really are going to shit out there in the real world. My gaze darts briefly to her bodyguard shadow leaning against the far wall, studying us intently, and I drop my voice. Why do you want to leave, Tara? For the longest time, she only stares at me. Eventually, she quietly admits, it's not that I want to leave, it's that I can't understand why they want me to stay. Taking her hand, I squeeze gently before dropping it just as quickly. You and me both. Hard to trust anyone's motives when so many people have let you down. Her eyes close, and she draws in a shuddering breath. Stop being wise. It's a weird look on you. Opening them again, she brushes past the moment. So, what do you want? You can manipulate ink, right? Other marks, too? Furrowing her brow, she looks me over slowly. Your scars? Tilting her head, she thinks it over. Blood's a liquid, so I suppose, in theory, if we reopened the wound, then I speed things along so it'd heal fast enough it wouldn't scar. She shrugs. What the hell? I'll give it a shot. Worst case scenario, you're not any worse off than before. No, not those. I take a deep breath. My mate mark.
Chapter 20. Stone. People on the sidewalk give us a wide berth, instinctively sensing the danger emanating off of my brothers. A riot of emotions flit through them too fast for either to process, helpless to do anything other than wait. It goes against their nature to do nothing other than accept what will come to pass, and neither can bring themselves to say a word. I, on the other hand, hope Amara removes that accursed mark. Her parents, Malcolm, the fates themselves, and now us. From the moment she was born, people have tried to stake a claim on Amara's future. Without that mark, she's free to make her own choice for the first time in her life. She needs to realize that she's free to walk away before she can truly accept there's nowhere else she'd rather be. I need her to stay because she wants to be with us, not because she's made her peace with a situation she was forced into. A small eternity later, the doors open, and Amara walks out. Raiden forces levity into his tone that I know he damn well doesn't feel as he asks, "Did everything go all right?" Amara glances around at the abundance of people on the sidewalk. "We should go somewhere more private for this conversation." Grim silence follows us the entire way home. Cody lets us into the castle, and we walk up the stairs on autopilot, all lost in our own thoughts. When we reach the destroyed part of the castle, she looks at me with a raised eyebrow. "Raiden wasn't kidding." I shrug, unrepentant. "If you don't want me destroying things, don't get kidnapped." She snorts. "Fair enough." Unable to stand the tension any longer, Kodiak clears his throat. "So what's the verdict? Safe to kiss you without it reappearing? Or are visits into town part of our aftercare routine now?" Stealing her spine, Amara faces the three of us head on. "It was kind of annoying not being able to see it without a mirror." Hooking a finger in her collar, she tugs down her shirt to reveal her chest right above her heart, and the tribal dragon head mate mark emblazoned there. "Everyone knows I'm yours anyway, so may as well show it off." She doesn't get to finish her declaration, Cody crushing his mouth to hers. A low growl tears through Raiden's chest the longer it goes on, until he can't stand watching anymore, pulling her away from Kodiak. Crashing his lips against hers in a brutal kiss, he barely lets her catch her breath before throwing her over his shoulder and stalking down the hallway. She braces herself against his ass, lifting her head with a huff. "I can walk, you know." Keep telling yourself that, beautiful, because soon you won't be able to.
Chapter 21. Amara. The breath is knocked from my lungs as my back hits the mattress. Before I can even suck down another, Raiden's there, taking possession of my mouth and pressing me into the bed. With every kiss, every touch, Raiden consumes me thoroughly and completely, until I can't even breathe without him. "Delicious," he murmurs against my lips. "No matter how many times I kiss you, it's never going to be enough." The bed dips, and Raiden's face is pushed away, replaced with a nearly feral Kodiak. "Share." His lips are on mine in the next heartbeat, hard and demanding. The piercings studding a line down his tongue send a shiver down my spine, heat building in my core until I reluctantly tear my mouth from his. I bought out half of Karina's store. It'd be a waste not to take advantage of it. Raiden groans. "Don't talk about my sister right now." Hovering over me, Cody grins. "No, please. Keep up the good work. Scare him away so I can have you all to myself for a while." A hand wraps around my ankle, tugging me right out from beneath him. Stone grabs me before I fall off the bed with a smirk, leading me over to all of the bags shoved against the wall I'd yet to put away. "Ignore them, Angel. Pick out whatever you want, and I'll lock them in the hallway while we test them out." Hiding a smile as they give each other a hard time, I start sifting through the massive haul of sex toys. Half of this stuff I'm not even sure how to use, and several things I don't remember grabbing, so I assume Karina slipped them in. My fingers still on a leather strap, and I tentatively pull it free, heart pounding in my chest. The harness is a series of tan straps and gold rings made to latch around someone's thighs and waist, leaving access to everything while still being decorative. What gives me pause are the wrist cuffs that can be clipped to any of the rings. The design makes it impossible for the wearer to free themselves, leaving them completely at the mercy of their partner, or partners. Impossible for a human, but not a dragon. If I really needed to, I could shift and snap them. Taking a steadying breath, I grab it along with a wireless wand-style vibrator. Returning to the bed, I toss them on the mattress. As soon as they see what I've picked out, all three of them instantly stop their bantering. Stone frowns, studying me carefully. "Are you sure?" I take a second to really consider it, but while I have a flutter of nerves, it's not the bad variety. Gaze bouncing between the three of them, I say with complete conviction, "I trust you." 3 heated gazes rake over me like a physical caress, and a shiver snakes down my spine. Swallowing, I slowly strip out of my clothes, their attention locked on every movement with predatory intent. Down to my underwear, I grab the harness and let it dangle from one finger. Who wants to do the honors? I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe for them to shove each other out of the way to be first, or refuse in case I freaked out on them. But it definitely wasn't for them to work together like they'd silently orchestrated it. Eyes locked on me, they close the distance between us, surrounding me as the tension in the room builds with every passing second. Raiden and Stone each hook a finger in the waistband of my underwear, tugging sharply to snap the elastic and rip them off. The tattered scrap of fabric falls to the floor as Cody's palm slides up my back, deftly unhooking my bra with a flick of his wrist. "So fucking perfect," he purrs against my shoulder, kissing up the side of my neck as he slides my bra straps down and tosses it aside. Stone crouches at my feet, helping me step into the harness and carefully dragging it up my legs. "I'm not sure what I did to get blessed with a mate, but I'm damn well going to do everything in my power to make sure you're as happy as you've made me." The largest ring settles against my lower back, the cool metal warming quickly against my skin. Smaller rings follow the straps around my thighs, right under my ass, leaving nothing to the imagination. Raiden takes my hand in his, lifting it to his lips to brush a kiss across my knuckles. "You don't have to prove anything, you know." "Not to you, maybe, but to myself. I need this. Need you to push me out of my comfort zone and show me that it's safe to fall apart, because you'll be there to protect the pieces." Smoky gray eyes bore into mine, leaving me flayed open, exposed. But still, I refuse to look away. No more hiding, not from them. "If it gets to be too much, you tell us," Raiden demands, leaving no room for objections. "You say red light, we'll free you immediately. No judgment." Satisfied with my nod, his fingertips brush my pulse as he gently wraps the cuffs around my wrists. When I don't react, he fastens them to the rings at my sides, searching my face for any sign of panic. "Doing all right?" Testing the resistance, my heartbeat stutters when my arms barely move more than an inch. Before I spiral too far, I close my eyes and focus, grounding myself in the moment. Fresh springs, crisp air, and sawdust. A hint of smoke, like campfires in autumn. The coppery tang of blood and metal. I'm safe. Home. Opening my eyes, I meet Raiden's cautious stare and blow out a heavy breath. On my next inhale, I feel lighter, free. I'm good. Only good? Stone palms the nape of my neck, stealing my attention. We can do better than that. Crushing his lips to mine, he leaves me panting for breath as he kisses the hell out of me, possessing me, claiming me. For once, the idea is comforting, because as much as I'm theirs, they're mine, too. I never have to face anything alone again.
"Come here, beautiful," Kodiak calls from the bed, patting his cheek. "I saved you the best seat in the house."
Chuckling against my lips, Stone gives me one last kiss before effortlessly picking me up. He strides over to the bed, maneuvering me so I'm straddling Cody's face. Unable to brace myself to stay upright, I shift my knees slightly for better balance. I should have known it'd be pointless, because Cody wastes no time pushing my thighs farther apart and pulling me down like he wants to suffocate. My arm jerks out of habit as I try to catch myself, the cuff biting into my wrist. Stone's hands on my ribs are the only things that keep me from falling on my face.
"We've got you, Mastor," he says, voice a rumbling purr.
Sliding one hand down to my hip, Stone holds me steady as I find a rhythm that sends a bolt of pleasure up my spine with every rock of my hips. Cody takes full advantage of his tongue piercings, dragging the studded line over my clit in a tortuously slow lick. Swirling the tip of his tongue around it, he slips one finger inside of me. On the next snap of my hips, he adds another.
"That's it, Angel," Stone purrs.
"Kodiak's a lucky bastard, isn't he? We're all addicted to your taste, but he's the one that gets you riding his face, fucking yourself on his fingers. Are you going to come for him, too?" Heat builds with every word out of Stone's mouth, pushing me closer to that edge. He's relentless, fingers digging into my hips as I speed up, alternating between swiveling my hips and grinding down on his friend's face. When Cody wraps his lips around my clit and sucks, my thighs tremble, every muscle in my body tensing. Before I hurtle over that edge, a firm hand grips my jaw. Raiden turns me to face him and commands, "Open. When you come, I want you screaming around my cock." My lips are barely parted before he's pushing into my mouth, feeding me his cock. He hisses in a sharp breath, muttering a soft curse. Threading his fingers through my hair, he pulls out, letting me suck in air before watching every inch slowly disappear past my lips again. "Fuck. I'll never get over how perfect you feel wrapped around my cock. You were made for me, for us. Weren't you, love?" I hum in agreement, and his head drops back with a groan. "Keep that up, and this won't last long." All of his praise bypasses my head and goes straight between my legs instead, spurring me on to swallow him deeper, rocking my hips faster. I can't even reach out to touch them, bound and at their mercy to use however they want, yet I've never felt more in control. There's no better confidence booster than being able to bring deadly men to their knees. Raiden tightens his grip on my hair, fucking my mouth in earnest. Cody adds a third finger, hooking them inside of me as he latches onto my clit and simultaneously sucks while flicking the tip of his tongue faster than I can stand. Stone's grip is bruising on my hips as I come hard, back arching. My muffled cry sets off Raiden, and he pushes deeper, releasing a steady stream of curses and praise as his cock jerks, coming down my throat. I swallow, Raiden shuddering before he slowly pulls out of my mouth. Slamming his lips against mine in a brutal kiss, his ragged breaths mix with my own. "Fucking hell, gorgeous. I know you're not big on gifts, but after that, too damn bad." Kodiak blows on my clit, sending a violent shiver down my spine, and I groan a tortured plea. Whether it's for a reprieve or more, I'm not entirely sure. "Cody." Heated, dark blue eyes meet mine as he looks up at me from between my thighs. "Fuck. That's the only way I want you to say my name from now on, Angel. like you need something only I can give you." A startled yelp slips out of my throat as Stone plucks me off of Cody's face and tosses me onto my back. "Might have moaned your name, but she's going to scream mine." Gripping my thighs, he drags me to the edge of the mattress, lines himself up, and slams to the hilt in one solid thrust. Pulling nearly all the way out, he fucks me hard and deep, knocking the breath from my lungs with every snap of his hips. A soft buzzing sound is the only warning before Raiden presses the vibrating wand against my clit. Still sensitive from my last orgasm, I flinch away automatically. Raiden licks his thumb, gently massaging my clit before bringing the vibrator back. "Breathe, love. You can take it." Stone spreads my thighs wider, giving Raiden easier access. There's no teasing. He's relentless, holding the wand steady as the vibrations quickly bring me right back to teetering on the edge of combustion. My hips buck, clenching around Stone and squirming, begging for relief. The bed dips as Cody kneels on my free side. "Fucking beautiful." Toying with one of my nipples, he fists his cock. "Look at you, so desperate for us, begging for our cocks, our cum." He strokes himself a little faster. Raiden turns up the speed, and my back arches off the bed with a strangled cry. The vibrators pressed even harder against my clit as Stone leans forward, the head of his cock hitting the perfect spot with the new angle, and I detonate. "Oh, fuck!" Stone grunts, thrusts faltering as I clamp down around him, but manages to hold himself back. All of my muscles turn to jelly as I come down from the high, leaving a pleasurable buzz behind. Panting, I struggle to catch my breath, but they're clearly trying to kill me. "Can't quit on me now, gorgeous. You haven't screamed my name yet." Batting the toy away, Stone grabs my hips, jerking me down to meet him for every brutal thrust. "Give me one more." Wrung out, I breathlessly plead, "I can't." Slinging my legs over his shoulders, he holds my gaze as he drives impossibly deeper. "I wasn't asking." Harder, faster. Stone fucks me right back to the brink, ferally claiming me like a man possessed. I shatter around him, crying out his name as I come, my orgasm straddling that fine line between pain and pleasure as it crashes over me. Fingers digging into my sides, he tilts my hips up, cock jerking as he comes hard and deep. A few more rolls of his hips, and he slowly pulls out. "Fuck, that's a beautiful sight," he breathes, gaze fixated on his cum dripping out of my pussy. Kodiak curses, jerking himself faster and painting my exposed cunt, his cum mixing with Stone's. Reaching between us, he gathers their combined release on his fingers and pushes it back inside of me. "Damn straight, braher." Stretched out beside me, Raiden caresses the mate mark emblazoned over my heart. "And she's all ours." Succumbing to exhaustion with a contented sigh, I smile. "Yours." Chapter 22. Amara. "Are you sure about this?" Karina scans the crowd with a small frown. "Sure this will go down as the most reckless decision in history? Oh, definitely." Taking a sip of water, I follow her line of sight. "But yeah, actually, I'm sure. At least if it blows up in my face, I won't be around to hear them mock me." Using the shifter gym Karina took me to as inspiration, I cashed in my favor with Everin to renovate a football stadium to mimic the fighting pit, but crossed with a gladiator coliseum. Various terrains now replace the usually flat green field. Sand pits break up stretches of grass, along with towering piles of boulders, and a small pond surrounded by mud, just enough to ensure nobody has a home field advantage, that anyone could come out on top if they're smart, no matter what kind of shifter they are. My phone buzzes for the 100th time today, updates going through me, since the guys will be too busy to constantly check their notifications. Rather than the security team, though, the text is from Evren. Evren. Tell your guard dogs I'm funding the damn thing, so I can help myself to a drink if I damn well please. Me. And give you access to where we're keeping the drinks after the stunt you pulled at the auction? Hard pass. Suck it up and wait in line like everyone else. Evren. Why did I agree to help you again? You were supposed to be fun, not an annoying and expensive frenemy. Karina snorts, reading over my shoulder, and I can't help but smile. He can complain all he wants, but he had as much fun planning the event over the last month as Karina and I did. Me. Like you're not going to make a fortune off the next tournament when people start betting on fighters. Evren. If there's a next one, you'll probably be dead before lunch. If we consider this the most expensive funeral in history, though, my accountant can probably find a way to write some of it off. So at least there's that. I roll my eyes. Me. You're so supportive I can hardly stand it. Not waiting for a reply, I tuck my phone away and turn back to the overflowing stands. The air is rich with an overwhelming buzz of conflicting emotions that make my tongue itch, driving me crazy, so I rip open a packet of Pop Rocks to help distract me. As the sugar crackles across my tongue, it offers enough relief to focus. Only me, the guys, Evren, Karina, and the security team know the full scope of the plan. All of the shifters gathered in the stadium think they're here to witness or participate in the open call to challenge Raiden, Stone, and Kodiak for their seat of power. A chance to rule over all of the shifters in the country, and giving a perfect opportunity to kill us was too enticing to pass up, gathering the worst of our enemies in one place. I may have also extended personal invitations to as many Pax in Malcolm's little black book as I could remember to really piss them off and flush them out of the shadows. The humans, on the other hand, were carefully selected based on their roles in society. Influential enough that their word will carry weight, but in a variety of positions that can see the benefits as much as the threats we pose. Sure, they'll be working on deterrence and fail-safes, but that's the best part. Now they'll see what we're capable of, and how we've been hiding in plain sight all of this time. After they watch their respected lieutenant general shift into a leopard, either they'll start jizzing themselves at the possibilities of conscripting shifters into the military, or panic, realizing they can't trust anyone, no matter how high their security clearance. Probably both. But it'll make organizing any sort of large-scale government attack damn near impossible. Welcome! A voice booms across the stadium, drawing everyone's attention to the announcer in the center of the field. Cameras zoom in on him, splashing his image across multiple screens around the arena so everyone in the stands can see. I'd thank you for coming, but the pleasure's all yours. It helps lighten the mood a bit, and exactly why Karina suggested him for the job. Not only is Xander personable, he's a Cobra shifter. His flamboyant, upbeat nature makes people forget that he can strike faster than they can blink, and the neurotoxins in his body allow him to paralyze a shifter in either form. He's the perfect referee/announcer. As you know, we've gathered here today for the first official challenge to replace our ruling body in history. It's always been a case of you keep what you kill, and today is no different. What is new is the Garrison Legion opening the door to take on anyone and everyone that has an issue with their leadership. Xander saunters to the rocky terrain in the pit, scaling it with ease. Balancing precariously at the top, he gestures to the nearest entrance to the pit. Old grudge you want to settle? Want to be our new supreme overlord? Shoot your shot just for the hell of it, then follow the signs posted throughout the stadium to gather behind this gate. No fighting in the halls, please. Even if the person ahead of you manages to slay the dragons, you can take him out and steal his spot. Besides, that's no way to start off your reign when we have women present that could get caught in the crossfire. He waggles his eyebrows. And a little birdie told me we have several unmated ones in the crowd today that I'm sure you want to impress. So, best behavior, please. Naturally, a murmur ripples through the crowd as they look around, and I tap a button on my phone, taking over the screens to show a live stream of the other VIP box. It wasn't nearly as hard of a sell as I thought it would be when I approached the women working as strippers in Everin's club. They ended up there by choice because they loved the freedom, money, and having men fall at their feet. Several of them agreed to come because they were curious, and happy to play a part because they appreciated what I was trying to accomplish. Others, because they've been in the business long enough, they've had their fill, and aren't opposed to moving on to the next stage of their lives if someone catches their eye. Dozens of people rise to their feet, moving down to line up at one end of the arena. Wetting my lips, I try not to be too obvious as I stand up enough to see Raiden, Stone, and Kodiak emerging from the gate beneath me, confidently striding into the fighting pit with casual indifference. Only because I know them so well do I notice the way Cody cants his head to the side, pausing as he sifts through the masses to lock in on my emotional state, ensuring everything's fine. The way Raiden feigns boredom, lazily looking over the crowd, but meticulously filing away anyone that registers as a threat, running countless scenarios through his head to ensure he's prepared for every possibility of this going off the rails. And Stone, not fearing death, but embodying it. Indifferent, brutal, casting an aura of fuck-off vibes, because he has better places to be. Xander hops down, slinking off to the sidelines as the first contender walks through the gates. Pick your opponent, my good sir. Defeat one member of the Garrison Legion, defeat them all. Even from here, I can feel the slimy vibes off of this overconfident douchebag. Stone. In theory, it's a wise choice. The last few decades, Kodiak ran security, showing off his skills publicly and frequently. Raiden runs Kalita, the only member that's played an active role of leader. Stone's faded into the background for centuries, opting to work as a doctor in the human world and avoid conflict. Stone tucks his hands in his pockets, sauntering forward without a care in the world until he's meeting his opponent in the center of the arena. Take your best shot. I won't even shift. The man doesn't disappoint. Cameras zoom in, capturing the cruel gleam in his eyes as he shifts into a bobcat and slashes his claws from throat to hip. Blood stains Stone's front, but he doesn't so much as flinch. He stares stoically down at the prowling cat as his healing kicks in, removing every trace of ever being hurt besides his tattered shirt and bloody clothes. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, "Is that all you've got?" A furious snarl is ripped from the bobcat's throat before he launches at Stone with a vengeance. As much as it helps us in the long run, it hurts to watch. Watching Stone simply stand there as he's attacked, seeing the blood staining the sand at his feet. The contender doesn't pull any punches, going so far as to latch his jaws around Stone's throat and tear it out in a series of furious snarls. But Stone never falls. Ravaged beyond recognition, he remains standing, barely offering more than a grunt in pain. The bobcat takes a few steps back to assess, finally starting to show signs of concern. Rolling his neck and shoulders, Stone sucks in a sharp breath as he heals from every wound. When his opponent doesn't make another move to attack him, he finally pulls his hands out of his pockets. My turn. He doesn't even use a borrowed ability. Darting forward, he grabs the bobcat around the throat, lifts, and snaps his neck before I can blink. Silence descends on the stadium before it's consumed by an uproar of both cheers and indignant cries. They all roll off of Stone's back as he returns to his brother's side without a care. You can't always trust what you see, Amara. It's why some people turn a blind eye to atrocities, justify someone's actions when all the evidence is against them, or condemn someone without waiting for an explanation. Life is hard, and we all do whatever we have to in order to survive. As annoying as the truth is, I shove aside Stone's words of wisdom. He's completely right. Truth is subjective, and people tend to believe whichever side screams louder, no matter the evidence. People suck. Life sucks. But if we're lucky enough to find it, somewhere amidst it all is something great, something worth fighting for. Doing another scan of my surroundings, I feign confidence I don't remotely feel. A few people stare back at me, assessing. It's pretty obvious who I am, even if they've never seen me, simply because I'm seated next to Karina with her hot pink hair and surrounded by several members of the security team, even if they try to blend in. Several gazes I meet only hold animosity, but there are a few that give me pause. They're more calculating, dangerous, but those are the ones I want the attention of. If they care enough to scrutinize, no matter how cruel they might be, they're open-minded, able to adapt. "Next contender," Xander calls, grinning down at the corpse, leaving a path in the sand as it's dragged out. Another walks forward, twice as big as the last, stacked with muscle and a permanent scowl. "Kodiak," he drawls, spitting on the ground between them. Cody isn't as benevolent as Stone. He doesn't allow a single hit, dodging every strike with a dancer's grace, toying with his opponent and dragging things out. It would be easy for him to end his opponent. One swipe of a claw, using the metal cuff he always wears as a stake to drive through his enemy's heart. But that's not nearly as much fun. "Didn't you come here to kill me?" Kodiak swivels on his heel, dodging yet another swipe of the snarling wolf's claws. "It's not like my abilities are a secret. You had to have a plan, right?" He sidesteps another lunge, dragging a foot through the sand dramatically to draw a line between them. "Tell me you didn't come here today thinking you'd just tear my throat out," he asks with a laugh. "I haven't even shifted yet. Hell, I don't think I have to. You're a dog chasing its own tail, doing all the work for me. I don't have any interest in killing you, you know. Tap out, and you can live to fight another day." At that, the man shifts back in an instant, snarling. "There's no honor in quitting." "There's no honor in a useless death," Kodiak counters seriously. "If you're going to sacrifice yourself, at least make it be for something you believe in." "I am," he spits, moments before he shifts back and lunges for Cody's throat. It takes no more effort than swatting a fly. One moment there is a wolf in the air, the next he's lying broken in the sand. Cody makes a quick motion over his forehead and chest, staring down at the wolf with a look of sad resignation. "It didn't have to be this way," he whispers, but the microphones positioned around the arena pick it up easily, carrying his voice over the crowd. He stalks back to the others without another word, head held high, but a crushing weight on his shoulders. The next contender strides out, calling Raiden forward. He almost glances back at me, stopping at the last moment and returning his focus on his opponent, not wanting to draw attention to me for those that haven't identified me yet. His dark hair brushes his shoulders, and he ties it up with his favorite leather band as he walks across the sand. By the time he's facing down his opponent, his emotions aren't confined by the careful mask people are used to seeing. He radiates violence, meeting his opponent's eyes. "Don't throw your life away. Do you actually want this? Or do you only want bragging rights?" he demands. He doesn't get an answer. The man shifts into a cheetah, racing across the terrain and trying to fake him out before attacking. Raiden breathes out a stream of smoke that wraps around his opponent, driving down his throat and suffocating him before he gets within 10 feet. Sighing, Raiden looks down at the dead body, shakes his head, and returns to the others. A heavy silence settles over the crowd. The next person in the lineup for a chance to take them on hesitates after having a front-row seat to how terribly outmatched he is. Determination alone doesn't always matter. Good intentions are noble, but they don't magically make you stronger than the enemy, no matter the books that try to convince us otherwise. Life's not fair, and no matter how hard you fight, it's not always enough. Xander clears his throat. "Anyone else?" After a weighted pause, 4 people stride out into the arena. "Yeah," their leader calls, scowling at the guys like they're the lowest form of scum. The corner of his lips curve as he raises his gaze, locking onto me with a nefarious smirk. "My pack challenges the entire Garrison Legion, 4 against 4. Proud of himself, he holds my gaze like he's backed us into a corner. It's an obvious plan we already anticipated someone would attempt. Fake civility, bend the rules to their favor, then members of their pack would attempt to distract the guys while someone made a beeline to take me out. The volume raises in the stadium as the whispers rise to a dull roar. Several look my way, their discomfort with the idea of attacking a female, with as rare and coveted as they are, plain as day on their faces. It's no secret that a dragon's main weakness is their mate bonds, linking their life force, but that doesn't mean everyone agrees with the idea of killing an innocent woman just to spite the people she's mated to, especially when she didn't have a choice in the matter. Others look positively gleeful, ecstatic to see how things play out. Patting Karina's hand, I rise to my feet. The crowd parts as I walk down the bleachers, but I don't join them in the arena. I stop at the metal rail, acting as a barrier between the stands and the field below, waiting until the cameras pan to me so I fill up each screen despite hating every minute of the attention. Acting unbothered, I shrug a single shoulder. Okay, and go. Waiting a few more seconds to credit my benevolence, I lift a hand, drawing on every particle of energy thrumming in the air, holding the stare of the man that thought he'd won something by trying to take advantage of me being the weak link in the Legion, the one that unintentionally admitted that he'd never be able to kill the guys, so he'd try to kill me instead, like that proves anything other than he was desperate and weak. The bolt of lightning strikes before any of them can utter another word. 4 charred bodies fall into the sand before anyone even realizes what happened. A few seconds later, the following crack of thunder jolts everyone out of their shock, looking at me with terrified horror, realizing that I struck them all down without breaking a sweat. Keeping my face a blasé mask, I say nothing. I even managed to hide the tremor in my hand by tucking my hands casually into my pockets, feigning indifference. There isn't a single part of me that revels in killing people indiscriminately. I know firsthand what it feels like to be powerless, to be afraid of others stronger than you deciding to take what they want. I don't want to be that person, but I will if it scares off bigger monsters so people like me don't have to grow up too fast, living in fear like I did. Kodiak positions himself in front of one of the microphones built into the terrain. With a feral grin, he lets his voice carry across the stadium, the warning lingering in the air. We were trying to actually give you a chance by asking our mate to sit this one out. None of us have shifted yet. Hell, Amara didn't even have to step into the arena. Can you imagine if we actually tried? Clearing his throat, Stone calls out, "Anyone else that has an issue with our Legion, now's your chance." He spreads his arms wide. "We're right here. You'll never get a better opportunity, especially a fair one. 1-on-1. Our offer not to shift, to actually give you a shot." His opalescent gaze stares directly into one of the cameras. "I've seen the rise and fall of more civilizations than you can ever hope to imagine. I have no desire to play games with boys masquerading as men that only want to lord their power over others for the hell of it, nor for those so caught up in their petty agendas of revenge that they take down anyone in their way. If you have a problem with me or mine, speak now or get over yourself." Silence meets his statement, and he slowly scans the entire crowd. "No? Good. Now that the sort of disgraceful men that would try to kill a woman who never did a single fucking thing to them simply to spite her mates are out of the way, the real tournament can begin." Murmurs of confusion ripple over the crowd, and I use the opportunity to slink back to my seat beside Karina. It was the only way I could convince the guys to agree to this insane plan. All of the attendees had to pass through security measures to rid them of any weapons, and each person's face was uploaded to the security team to sift through. The only person in attendance that's remotely concerning is an ice dragon, able to stake me from afar if she wanted, hence sticking to Karina's side. She's been giving off a heat shield, intense enough to make bystanders shy away the entire time, just in case she missed the moment a potential assassin tried to impale me. In case she failed, or a gun slipped past security, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest under my shirt. The only thing that could really take me out is a headshot, or if someone tries to tear my throat out. Besides my own scales, I have not only Karina as a personal guard, but dozens of members of Kodiak's most trusted security team surround us in the stands. "Things are going to change." Raiden rolls his shoulders back, addressing the masses. "What we've been doing isn't working. And as clearly demonstrated over the past half hour, strength in itself doesn't equate to good leadership." Kodiak cracks his knuckles, grinning. "Consider this competition an open job interview, boys and girls. You want to be a part of the new council we're putting together? Show us why you deserve a seat at the table." Xander cuts in, grinning ear to ear. "Those of you that don't want to assassinate our current leaders to take their place, but are interested in fighting against others to display your skills without the match going to the death, head on down to the arena entrance. It doesn't matter if you have the biggest dick in the room if you don't know how to use it after all." I snort a startled laugh, appreciating Xander all the more. Our biggest problem is that even if we dip out and disappear, people will be scrambling to fill the power gap. Shifters need a way to burn off their pent-up aggression and feel heard, and we need a reason for humans to rally around us instead of hunting us for being different. They're going to get themselves killed, Karina murmurs, staring down at the Colosseum her brother is making himself at home in. No, I whisper, watching them mercilessly obliterate their opponents. They're going to make a difference. It's brutal, no holds barred. It's a clash of shifters, but now they don't take it to the death. The guys pull their punches, instructing their opponents where they left themselves open, how they could improve. They teach people, pulling them up to a better standard that will help everyone in the long run. All the while, I take notes. Several go in not expecting to come out the victor, but they give one hell of a fight. My favorite, though, is the raccoon. He doesn't even try to win, angling instead to steal Cody's wallet. To his credit, he makes it nearly to the exit before Cody catches him and takes it back. It breaks the tension, and people soon give up the idea of murdering the guys, instead trying to pull off getting at least a strike in for bragging rights. "Miss Garrison?" The voice is a low growl in my ears, one of the security team breaking formation to stand in front of me. "Stay low." There isn't even a hint of rebellion that makes me consider ignoring him. While I'm obviously curious to know what's going on, I'm not stupid enough to let it get the best of me and unnecessarily put myself in danger. Dipping lower in my seat, I ask, "What's going on?" He doesn't get the chance to respond, shifting into a bear and launching himself at someone that comes too close. For a moment, I'm frozen in place. I watch in horror as the two grapple, my security guard rising seconds later, blood staining his brown fur. He doesn't shift back to update me, positioning himself in front of me as a living blockade. I glance to the side, trying to get a sense of what's going on, but Karina pulls the gun Raiden gave her, loaded with anti-shifting darts, from her hip before I can utter a word. Firing off a few shots, she grunts as someone lands a hit and drops it in favor of shifting. Moments later, a dragon with scales that glitter like rubies knocks several bystanders out of the way. Without a sliver of remorse or hesitation, she releases a stream of fire, clearing the area around us. My heart hammers in my chest, but I try to keep my head. Bringing my scales to the surface, a little of the tension eases, knowing I have the additional layer of protection. Static crackles along my skin like a live wire, ensuring that anyone that tries to touch me will regret it and buy me time to escape. A flash of wings in the corner of my eye has the building anxiety ebbing before it can build. Raiden, Cody, and Stone vaulting over the sides of the arena at the first sign of my distress. Surrounded by them, I'm able to let my guard down enough to figure out what the fuck is happening. Peering around Stone's back, I clench my jaw at the sight of dozens of people attacking all throughout the crowd. It's a madhouse. Men defending themselves and their mates against the assault, others trying to get to the exits. Safe in the confines of the circle my mates make, I study the attackers closer, trying to understand what they're hoping to accomplish. If they'd killed my mates, they'd be the ruling body of shifters. But if they slaughter the bystanders of the tournament, the best they can hope for is a body count and claim that an event we organized wasn't safe. Unless they knew it was being televised live. I shake off the thought before it gains much traction in my brain. Barely anyone knew of that aspect, and I trust those that did. The more likely option is they're trying to create a distraction. Whether that's to take a shot at me or something else is yet to be determined. Raiden? He doesn't turn around, but he does take a step back, wrapping a wing around me and curling me into his side as he scans the chaos unfurling in front of us.
"You're not hurt, are you, love?"
"Nope. You?" Warmth seeps into me, his silent attempt of comfort.
"We're fine. Just some fights breaking out in the stands."
"That's pretty convenient," I murmur, rising on my toes and trying to peer over the top of his wing.
"Agreed."
His hand settles on my hip, pulling me against him as he stands sentinel. A few grunts surround us as Kodiak, Stone, and the security act as a blockade, fielding scuffles that get too close. It makes me feel like a real jackass, doing nothing as people are getting their asses beat around me, but I try to give myself some grace. As soon as I start to justify hiding, I grimace. Whether I signed up for it or not, everyone in this stadium is my responsibility. It doesn't matter if they're stronger than me or even want my help. I invited them here, and it's my job to protect them. "Raiden?" Waiting until he faces me, I ask, "Where's Karina?" I watch his pulse stutter in his neck, whipping his gaze around to find his sister. In his distraction, his wing slides back enough for me to see the utter devastation that's being wrought in the stands. The majority of people have shifted, going for the kill in an effort to defend themselves. But there are several that are actively working together to defend a weaker class of shifters, guiding them to an exit and fending off attacks.
"She's fine,"
Raiden murmurs, trying to convince himself more than me. His gaze is rooted on his sister tearing people apart at the seams, enough heat emanating off of her that it creates a barrier people can't breach. Karina's a force of destruction, holding her own and swooping in to save people that are outmatched. And it's killing Raiden to simply stand by and watch. "Go." My voice is little more than a whisper, but I know he heard me by the way he stiffens.
"You're my priority, my mate,"
he growls, frustration evident in his tone. And who can blame him? It's an almost impossible situation. The sister he's sworn to protect, his mate he's obligated to defend, and all of the citizens counting on him. He's being pulled in too many directions, and it's not fair. Anything he chooses results in someone that doesn't deserve it paying the price. But I can make the decision a little easier. And I can just as easily hide behind Stone, I argue, giving him the permission he needs to alleviate his guilt and jump into the fray.
"Swear you'll—"
He cuts off with a strangled sound, launching into motion before I even know what's happening. He's halfway to Karina before I see the guy picking up a gun from the floor, aiming it at her head. Both she and Raiden turn to him simultaneously, twin streams of fire racing toward the man. But not before he whips his arm to the side, holding Raiden's gaze with a smug smirk as he pulls the trigger, aiming right at me. My heart skips a beat, and I try to drop, but someone crashes into my back and sends me hurtling forward. A shock of bespeckled white feathers dives in front of me the moment before the bullet hits. Avery slams into my face, knocking me back into the bleachers, and I scramble to catch her. The metal edge of the bench digs into my ass as I spread Avery out on my lap, heart thundering in my chest at how still she is. Relief slams into me like a freight train as I see the small orange tuft and yank the dart out of her, beyond grateful that it was the gun Karina dropped when she shifted instead of a bullet. The tranquilizer will likely knock Avery out for a while, but it won't kill her. Hopefully. My hopes quickly shrivel up and die as the weight on my lap increases, the unconscious falcon slowly morphing into a dark-haired, completely naked woman.
Chapter 23. Raiden. What the actual fuck? Subduing the rest of the threats happens on autopilot, my attention repeatedly drawn to the stands and trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. Decades. I've kept her as a pet for decades. Thought it was only thanks to Stone that she'd lived this long. If she's a spy, she's had access to everything. Absolutely everything. In all of the years Avery's been by my side, she's never once given any indication that she's one of us. That's the curse of being at the top of the food chain, though, I suppose. Nobody else registers as a threat, and dragons can only sense spikes of emotions, not smells, so we can't differentiate between our kind and humans. Several people try to take a swipe at me, but I dispose of them without even really being aware of what's happening. Anyone that comes too close dies. No theatrics this time. And anyone that tries to hurt someone in the crowd dies moments later. Simple. Threats are disposed of, swiftly and effectively, so I can return to my mate's side. Jogging up the stands, I crouch in front of where Amara's clutching the passed-out woman, holding her against her body to offer her some courage. Shirtless, I don't have anything to offer, frantically looking around for something to cover her with so I can move them somewhere safer. I'm not nearly stupid enough to pick up a naked woman in front of my mate. This has trap written all over it. Here! Karina thrust an oversized t-shirt into my hands that's covered in scorch marks, and I'm wise enough not to ask a single fucking question. I simply offer it to Amara, letting her address Avery. Not Avery. Fuck. I don't even know her real name. Struggling to get up, Amara huffs. Are you going to help me out here? Lifting my hands in surrender, I carefully pick the woman up off her lap. Let's take her to one of the locker rooms. It'll give us a semblance of privacy, and we'll likely be able to scrounge up some more clothes for her. If the demonstration from Everett's auction is any indicator, she should be waking up relatively soon, so we can get some answers. Karina cuts me off before I've taken a single step. There's some important things you need to deal with before. She gestures at the unconscious woman helplessly, at as much of a loss as we are. Delving into whatever the fuck is happening here. Glancing over her shoulder, I find Stone and Kodiak standing guard between a few dozen people they've seated nearby, and Amara. Bodies litter the stands. The security team is keeping anyone else from getting within 200 feet of us, but I can still feel eyes boring into me from behind the tinted glass of the VIP box. My mouth is suddenly too dry to speak. How can I be trusted to decide who would be a good fit? I didn't even realize Avery was making a fool of me all these years. Amara. Blood spatter coating his chest, Cody strides forward confidently, bypassing me completely as he triple-checks that our mate wasn't hurt in the chaos. Finding her unscathed, he smirks, holding out a hand expectantly. Don't think I didn't see you taking notes throughout the tournament. Show me. Cheeks tinting, she fishes a small notebook out of her pocket. I knew there'd be too many to keep straight in my head this time. Flipping through, he reads every single one of her notes, stealing her pen and making a few of his own. From there, he passes it to Stone, and only once it's passed through Karina does it make its way to me. But not only do I already have my hands full, I don't want to see it. I trust them. Go ahead, Amara. None of this would have happened without you, so you should be the one to make the announcement." Poor girl pales as all eyes turn to her, but she recovers enough to shoot me a glare and take her notebook back from my sister. Taking a deep breath to brace herself, she faces the small crowd waiting for her to decide their fate. Hell, half of them didn't even fight in the event today, and I'm sure they're terrified to hear whatever's about to come out of her mouth. But still, they look at her with hope and adoration. She has all of the power that these people have only ever dreamed of, and instead of hoarding it to protect herself after everything she's been through, or exploiting it for her own gain, she's just giving it away. Amara clawed her way out of the darkness long enough to find the light she was robbed of, only to bring it back and show everyone left behind that they were only lost, never truly alone like they thought. "If you didn't fight in the tournament, I don't know your name, so forgive me for just pointing you out." Rattling off a list of 6 names, she then points to another 6 people. "The rest of you can go." One scowls as he rises to his feet. "How's this fair? Half of them weren't even in the running for this seat." Stone takes a step in front of her, but she walks around him to stare the guy down. "That is why you didn't make the cut. You were fighting for status, not because you believed in anything other than your own best interest. Did you watch the rest of the matches?" The man narrows his eyes, but doesn't say a word, only offers a terse nod. Amara gestures to each person as she speaks. "Then you'll have noticed that these 6 either checked on their opponent at the end of the match, tried to end it quickly rather than drag out pain for the sake of showing off, or fought like they had someone at home counting on them. And they," she gestures to 3 men and 3 women, "didn't have anything to gain, but jumped in to protect people without a second thought. Sure, a lot of others did too, but they attempted to minimize damage, prioritized evacuation, and kept one alive for interrogation, since they had no idea what was going on. They communicated, worried about the bigger picture instead of only surviving the moment." The guy blinks a few times, considering her words, before eventually dipping his head. "You're a good leader, Miss Garrison. I can't say I'm not disappointed, but—" He scrubs a hand down his face with a resigned sigh. "You're right. I wanted that seat simply for the sake of having it." Meeting her eyes with steely determination, he stands taller. "I'm sure you guys will have your work cut out for you during the transition, though. If you'll have me, I'd be honored to help out wherever you need, even if it's just a doorman or driver." I raise an eyebrow. "So you can get close enough to get even for passing you over for the job?" To his credit, he doesn't flinch, turning his steadfast gaze to meet mine head on. "To remind me why I don't deserve it, but hopefully will one day." Amara tilts her head with a soft smile. "Now that's more like it." Crossing his arms, he leans against the rail out of the way as Amara turns her attention back to the 12 remaining people, anxiously awaiting the next process of elimination. "All right." Amara claps her hands, making a few people startle. "First order of business. Congratulations, you've got the job." One of the women tentatively raises her hand. Who did?" Amara grins. "All of you." Confused and excited chatter starts up, but she raises her voice to cut through it. Downside, you start today. So, decide which of you is best suited for the role of Human Relations Coordinator. They all look between each other with furrowed brows. One brave soul suspiciously drawls, Why? I glance up at the VIP box that I'm sure is full of people losing their shit, and the cameras mounted beneath it, live streaming today's events. Because they'll be getting a massive Christmas bonus this year.
Chapter 24. Amara. My nose wrinkles as we settle into the locker room, but I push through the stench of sweat and feet. If it's that offensive to me, any other shifter in the stadium will be giving this place a wide berth. Raiden lays Avery on the bench in front of a row of lockers, a storm raging in his eyes, and backs away the second his hands are free. Studying him closely as I slide to the floor and rest my back against the lockers, I take stock of my own feelings. I'm surprised that there isn't any jealousy. Betrayed and confused? Absolutely. Angry on Raiden's behalf? Most definitely. But there's a nagging feeling in my gut that makes me sick the more I think about it. Raiden found her with a broken wing. After he nursed her back to health, she was glued to his side and spent all of these years lashing out at everyone other than him, Stone, and now me. Wounded animals are dangerous, and people are no exception. What the actual fuck? Cody rakes a hand through his hair, swallowing roughly. Stone manages to unearth a towel from a bin that's relatively clean and throws it over her legs to act as a blanket. The shirt Karina liberated from some poor soul is long enough to cover all of the important parts, but I can only imagine how I'd react if I woke up confused with no pants. Raiden crosses his arms over his chest and leans against one of the lockers. Isn't that the question of the fucking day? Stone and I share a loaded look, and I get the sense he's already reached the same conclusion I've come to. Choosing his words carefully, he addresses Raiden. When she comes to, don't bombard her with questions. She'll likely be disoriented from the drugs, but also she must have had a reason for never revealing what she was. Whether that's good or bad is to be seen. If you don't think you can keep a level head while we get answers, tell me now, so either Amara or I can take point. Jaw ticking, a myriad of emotions passes over Raiden's face. Finally, he settles on resignation, releasing a heavy sigh. He doesn't get a chance to finish the sentiment before Avery sucks in a sharp breath, jerking upright. Gaze whipping around the room, unfocused, she falls off of the bench, her ass hitting the floor. I've barely twitched a muscle before she's scrambling onto my lap, chest rising and falling in short gasps, pulse fluttering wildly in her neck. When the guys cry out, reaching for me on instinct, she buries her face in the side of my neck with a choked whimper. Wrapping my arms around her back, I hold her tight. Shh, it's all right. Nobody here is going to hurt you. Even if they wanted to, they'd have to get through me, I half-heartedly tease. Might not be able to do much damage, but I could distract them long enough for you to make a break for it. Several tense minutes later, voice raspy from lack of use, she croaks, "They killed them." Who? Tears splash onto my shoulder, quickly soaking through my shirt. Everyone. It's a long time before her racking sobs subside. Raiden passes me a water bottle, and I gently ease her to the ground next to me, wincing at the stab of pain down my leg that fell asleep ages ago. Hand trembling, she takes a few sips, but all of her movements are awkward and stilted, made more difficult from her trying to disappear into my side. "What's your name?" I ask softly. The silence stretches for so long that I think she won't answer. Just when I'm about to give up and try approaching from a different angle, she whispers, "Amelia." "Well, Amelia, I think you need to start at the beginning, because I'm confused as fuck why you were pretending to be a pet all of these years." She flinches at the bite in my tone. "I wasn't. Pretending, I mean. I wasn't even aware what was going on most of the time."
"Help us understand," Stone coaxes. "Start at the beginning."
Drawing her legs up to wrap her arms around her knees, she immediately pales and snaps her legs back to the floor, tugging her shirt farther down her thighs. "There was smoke everywhere. Papa Mikhail pulled me out of bed and got us out of the house, but it was worse outside. Everything was on fire, and people were fighting in the streets. It was hard to hear anything over the shouting, but when we finally found Mama, she was getting dragged into the back of a truck. We watched them kill Papa Alec as he tried to get to her, and couldn't find my other fathers, but they'd never let Mama go without a fight, so they must have already been dead." She releases a shaky breath. "Someone grabbed my arm and shot Mikhail from behind. He dragged me toward the truck, kicking and screaming, but I was little enough he barely even noticed." She clenches her hands into fists on her lap. "Victor came out of nowhere. He launched himself at the guy's legs, and we hit the ground hard enough it broke my arm, but it also made him let me go." Eyes shut tight, she croaks. "We grew up together. Victor was my best friend, and I watched him get his throat slit, saving me." Silent tears race down her face. "I lost everyone I loved before I even realized what was happening. The people I grew up with were being slaughtered around me, and everything was burning. It was too much, and I just shut down." For several minutes, none of us say a word. The name Victor rings a bell, but it's a common enough name that I can't place why, so I keep my mouth shut. It's not the time or place to worry about that now, not while Amelia starts shaking the longer the silence goes on. Stone puts us all out of our misery as he theorizes, "Sounds to me that you ceded control to your other half and went feral, flew as far as you could in that state until you couldn't anymore. And when Raiden found you and nursed you back to health, you latched onto him as a surrogate guardian." Raiden looks horrified, all color drained from his face. "She was so tiny when I found her." Already knowing I don't want the answer, I ask, "How old were you when that happened, Amelia?" She has to take another sip of water before she can rasp out, 9. Cody curses, nearly punching a locker before he stops himself at the last second, tempering his aggression. Stone keeps his face a blank mask, likely seeing enough horrible things in his line of work that he can flip the professional switch at will to save his sanity. Raiden looks like he's going to be sick. "You never even got to be a kid. If I'd had any idea, maybe I could have helped you shift back, and there are plenty of people in Kalita that would have happily raised you and—" Stone cuts in before he falls down the rabbit hole of regrets. "There's nothing you could have done differently. Remember how she immediately latched onto you, but tried to eviscerate everyone else that came close? She felt safer with you than anyone, yet still never shifted back. We've all dealt with a few ferals over the years, and honestly, Avery would be classified as happily adjusted in comparison. It was a shit situation, but even if you'd known, there's nothing you could have done differently. After all of these years, if it wasn't for that dart forcing her shift, she never would have." We fall into heavy silence. processing in our own ways and trying to come to terms with everything. After the way Avery reacted, it's almost like her human half paused the moment she went feral, picking up where she left off, and all of her grief slamming into her like it only happened yesterday. Taking her hand, I try to ignore the way her nails digging into my skin remind me so much of the falcon I'd come to know and love. Avery kept everyone at a distance, lashing out in her pain to protect herself, but Amelia clings to me like she's afraid I'll leave her like everyone else. A quick rap of knuckles at the door follows it being shoved open. "Sorry to interrupt, boss, but the guys need to know where you want us next. All of the humans have been safely escorted home and—" The dark-haired man, taking up most of the doorway, goes stock still, hazel eyes rapidly swallowed by his blown pupils. His attention snaps onto Avery, taking in her red-rimmed eyes, puffy from crying and half-dressed. A low growl builds in his chest, ominously reverberating through the room. "Who?" When she doesn't answer, he turns to Cody. "Who fucking touched her?" Avery's nails dig into my arm, staring wide-eyed at the man as she leans into my side, barely breathing. Kodiak eyes the newcomer carefully. "Nobody here, so you're gonna need to rein that in before you scare her even worse. As soon as we have names, they're all yours." It takes me a minute to figure out why he's giving this guy a hit list, until I take in the way his claws are digging into the doorframe, body practically vibrating from the tension trying to remain in the doorway. The guy looks at Avery's terrified state and takes a shuddering breath, trying to draw back some of his deadly presence and failing miserably. "They'll never touch you again. You give me names, I'll bring you their heads to prove it." Avery remains stiff and silent, heart hammering so loudly that even I can hear it. The doorframe creaks under his tightening grip. Softer, he says, "If you won't give me their names, at least give me yours. Please." Everyone holds their breath, unwilling to be the one to break the moment. It's barely more than an exhale, but with as dead silent as the room is, there's no mistaking her whispered, "Avery. I haven't been Amelia in a long time. It's Avery now." A look of awe transforms his harsh features, like he was just given the greatest gift, his lips silently repeating the word, like he's savoring the feel of it. Unable to stand the world's awkwardest eye-staring contest anymore, I try to break the tension. "On that note, it's been a hell of a day, so we should all be getting home. All of the pressing issues have been addressed, so we can pick this up in the morning." As I rise to my feet, pulling Avery with me, the guy stands to his full impressive height in the doorway. "I can escort her to the transition center so your mates can take you home, Ms. Garrison." Nails morph into talons, getting far too personal with my muscles as Avery's breathing speeds up, panic setting in. It's not even a conscious effort on my part. 1 minute I'm standing there, the next my wings are out, and I'm clutching not only Avery to my chest, but also what's left of my shirt. Once she's cocooned safely inside the confines of my wings, she releases a shaky breath. "Sorry." "Don't you dare apologize. I get it far too well, unfortunately." Raiden wraps an arm around my waist, staring the guy down. "Avery's under our protection, and will be staying with us. If she wants to see you, we'll let you know." He scowls. "Maybe." Chapter 25. Amara. Leaning against the kitchen counter beside Kodiak, I pop another chip in my mouth, and Stone sighs. "You're as bad as Cody. Eat a vegetable." Cody holds his stare, tipping half of his bag into mine.
Potatoes are a vegetable, and they come in convenient chip form so we can eat them all the time. You should be thrilled.
Who the hell eats salads for breakfast anyway? Stone rolls his eyes, turning off the stove and gesturing dramatically to the omelet he slides onto his plate. You can put vegetables in breakfast foods. In tandem, Cody and I grimace. Only if you want to ruin them. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and the guys all reach for theirs at the same time. When I bring it up, there's a security alert from the newly installed gate surrounding the castle. Across from me, Raiden taps the notification, bringing up a live feed of the security camera above the buzzer, and sighs in annoyance. Let me guess. Gage? Raiden releases a low growl. Yep. Smirking in amusement, I tuck my phone away and bring another chip to my mouth. What did he bring this time? Stone zooms in on his screen. Looks like a bakery box. Cody stands up straighter beside me. Bet it's donuts. With a roll of his eyes, Stone tosses his phone on the counter and grabs a fork, starting in on his breakfast. No, he brought those Tuesday, remember? I'm voting pie. Cody scoffs. That's dumb. Who brings someone a pie for brunch? Hastily swallowing, I set the bag of chips aside and half raise a hand. $10 says it's cupcakes. Raiden scowls. It should be nothing. Biting back a smile, I tease. You just can't stand the fact that someone's courting your fully grown, adopted daughter. Raiden narrows his eyes at me, but doesn't deny it. It took a little while for him to make his peace with the development, but over the last few weeks, he's thrown himself into full overprotective dad mode. He's now firmly convinced that even if he didn't realize it at the time, he technically raised Avery, so she's his responsibility. As he stalks out of the room to deal with it, Cody cups his hands around his mouth and calls, "Tell him she's in the mood for brownies tomorrow." He turns to us with a massive grin. I'm starting to root for this guy. Using my distraction to his advantage, Stone hooks a finger through my belt loop and tugs me closer, lifting his fork to my lips. I'm not going to die from a shitty diet. Shifter perks, remember? He raises an eyebrow. Humor me. Rolling my eyes, I take a bite, pretending that I don't enjoy it to save face. But honestly, it always makes my stomach flip with a thrill when faced with little moments like this, where I'm reminded that I have people that actually care if I go to bed hungry or not now. Raiden comes back carrying a bakery box, but also something else that looks vaguely familiar. Taking it from him and glancing inside, I grin, setting it on the counter, and silently hold my hand out for my winnings. Stone and Cody pass the money over without taking their eyes off of the new guy. I'd say that we had a new contender vying for Avery's attention if it wasn't for the fact he's clearly human. Dressed in an expensive-looking black trench coat, his salt and pepper hair puts him in his 50s or so. He's immaculately put together, wealth bleeding from his pores, but there's enough tension around his troubled eyes that my hackles lower. Even the rich can't buy a mask good enough to hide the shadows in their eyes. Raiden clears his throat. Karina was bringing him up when I was at the gate. Said he needed to talk to Stone before she bailed like her ass was on fire. The guy physically sags in relief when he catches sight of Stone. Oh, thank God. Stone flits a confused glance my way, and I offer a confused shrug in return. Rising to his feet, he angles his body between me and the stranger. What can I do for you, Mr. Valdoran? He scrubs a hand over his face, seeming to age 10 years in a matter of seconds.
I'm not sure if you remember me, but you saved my daughter's life.
Now that he says it, recognition sparks. The girl outside the bank. You're her father, right? He nods, clenching his jaw. Stone steps around the counter, worried.
Is she still sick? I could have sworn that
The guy cuts him off by rapidly shaking his head.
No, and I can never thank you enough for everything you did to help Katana. But, well...
He takes a deep breath.
There seems to have been some side effects.
He reaches into the pocket of his trench coat, but instead of pulling out his phone to show us pictures, he pulls out a fluffy silver rabbit. You could hear a pin drop in the ensuing silence. I swear, I even hear my mate's slow blinks. The rabbit squirms until he finally sets her down, letting her loose. On autopilot, we follow her into the living room, watching her jump up onto the coffee table. Kodiak finally breaks the awkward silence.
Well, at least she looks happy. Better a bunny than dead, I guess.
Raiden smacks the back of his head, and he looks appropriately chastised. Stone sucks in a sharp breath.
How soon after did this happen? Has she shifted back at all yet?
Katana nearly slips off the edge of the table, and her father lunges to catch her. Sighing in relief, he moves her to the couch.
She was cleared by the EMTs immediately, and I took her home. A month later, she started sleeping a lot and lost her appetite. I was worried whatever was wrong with her had come back. I saw you in the tournament on TV a couple days afterward, and had already started a plan to track you down, beg you to take another look at her. But last week, He gestures helplessly to Katana hopping around on the couch without a care in the world, and has been this way ever since.
Stone looks like his namesake, frozen in time. He stares at them both, like his brain has completely short-circuited, so I try to buy him time to collect himself by rambling. It kind of sounds like what happened with Aurelia. Human bodies weren't made to contain so much demonic energy, and to save Katana, you nearly drained yourself. The massive onslaught must have had a similar effect, and twisted her body into a shifter to cope with the influx of demonic energy in her veins. Nobody says a word, simply staring at me, and I try my damnedest not to squirm under the unwanted attention. It's as good an explanation as any, I murmur defensively, avoiding everyone's gaze now. A small eternity later, Raiden shakes his head and approaches the couch, crouching down so he's eye level with Katana.
I need you to try and shift back. Take a moment to assess your surroundings. You know instinctively that no one in this room would hurt you. You're safe. No need to run or hide. Hold on to that sense of security and let it guide you home, back into your own body.
The rabbit cants her head to the side, and a few moments later is replaced by a woman not much younger than me. Silver hair is cut into a severe bob beneath her chin, her eyes almost as bright. It's the slow grin that transforms her into something beautiful and deadly that gives me pause, though. Raiden swiftly covers her with a throw blanket off the back of the couch, but Katana doesn't even hesitate. Changing back and forth between a human and bunny is soon as easy as breathing, and her grin damn near splits her face. Oh, this is going to be fun. When I look at Stone, he's as pale as a ghost.
That means the alpha wolves could...
Raiden whispers in horror.
Make shifters. Holy hell.
Grim expressions take over the room as we realize the full scope of the implications. Kodiak shakes it off, addressing her father solemnly. It's safer for her to stay here in Kalita, especially until things settle down. He turns to Katana, who's having a grand old time reveling in her new ability. Whenever you leave the city, I'll have a member of my security team accompany you. There are plenty of shifters that would take an interest in you simply for being an unmated woman, and humans that'll be pushing back about accepting shifters into their everyday lives. A worried pang stabs in my gut as I watch how carefree she's acting about the whole situation. Honestly, if you can spare someone, you might want to just make him her full-time bodyguard, Cody. When he cocks his head my way in confusion, I gesture to where Katana has already shifted again, walking across the back of the couch, completely unafraid. She's a rabbit, guys. Have you ever met a single shifter that wasn't some kind of predator? Katana slips, falling off the back of the couch with a soft squeak. A second later, she calls, "I'm okay." Stone blanches further, no doubt blaming himself for unequivocally signing her death warrant. Kodiak? Cody clenches his jaw, already typing on his phone. I'll put Axel on it. He was pissing me off anyway. Epilogue. Amara, 1 year later. Autumn leaves crunch beneath our feet as I follow Stone back to the others. A small spark catches my eye, and I dart behind him without an ounce of remorse, using him as a human shield. 2 seconds later, the firecrackers Cody tossed into his jack-o'-lantern explode, splashing everything in a 10-foot radius with pumpkin guts. Stone swipes a hand down his face in annoyance and deadpans, "Really? You couldn't have waited 2 seconds for us to be clear? Why do you think I lit it?" he responds nonchalantly with a smirk. "Live a little, Stone." Seeing the muscle tick next to Stone's eye, I leave them to their bickering and head to the next picnic table. Taking another sip of my hard cider, I drop onto the bench beside Raiden, just in time to catch Avery shaking her head at Gage. "Promise, I'm fine. It's not that cold." Gage isn't having it, though, stripping off his jacket and wrapping it around her shoulders. "You should never settle for anything, but especially not for fine." She sighs heavily in defeat, but can't hide the small smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "Fine. Thank you." You'd think she just agreed to marry him with the way Gage's face lights up. Avery gives me a shy smile. "This was a good idea. You've been working too much lately and needed a break." "I just want everything to be perfect for the next tournament. Karina's really looking forward to it, you know." Raiden kisses my temple, pulling me closer into his side. "Of course she is, but you don't have anything to worry about. You two do an amazing job coordinating the events. So much so, the council's been pushing again to up the frequency and add more locations. Too often, and it isn't a special occasion anymore, which defeats the purpose," I repeat for what feels like the 10,000th time. I was going to drop off the plans for next quarter tomorrow anyway, so I appreciate the heads up. I'll write up a report tonight to emphasize the financial benefits of keeping it a once-a-month event instead of trying to bleed the idea dry once they see the profit statements for last quarter. Silly me. I spent extra time on highlighting the societal benefits and decrease in tensions now that humans like how violent shifters can be when they're betting on them. He gives me a knowing smile. "Of course they want an event in every state. Their positions are up for review at the end of the year, and your success is making them look useless." I snort. I'll add a few ideas of future projects I was considering that I don't have time for at the end of the report then. If anyone wants a chance to show initiative, they can jump on one of those. Shaking my head, I circle back to finish our conversation before we got sidetracked.
Anyway, I meant Karina was excited because she's first up on the docket for the next tournament, remember? That's why I've been working so much the last few weeks. I want to spice things up a little bit to surprise her, but she's nosy as fuck, and I have to jump through hoops to hide the plans from her. Raiden stiffens, fishing his phone out of his pocket. I meet Avery's wide-eyed stare across the table, both of us grimacing. Of course Karina didn't tell him. Now we're going to get in trouble for knowing when her own brother didn't and saying nothing. Without so much as a hello, Raiden puts it on speakerphone and demands, "What the hell are you thinking?" Easily guessing what he's referring to, Karina chirps, "I'm thinking that I'm about to make fucking bank. Do you have any idea how many people are going to be betting against the tiny pink-haired girl pitted against all the big, strong men? It's going to be hilarious." Raiden pinches the bridge of his nose. "At least promise you won't burn down the arena showing off. We don't need that PR headache right now when things are finally good." "No promises, Prometheus." There's a clatter and several curses as someone wrestles the phone away from her. Switching it to speakerphone, most likely so he can hold it above his head, out of Karina's reach, Torin cuts in. "We'll convince her to rein it in. Don't worry." Frustrated, Karina shouts, "Traitor?" You can hear the amusement and affection in Torin's voice. "Think of the long con, gorgeous. Embarrass everyone by kicking their asses without a big show of power this time, and at the next tournament, every guy will want to knock you down a peg and prove they're manlier than the first wave of losers. It'll be like a game. Just imagine the second batch of smug assholes going down and how much more pissed off they'll be. One's head might spontaneously combust." There's a lengthy pause before she mutters, "Damn it, I hate it when you're right." Raiden snorts a laugh that sets everyone else off, and I use their distraction to slip away from the table. Making my way over to one of the trees nearby, I shake out my hands and jump, using my claws to dig into the trunk before I fall on my ass. Giving my other half a silent plea for help, I climb high enough to reach one of the sturdier branches and swing a leg over, only a little winded. Testing that it'll hold my weight, I slip my camera out of my jacket pocket just in time to capture them still laughing and smiling. And the look on Raiden's face as a small pumpkin rolls to a stop as it hits his foot right before it explodes. "I've killed people for less," he deadpans, wiping off his face and shooting a glare at Kodiak. Cody simply grins. "Good thing you can't kill me then, isn't it?" He's too busy gloating that he misses the thin whip of smoke snaking through the leaves, wrapping around his ankle and yanking him off his feet. As soon as he's down, Raiden pounces, pinning him down while Stone catches the permanent marker a grinning Avery helpfully throws over. "Just a little closer," I murmur, scooting forward on the branch. Balancing precariously, I take my shot right as it snaps and hurtle toward the ground. My wings snap out on reflex to break my fall, and I land in an undignified heap, tangled in my sweat jacket. Son of a bitch. With an annoyed huff, I draw my wings back in, but yet another bra has been sacrificed for the sake of self-preservation. Freeing myself from my cloth prison, I shove my hair out of my face, only to find Stone smiling down at me, trying not to laugh. He grabs my hand, helping me to my feet, and plucks a leaf out of my hair. "Did you get what you were hoping for?" "No." Checking my camera, I flip through the last few pictures with a soft smile. But I found something even better. This concludes Scales of Destruction
by J. Kearston. Narrated by Ash Beverly and Mia Madison. Copyright 2022 by J. Kearston. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with J. Kearston and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.